The Five Clans of Tresibra, Soren Rising. Written by Spencer Walters. Narrated by David Renato. Part 1. A Clan Worth Dying For. This shares how it all began. Clans waged war, and how the peach trees, the most precious asset of Tresibra, came to be. Debator, from the Scrolls of the First People. There were once 6 clans in the country of Tresibra, each unique in their own way, size, strength, culture, but all on similar paths. They were the Ton, Nodnarb, Nova, Han, Bauman, and Demotek, and while they all spoke the same tongue, they rarely ever interacted. Each clan preferred the sanctuary of their own territory, and believed they were better off separated than allies. The land was difficult to farm, and hunting the creatures of Tresibra was dangerous. Tall tales of great warriors being slain by the beasts were frequently shared and served as a warning for anyone brave enough to venture out alone. Beasts of massive stature stalked the regions where trees grew abundant, while it was said that winged creatures called the mountains their home. Whispered rumors spoke of ancient times when these beasts, Rhaegulls, were the great rulers. Some of the clans even believed the Rhaegulls would take their land back one day. The people of Tresibra stood no taller than a sapling tree in its first year of growth. They struggled to provide food and water for their families. Both men and women would go to great lengths to find resources, some traveling far across the region and into the territory of the Rhaegulls. The land was unforgiving and bare of life-giving nutrients, and often those who left the small sanctuary of their clans were never seen again. Life was difficult and short, and plagued by disputes between the clans for whatever resources the unrelenting lands provided. It was the children of Tresibra that made this life bearable. They were the light that drove the clans to succeed. The elders of each clan, despite their cultural differences, could agree that the future of Tresibra was in the blood of the newborns. Each clan took great care in providing for their young, often sacrificing meals so that the children could be fed. Nobody complained. This was the way of life that even the meanest clan member could agree on. Amongst the relentless and courageous clans was a sect in the Demotek clan that earned a violent reputation. Sukin made promises, told tales of great battles won against the Rhaegulls, and assured anyone who listened that there would be a future filled with endless feasts. Sukin would seek out elders and children alike, and quickly became known as a persistent fly to the majority of those he interacted with. Sukin's own upbringing was not easy. His father was killed while hunting, and his mother never recovered from the tragic loss. Sukin's sister would meet a terrible end when she contracted an unhealable illness with unknown origins. The day she died was the day Sukin promised himself that there was a better future than the bleak reality of his current life. He fought hard to earn the respect of those around him, forged his own path, but along the way, he changed. People started to note that Sukin spoke of stories that never happened, and shared strong opinions about where the clan was heading. Even the elders kicked him out on several occasions for his argumentative stance on the simplest of topics. As Sukin fell into the clutches of a madness forged with rage, he began to speak of false promises. His fervent rants became the talk of the town, and soon people started to listen. People like him who wished to see a change. Sukin promised a world free of starvation, war, and sickness. He told of courageous campaigns where they would go and strike down the Rhaegulls once and for all. Then, and only then, could the people live a life full of endless food and festivities. Despite the warnings of the elders, the people continued to believe him, and once Sukin had full control, he asked for their coin. But it would be soon that many started to question the legitimacy of his promises. Year after year, nothing changed, even as Sukin got richer. His hold on his followers slipped, and some abandoned his order altogether, though many were deeply indoctrinated with his ideology and stayed. Families were born under his rule, and children were raised with his practices stuffed down their throats. Across the country of Tresibra, though, a miracle began. Remarkable trees grew to be as tall as 10 men. Their leaves were small, only as wide as thumbs, and when they fell, they did not decay or rot like normal leaves. The leaves were 3 times the thickness of other trees, and tough, closer to the leather of a sheep. The leaves, when shed, covered the land below. The roots of these peach trees drank all the nutrients available, thriving in what many consider the most unlikely of environments. The wood was hard, like iron, the fibers tightly woven together as if Tresibra herself stitched them together. The story of the peach tree's abilities began with a Ton, because was one of their first healers who stumbled on these magnificent creations. The Ton quickly became the caretakers and guardians, drawing upon the resources without abusing this gift. The fruit was first collected and turned into medicine by the Ton. When it was learned of the leaves' hardness, they became Tresibra's form of currency. Soren became the official name with the Nodnarb trading stamp. The fruit was transformed into a jam to be consumed to heal internal ails, and the peach pits were crushed to heal wounds of the flesh. While some were wary at first, the incredible healing properties of these trees could not be ignored. The Tan noticed that those who became ill had peculiar changes to not only their body, but mind and length of life. The Tan became stronger. Their small stature possessed immense strength that would rival even the biggest clan members. Their minds, now alive, concocted unique tools never imagined, and their numbers grew. The focus of their lives became increasing the yield of the precious tree's fruit. They even changed the location of their homes, building amongst these trees so they could be closer. As the other clans struggled to grow their numbers, and the young could barely replace the old, the Tan's numbers grew. They lived longer, thrived, and flourished in their own paradise. Due to the separation among the clans, the others did not know the successes of the Tan. In fact, it was only a rumor that these innovative people had unraveled the secrets to a fulfilling life, and these rumors were quickly squashed by the harsh living conditions. It was only when a great sickness fell over the land did the other clans turn to the Tan for help. The ailment was called debetor, which meant consumption, and it came without warning. The sickness at first caused a light tremor that was similar to what some experienced after a long period of not eating. But that was the start of the end. The body turned against itself, devouring one from the inside out. No amount of food was enough, and clan members quickly turned skeletal. Muscles degenerated, eyesight became poor, and hair fell. With no proper nutrients available to the body, members starved to death. The debetor was relentless. It did not choose favorites. No child or elder was safe, and clans found themselves at the mercy of an ailment they could not heal. There was one clan, however, that remained untouched, the Tan. They continued to thrive without problems, only hearing from far-reached rumors of the plague that ravaged the lands. They shared their concerns, wondering if it was true, but when no harm ever befell their people, they shrugged off the sinister stories and continued with life. It was the Nodnarb who first came to the Tan for help. In the past, trades had happened between the two clans, although it was rare. With the rumors that the Tan were not affected, the Nodnarb made one final desperate plan to seek out a solution for the ailment. They brought anything of value, stowed away on horses, in hopes of exchanging the items for the Tan's healing. At first, the Tan were reluctant. In all of Tresibra's history, never had a clan sought out another in such a fashion. The people of the Tan whispered amongst themselves, thinking the worst, but those concerns were quickly squashed. Seeing the demise of the Nodnarb and leveraging their inquisitive nature, the Tan agreed to help, if only to validate the healing properties of the peach trees. The jam was given one by one, starting with the most ill of the Nodnarb. The change was almost immediate. Like the Tan, their people changed in both physical and mental capabilities. Most notably, the women of the Nodnarb clan had the most dramatic change. They became stronger than even the men. The Nodnarb grew in intellect, and their lifespan was also drastically increased. The Han came next, bolstered by the recent stories of the Nodnarb's successful encounter. These mild-mannered clansmen and women were religious, believing that prayer and worship to the god would solve all problems. However, They could not deny the allure of seeking out the Ton after the Nod-Narv's miraculous recovery when their prayers continued to go unanswered. The Han's response was much different to the fruit. Their recovery was slower, but it was the children who underwent dramatic changes. The Han's reaction to the fruit caused the growth rate of their kin to accelerate, and over the next several months, they saw children grow to be larger than mothers and fathers. Even their strength was immense, dwarfing that of the Tan and Nod-Narvs by tenfold. Much like the previous, even their own lifespan saw an impact. The Bowmans were the least affected by the Debitor, but that did not mean they were free from casualties. When one of their great leaders, Raynor, fell ill with the Debitor, they acted quickly and sought out the Tan. Raynor was treated, and without much surprise, he was saved after being on the brink of death. Much like the Nod-Narb and Han, the Bowman discovered a miracle in the healing properties of the peach trees. Across Tresibra, there was one clan who suffered far worse than anyone, the Nova. They became so weak that many passed. The ailment swept through the clan without mercy, striking quick and taking many at once. The Nova's numbers dwindled terrifyingly low, and those who survived felt they were on borrowed time. Only then, when death's embrace was imminent, did the Tan seek out the Nova. Driven by the miraculous events that had unfolded with the previous clans, the Tan wanted to continue their work. What they came upon, though, would become a story that would last generations. The few Nova who were still alive were blind. So sick and weak were they that the Debitor had ravaged them in ways that had not occurred with any other clan. They were a stubborn clan, and not even death could coax them out of their ways. They were skeletons, devoid of any life, but they were alive, and that was all that mattered. The Tan set to work, forcing the jam into the mouths of the Nova, because even on the brink of death, they refused help. Soon, the recovery began, but it was not like the others. Despite the astonishing healing properties of the peach trees, the Nova's eyesight did not return. Their recovery was brutal and long, and many of the Nova spent the night hours awake and in agony. Still, this did not dissuade the Tan. They were innovative and inherently helpful. They wanted to do something to remedy the blindness. It was common knowledge that no blind person could survive the unforgiving winters of this country, and if they did not try to find some solution, the Nova clan would be eradicated for good. One of the healers thought that since the fruit of the tree had such a healing effect on the body, maybe other parts of the tree could also be used. With nothing left to use, the Tan quickly embraced this theory and went to work. They started with the bark, grinding it into a powder, and then working it into a paste. The bitter taste and acidic nature almost immediately induced vomiting. The leaves were pressed of their oils and refined, but again, when consumed, also had the same negative reaction. The root became the next focus for a healing potion. While trying to administer the oil crafted by the root, one of the healers built it into the eyes of a Nova. It was then that something miraculous happened. The oil stung like an insect piercing the eye. The Nova, who accidentally received the oil, was thrown into an uncontrollable rage, and his eyes burned as all the color soon faded from his pupils. It was in this uncontrolled rage that his white eyes became brighter, blindingly so. It took 4 of the Tan to hold him down, and after some time, when his pain subsided, the color returned to his eyes. Only then did his eyesight begin to return. With that promise, the Tan quickly turned the oil on the remaining Nova. But with the return of their vision came a steep price. The Nova were not like the previous clans. They constantly required the fruit to sustain their health. Failure to do so would cause the symptoms of Debitor to return. It was a price, though, that the Nova were willing to pay. The Demotech, almost on the brink of extinction, were the last to seek refuge from the sickness. Sukin's promises were running dry, and the people were desperate for an answer. Sukin was losing power over the people, and this enraged him more and more. In a mad attempt for complete control, he forbid the Demotech from receiving care from the healers of the Ton. It was only when he became sick did he go behind his people's backs to the healers for a cure. This was a man so consumed with maintaining power over his people that he would rather see them all die and rule over a graveyard than be proven wrong. He snuck into the healer's quarters and saw Nova, once blind, lying on a table, slowly regaining his strength. Overcome with rage, Sukin yelled and demanded an answer, no longer caring about secrecy. The mild-mannered town healers quietly replied, conveying to him the knowledge of the peach tree roots. In that moment, Sukin's eyes grew large, and his power-hungry, twisted mind concocted a plan. But his plan came premature. Sukin failed to realize that it was the actual fruit of the tree that cured the debitor, and not the root. Consumption of the root, while it cured the Nova's eyesight, came at a significant cost. But Sukin did not care, and he didn't wait long enough to learn the truth. Without hesitation, he abruptly and violently pushed the healer out of his way and reached for the bottle of root oil. In one morbid swoop, he drank the entire thing. He then ran with what little strength he had from the town's quarters, despite their cries. With each step, he felt his strength grow. Within 100 paces, he was at a full sprint. When he returned to his clan, he had grown in stature, and his voice became hoarse with a growl each time he spoke. Sukin felt invincible. When one of his people came to him and begged to seek refuge in the care of the Tan, he exploded into a rage and struck the Demotech with such force that he was killed instantly. The act, violent and calloused, did not bother Sukin. His mind was twisted by the root, his soul damaged beyond repair. The people stared, shocked and terrified. They knew their leader to be ruthless, but what stood before them now was a monster. Sukin, with his newfound strength and power, had complete control over his clan. His followers were now prisoners to his extreme beliefs. Sukin gathered what few of his clan he had left and convinced them, by force, that they were to build an army to attack the Tan and take the oil for themselves. As time went by and they built their army, Sukin started to notice that his strength began to fade. His voice began to soften, and his stature shrunk. He was pressed for time. He knew the only way to maintain his power was to consume the root. So, with his ill-prepared army, he set out to steal the oil from the Tan and kill anyone who stood in his way. Born a god. Skirmishes occasionally happened, but never had a clan outright targeted another. Sukin and his remaining followers broke into the healer's quarters, stealing all the oil and slaughtering countless. The Tan, stunned and unprepared, never had a chance to protect themselves from the brutality of Sukin. The Demotech clan leader relished the bloodshed. He took lives without mercy, cut the throats of children, and slayed men and women without hesitation. When he was done, covered in grime and sweat, he and his followers took all the oil and fled back to their homeland. Sukin's thirst for violence was not satiated, though. Far from it. The act, which was so merciless, only fueled the madness. As they returned to Demotech territory, the remaining followers cheered with delight. They had what they needed to heal the sick and restore their faith in the future. As the oils were carefully placed in the town's center, it was then that Sukin grew greedy. If he could keep the oils to himself, he could live forever. He would be unstoppable. But if he shared, there was the risk that he would lose the opportunity to grow even more powerful than he already was. Starved for more, Sukin turned on his own people. He started with the men, who quickly took up arms against him, but they never had a chance. Sukin should have stopped there, but he couldn't. The oil that he'd ingested twisted his mind, and the black tendrils of rage tightened their grip on him. Sukin turned to the women and children. The screams and desperate pleas never slowed him, but invigorated him, and it was only when not a soul remained that he finally stopped to survey the massacre. That evening, as an entire clan was wiped from their existence, a blood-red moon rose to paint the land in crimson. All that remained were the bodies of his clan and bottles of oil. For what felt like days, the sun did not rise. Darkness hugged the lands, a chill hung in the air. Even Tresibra mourned the loss of the Demotech clan. Soon, the smell of the rotting flesh could be smelled for leagues, first reaching the Bauman clan. They sent a few men, seeking out the origin of the stench, and when they discovered the bodies of the Tan, they took action. Armed and ready, the Bauman followed the rotten smell, which was easy when the land was stained in a bloody trail. It was then they would find Sukin alone in a cave, tucked up behind dense forestry. Sukin, mad with rage, was building armor and weapons for his next murderous rampage. Not even the slaughter of his own clan appeased his bloodthirsty appetite. Along the cave's floor were the bottles of oil, all empty. The shiny liquid dripped from the corners of Sukin's contorted mouth, mockingly so. One of the bowmen, armed with a long bow and arrow, stepped forward. He demanded Sukin to look at them, to stand trial for his atrocious crimes. But when the Demotech leader met his gaze, the bowmen were startled. A blackened gaze glared back at them, monstrous and unrecognizable. With no more hesitation, the same bowman who spoke drew his arrow and released it. The arrow struck Sukin, but the sick man did not even flinch, even as the gash spewed blackened blood. It was then he would declare 3 phrases that would haunt the clans of Tresibra for many generations to come. I am more than you. I am filled with power. I am God. As the bowman stood there, startled, the torn flesh along his face stitched together and the blood dried. This was no ordinary man anymore, and the bowmen quickly realized that their weapons would be no match for such a beast. They fled, hardly glancing back. This was the day the clans of Tresibra realized that while the peach trees worked miracles, consumption of the root was pure evil. The darkness continued to lay over the land for several more days. The tribes gathered in numbers to discuss the findings of the bowmen after word was quickly sent for an emergency meeting. The few remaining Nova joined the tribes and gave great insight to the Tan healers, and several theories began to formulate. They now knew that the fruit, when consumed, had wondrous healing abilities, gave strength, increased knowledge, and changed each of the tribes uniquely. The root had healed the vision of the Nova, but at a cost. Without regular consumption of the fruit, the ailments of the debitor returned. The Nova clan was now bound to this medicine of the tree for eternity. They often had to travel with a small clay-fired bottle of the fruit turned into a liquid. This ensured that they could always ingest some portion, even while traveling, to keep the ailment away. Daily consumption in the first generation of the Nova was required to keep the clan alive. As understanding grew amongst the clans, decisions were made. If they did not protect the peach trees from monstrous beings like Sukin, terrible things could happen to the clans. They could not afford another massacre. If another plague swept through the country, the clans would need every peach tree to ensure they stayed alive. They could not afford to turn a blind eye at the miraculous work of these trees. To do so would be suicide. Every clan knew that the peach trees needed protection at all costs. And for once, they could all share a common goal: protect the trees and burn the roots in a ritualistic ceremony. This would all happen with the watchful eye of the Tan. Across the land, tucked away in his cave, Sukin's root oil stores drew closer to empty, and he became enraged. He could not afford to run out when the power this oil offered him made him invincible. What was more was that if he did not regularly consume this oil, his strength dwindled, and that terrified him. The only way into the new future, the one he had regularly promised his followers, was by force. Sukin had managed to drag some of the bodies of his followers into the cave, for no other reason than control, for that was all the mad leader wanted. He surveyed these bodies, noticing the decomposition accelerated with the rising heat. The scent, rotten, permeated the air, but he had long become numb to it. Carefully, he nudged the body closest to him, expecting the follower to jump. When nothing happened, he turned to the next body, and then the next. As the dead failed to respond to his demands, Sukin grew enraged. This was not acceptable. He gulped down oil as he circled the bodies. They represented everything he despised: companionship, weakness, but they were also everything he needed, an army for the future he would have. Sukin was mad, but he was not foolish. He knew that to conquer the clans, to build his perfect paradise, he needed soldiers. But what lay before him were bodies, unmoving, cowardly, and useless. Angry, he spit on the bodies, as he continued to drink the oil. Sukin screamed for them to wake, insulted them and their mothers, and told them his dreams. Drunk, he meandered through the maze of bodies, kicking anything he saw. Faces, arms, legs, and torsos all met the dirty tip of his boot. Sukin continued until he passed out, but not after he hit his head on the jagged stone. Dreamless sleep embraced him. Sukin did not move all night, but when he awoke, he was greeted by a pounding headache and dry mouth. He sat up, blinking, and stared for what felt like an eternity. Last night, there were bodies. Now, none. Sukin slowly rose, confused, and started to search for the dead. An animal, perhaps, had taken the bodies overnight. Although he struggled to believe that, so he continued to search. It wasn't long before he heard a terrible scratching sound from deep within the tunnels. Unsure of what he would discover, Sukin proceeded with caution, but he didn't have to travel long before he stumbled on the origin. Along the walls, bloody handprints, the floor a mixture of bare feet and boots. Sukin picked up the pace, panicked but curious. It was then he found himself staring at the ghastly black eyes of his clansmen before they turned away. They stood there, clawing at the stone, their backs hunched and their skin gray. Even their clothes hung from their frames like blankets, as if nothing quite fit anymore. It was unreal. The dead stood before him, very much alive, grunting like animals. Sukin bellowed for them to look at him, now desperate to believe his own eyes. At once, the bodies all turned like one, those eerie black eyes meeting his own once more. More noises escaped their throats, guttural. Sukin wasn't afraid. He should have been, but he wasn't. If he was a religious man, he would have dropped to his knees and thanked whatever deity came to mind. But he wasn't, never had been, because the only person responsible for his decisions was himself. He was God, he reminded himself, and now he had just resurrected the dead. Before him was the army he would use to conquer Tresibra and take the peach trees for himself. Without hesitation, he put them to work. They did not complain or ask questions, which thrilled him. Sukin could order these soldiers around without having to worry about them challenging his ways. A throne was made of stone first, and he made himself comfortable in that as he ordered these men to build weapons and fine-tune his armor. Sukin could practically taste the future on his tongue, but he quickly discovered a problem. With the bright sun, these soldiers and himself struggled to see and function properly. The sunlight hurt their eyes, and he could not afford any sort of hesitation, so it was determined that he would unleash an attack in the middle of the night. It would be in these passing days that Sukin would notice another benefit with his soldiers. Their fingers, once stubby and fleshy, were hardened with leather-like skin and long claws that made digging easy. He observed their behavior. Animals. That is what they were, and he could create an entire underground layer with their capabilities. More importantly, he would need to go through any clan to get to the roots. He would order these soldiers to dig tunnels deep underground, and this way he could take whatever route he wanted without ever having to face the clans. With the remaining oil, he resurrected more Demotech. The army was larger and still behaved like a unit, which satisfied him. Sukin knew exactly what his next steps would be. As the world of Sukin was beginning to take shape, the 5 clans had no idea what he had done. They had a plan to protect the peach trees, and even to burn the root, but they wanted more. They wanted to ensure Sukin, as told by the bowman, never came after them again. They would return to the cave and attack. The witnesses, a group of radical religious men, thought they could reason with Sukin. They despised confrontation and hoped that by offering a simple exchange of words, like leaders of the old world, that they could all come to a compromise. The clans were adamantly against this, given what the bowman had witnessed. They were certain the Mad King wouldn't listen or seek anything less than ultimate domination. One of the witnesses' men, Charles, pleaded with the clans to try this method first. They wanted nothing more than to prove that Sukin was not monstrous and could be reasoned with. As the arguments continued, Charles was relentless. Slowly, each clan finally concluded. This was the witnesses' only chance. Failure to convince Sukin into some sort of compromise would give the clans the justification to lead a brutal attack. Charles, with the witnesses at his side, journeyed to the cave where Sukin now resided. They did not rest or stop. Time was not on their side, and they knew that if they hesitated any longer than necessary, their chances of talking Sukin down would lessen. The men ate on the back of their horses, and only when their muscles ached and they saw the cave did they descend from their steeds. Wary, they approached, hands on their weapons that were sheathed on their belts. They only took them because of the persistence of the rest of the clans, but they did not wish to draw them. "The smell! It's worse than that of death," Raymond exclaimed as they drew closer to the entrance of the gate that now guarded the entrance. The men gagged, but Charles collected himself and stepped forward. "It is I, Charles of the Witnesses." They waited for anything, but no sound came from beyond the gate. Again, Charles pronounced, "Sukin, I am here, Charles of the Witnesses, to speak with you." There was a fat gap of silence before the sound of a rock falling echoed. A deep voice from beyond the gate bellowed, "Have you brought more oil of the root?" The witness hesitated. This voice did not belong to a man, but that of a beast. It was guttural, deep and instilled fear. Several of the witnesses took a step back, but Charles remained stationed, even as his hands shook. He would not be a coward. "No, we seek an audience with you." As tough as he tried to sound, his voice still trembled. "You, of all people, should know how this ends, Charles." Mocking, that is what the witnesses described those words as. The voice now grew closer. "Is this what you want?" Raymond met Charles's gaze, betraying fear. They were men dedicated to peace, not this. They had a duty to the people, to the country, and they wanted to all prove that. Empowered by his faith, Charles said, "We don't seek war, Sukin." Still, his voice was not as steady as he had hoped. Sukin did not reply, waiting. He was a cunning man, even with so much evil in his blood, and he knew the witnesses were desperate. As promised, Charles blurted, "We can strike a deal with the root." There was little that could be bargained for, but Sukin had what he wanted, fear. He would leverage that, and he knew the witnesses would do anything to prove their fate was the right path. If he could trick them, not only would he get all the root he wanted with less work, but he could gather more soldiers, like the ones he had, in endless army. "Arrange your elders to meet under the great crescent blade 6 days from now." The witnesses exchanged another look. It was all they could do. "I will make it so, Sukin." Charles's words were cut off. "Sukin is dead. To you I am God, and you shall call me by my true god name, Gamosis, the king of the Crown Gaul." The deep, bellowing voice now laughed, and the door shook with such force that Charles and the 3 witnesses now ran in horror. They did not wish to risk staying if Sukin, no, Gamosis, intended on opening the gates. It would be 3 days before the witnesses returned, shaken with fright. No matter how much distance was placed between them and the cave, they still looked over their shoulders and refused to all sleep at once. They feared the Mad King would come for them. They tried to speak, but their tongues were frozen. Their minds raced with horrible visions of Gamosis leading an army across all of Tresibra, and they worried that their arrival would trigger such an event. On the 3rd night, when they returned to the Tan, Charles sought out the elders. Still shaken from the encounter, Charles burst through the door, ignoring the stares and questions. He sputtered, 3 days. 3 days from now, under the statue of the Crescent Blade, Gamosis will meet with the elders of the clans." "Who is Gamosis?" an elder Tan inquired, "and what gave you authority to bind us to such an agreement?" Charles shook his head, eyes locked on the floorboards. "Gamosis is Sukin, He has given himself a new name as the God King of the Crown Gaul. His voice hardly came out above a whisper. This elicited rage from the crowd. Idiot! You have no right to speak for the clans. Your journey was supposed to be one of understanding, not negotiation. The elder bowman's voice carried across the room as he now stood to his feet. I am sure that a negotiation can be reached. Charles, now desperate to show the value of his journey, raised his voice to match the bowman's. Like the 2 other times you predicted the end of Tresibra, you fool. Now the elder from Nodnar spoke. His tone was insulting, and he was determined to dismantle the ridiculous predictions of this fanatic. I gave Gamosis my word. The elder Han was the next to speak, his words dismissive. You fool, you even call him by his false name. I will sit at the table head and hear his words. A deal can be struck, Charles declared. He was determined to save his reputation from embarrassment in front of his followers. It is done. Let the fool hear the killer's words. We will be there in 3 days to see what this false king has to say. With the strike of the dull end of his spear, the Nova elder ended the debate. Whatever else wished to be said was lost. Even the oldest clan members not to challenge such tradition. Days seemed like years, hours like months. As the time drew near for the meeting with Gamosis, 5 elders and 3 of the witnesses traveled without word, choosing instead to fester with their thoughts. Despite so little said, time continued onward, and they soon found themselves at the table below the crescent blade, awaiting the false king. As night drew closer and the nerves of the waiting individuals became taut, a man finally appeared. He was larger than any Han and wore black armor forged with steel. This was battle attire, not for negotiations. Still, the waiting crowd tensed, uncertain of what was to become of this evening. This was no man. One of the witnesses broke the long silence calmly. Sukin, I sit here at the table. The voice that followed was animalistic, savage. I will not sit at your table because I am more than you. To sit at your table is to meet you in the eyes, and a god does not meet his subjects at the same table. It is you all that should bow to me. Let us come here to talk of peace, Charles declared, but even now he felt the cold tendrils of fear betray his words. Sukin, Gamosis, false king. The names tumbled through the heads of those at the table as the mad ruler spoke. I am God. Bless you not forget that, and as my subjects, you are to harvest the root and process the oils. For this, I will allow you to live as I have the crown Gaul serving me. The air shifted immediately. There is no god but Negesi, the elder Han exclaimed, and stood to meet the false king in the eyes. The elder Nova's eyes began to light a fire that drew attention from all. Sukin, Charles begged. He could feel the growing tension, and he was desperately trying to keep the group from falling apart. It was too late, though. From the head of the table, the sword of the false king struck an elder witness to the floor. The cold sound of steel gliding against its sheath met bone in one swift motion. The man bled out on the floor before the elder Han could even lift his axe. Chaos broke loose. The Han threw his heavy weapon with all his strength, but in the blink of an eye, Gamosis pushed it aside like it weighed nothing more than a feather. The axe fell to the ground with a loud clang. Without hesitation, the Han pushed the table into the false king as the elder Nova threw his spear into the jagged armor. As true to their natural aim, the Nova's spear landed right in an opening, piercing skin. It was then that Gamosis turned and drew his gaze directly into that of the Nova as he yanked the spear free without even flinching. Blood dripped from the tip, and a manic grin stretched across the false king's face. I am more than you. I am God. The phrase was repeated over and over, louder and louder. The remaining members, astonished and terrified, backed away. This was not a battle they could win, and that was clear now. A normal man would have collapsed by such a brutal stab, but the false king, instead, laughed. Far from the crescent blade, the individuals made camp. They did not speak, but passed around a leather pouch filled with the sweet ale. It burned their bellies, but stayed the nerves. When the pouch was nearly empty, the first words were finally spoken, and they would be the last. "Let us not speak of this again. This strength, I have never seen it before. We can only pray to Nagesi that we too can grow in strength." A blackened destiny. As time passed, the clans calmed as their strength grew, and their preparations assured them of their victory to come. The Han, with incredible force, began to wield an axe that was too heavy for many of the other clans to even lift. It was amazing to see such strength from a man. To accommodate such muscle, they lifted stone to train. The bowmen gained incredible eyesight and intelligence. Diplomacy was their skill. Their steady hands and reflexes made the bow and arrow their choice of offense. When presented with the challenges of selecting warriors from the Nodnarb, it was obvious that the women of the clan were ideal. These people were the primary shepherds of the land. Being weapons of war was not in their vocabulary. The only use of force these passive people exerted was to defend their flocks with a staff made of wood. It was the staff that became their choice in battle, and the women of the Nodnarb would wield it. Tan wanted nothing of war or its distractions from their medicine or machines. The other clans would not accept this from the Tan. All were to train, and all were to be prepared to fight. The women were of too much value to the Tan and the other clans because their healing abilities would be in demand after a battle with Sukin. So, the men of the Tan showed in numbers with nothing more than a sling they used to fight off the birds who came to nest or consume the fruit of the trees. It was the Nova who, although few in numbers, came clad in armor, with each carrying 2 spears. One spear was held at the ready and the other sheathed across their back. For days and days, the warriors of Tresibra trained, prepared and honed their skills. Long days, sweat and harsh training conditions became the norm. Clans bonded over the threat, and soon cultures were shared. Feasts were held together, and stories passed to and fro. Despite all this, nobody could shake the imminent terror of war. But the days turned into months, and still no attack had fallen upon the tribes. It was the Tan who first noticed a tree started to turn gray and fruit began to fall. After so much time of bountiful fruit, this was an unnatural behavior. Soon, even the leaves fell and covered the ground. All that was left was the dead branches of once bright and vibrant peach trees. The bark became dry, the branches brittle. The Tan gaped at the dead tree because after so much time alive, this sudden shift made no sense. The Tan were confused, and once word was shared with the rest of the clans, confusion turned to concern. When the Han were brought forth, they pushed a tree over with hardly any use of their immense strength. There, they noticed the roots were gone. There was nothing but the base trunk of the tree. The soil was light and sunk easily when stepped on. This was the first of many trees that would come to the same fate. At the same time, the land started to cool. The days became shorter and the nights longer. The clans had little time to worry about the trees, as the bitter cold forced them all to turn their attention to preparing for an unforgiving winter. Houses went up, reinforced with hay to stave off the winds, and wood was chopped for the fires that would burn for long hours. It was the grounds that first froze. The soil became hard as stone. This season was like nothing that the clans had ever seen before in all of the passing of the suns. The Nova, most concerned for the life-giving fruit, helped the Tan fortify their homes among the trees. They helped the stout members harvest the fruit, spending long days amongst the falling trees, and carrying baskets weaved from leather and twine. For some, there were far bigger concerns to consider. The Nova needed a more permanent solution to the debitor. The most cunning of the Tan, Henry, came up with the idea to inject the peach oil directly into the Nova's blood, so that it would last longer than needing to consume it daily. Or so was the theory. The Tan were amazing inventors, and Henry fashioned a needle like those used for sewing, but hollow, to be able to inject the oil. It was risky, but both clans agreed this was the only plausible solution. Jason, who was the most ill when Debitor fell upon the tribes, was the first to receive Henry's invention. The injection wasn't painful and healed quickly once the hollow needle was removed. Time would only tell if the invention worked. As the tribes continued to prepare for the winter, a close eye was given to Jason. Each day, they expected him to show symptoms of the terrible plague, but each day, Jason showed no weakness. He didn't need to consume the fruit, jam, or oil of the peach for weeks. Henry's invention worked. It would be several suns passing before he required another needle. The ingenuity of the Tan surprised everyone, including the women, who had been known for their healing abilities. The Nova had all but recovered from Debitor, save for their eyes. It wasn't that their eyesight was weakened, but when a Nova became anchored, or when training for the battle against Sukin, their eyes turned bright white. They almost glowed with slight heat, and the brightness became more intense with rage. This was something that set the clans apart, and would forever scar the Nova from their encounter with the root oil. Stories would live on long after the youngest Nova had passed about the stained bloodline that now tormented the clan. With the Nova's predicament resolved, all focus was now directed toward preparation. The Nova and Bauman hunted. The Hand prepared the firewood. The Nodnarb fortified the buildings for their livestock, and the Tan used their imaginative minds to create new ways of sustaining heat. This was important because of the short days and long nights. Days grew shorter and shorter until only a few hours of sunlight existed, because engulfed by the bitter nights once more. In the start of this journey, the clans were separate. They remained isolated from one another, and only by the nasty claws of Debitor did they all begin to work together. And now, under the country-wide terror enacted by Gamosis, the clans were actively and willingly working together. Each clan had their own strengths, and without all of them working together, they would have all perished in this first harsh winter, or as it would later become known as renewal. The time of renewal was given that name because it was when the land became still as a form of protection to stop the falling of the sacred trees. This would become the new tradition. When Tresibra was ready, the lands would grow cold and the trees would become gray. Then, as the leaves dropped, the clans would know that the time of renewal was on them. Despite everything, the winter was still brutal, but it became easier now with the cooperation of the 5 clans. The Tan built toys and games to share with the children of Tresibra. One that grew especially popular with the clans was a game they called Lab Pin. It was a flat table, slightly slanted on one end with 2 paddles that were used to strike little metal balls fashioned by the smith. The paddles were used to strike targets on the table and knock them over. This provided a much-needed relief from the severe reality of the frozen tundra that lay outside the doors of the halls. As the ground started to show the first signs of warmth, the Tan took to the soil. They buried the pits of peaches deep after preparing the soil with the aid of the Nodnarb livestock. There was stress. Could this replanting of the majestic peach trees really work? But it did, and it was when the first of the leaves sprouted from the saplings did the first of many great gatherings took place. The Han would build a great fire, while the Nova and Bauman would skin the meat from the spoils of their first hunt to be grilled by the Nodnarb men. The Tan brought the canned fruit and meat for the grand celebration. This was a celebration of rebirth, and it would not be the last. Many gathered to celebrate the warming of the great lands. Much time had passed since the attack of Sukin and the massacre of his people. Some thought that Sukin possibly could have died alone in his cave, given the harsh reality that little survived during the time of renewal. This theory, which started as a dared whisper, soon became all that the people clung to. A calm passed over the land, and things began to look up for the people of Tresibra. The Tan's needle invention allowed the Nova to survive countless days between injections. It was always a hope that the future generations of the Nova might not need them at all, and that hope became a reality with the birth of the first Nova girl, Marie. While the Tan spent much of their time with inventions, the Han either practiced prayer, prepared firewood, or spent time in study. Every clan had their niche rituals during the renewal season, and each clan respected one another for it. During this time, the clans learned a great deal about each other. The Han spent most of their time in prayer. The teachings of their god, Nagesi, became the focus of their culture. Education of their god's word was tantamount to any scholar of the tribes. Their even temper and deep understanding of morality from these teachings made their strength an unintimidating feature. Most would cower from their size upon first glance, but only temporarily. While they had the build of great warriors, their hearts were forged with the softest silks. These were people who took peace very seriously, but they were not afraid to raise their axes. Like the Nova, the Han's lives focused on family. They were stern with their kin. Child rearing was a job that was taken very seriously within this clan. Their focus on raising children was like that of the focus attended when threading a string through the eye of a needle. This left less time for play among the children, as their lives were filled with lessons of God and philosophy. A vast understanding of the world around them was what the Han believed best suited their young for success in the harsh world they lived in. The men were stoic and thoughtful. They enjoyed conversation, but were never first to engage. They did far more listening than speaking. The great thinkers was what the other clans often thought them as. Han didn't let anything go to waste. They took great care in utilizing their resources. They were savers, and this was one of the reasons they fashioned their homes from heavy stone. These large stone homes could withstand the harsh weather of Tresibra and be handed down to each generation. Little went to waste. To waste was to throw away the gifts that their god, Nagesi, provided. The women of the Han were gentle caretakers. They were stern with their children, but possessed a tender love that further helped guide the children's strength to be used only in defense or protection of those weaker. Their meekness and soft demeanor were never to be challenged. The Han mothers were known to be true terrors if their children were ever threatened by outsiders. This was the way of the Han. Though gentle and fierce, they did not seek war or confrontation, but they were willing and ready for it at a moment's notice. They sought to better understand the world and believed that a religion such as their own provided a sense of community that the world needed. The Tan's natural curiosity about the world and how it worked added to their architectural abilities. It was said that if a Tan was handed a little metal, earth, water, and fire, he could fashion anything, given enough time and ale. The Tan brewed their own mead from the honeyed bees that pollinated the flowers of the peach trees. Some of their best inventions came from drunken nights in their workshops. Small in stature didn't mean small in strength. A low center of gravity, large feet and hands gave them unique advantages in close quarters. Interestingly, it would become the slings that slowly evolved into something more powerful than to be expected. The crack of a Tan sling could be heard from quite a distance. Often, enemies would feel the fatal blow of stone strike them before they even heard the whiz of its arrival. With deadly accuracy, the Tan could hurl stones from some distance. After a while, the Tan began to utilize the peach pits. They hardened the pits over a raging fire and plummeted it into a bucket of water to still the flames. Over and over, they repeated this process until they were in possession of a hardened peach pit that could cut through stone. This would become the ideal ammunition for their slings for generations to come. The women of the Tan were the center of the family in this culture. They wore many hats for their families and the clans. Not only did they raise their kin, teaching them to be creative and innovative with their hands, but they were sought out to care for any clan member who had fallen ill. The Tan women worked long hours, but never tired. This was their calling, caring for the clans. The children, stout and bright-eyed, were helpful wherever they could be. They loved spending their days tending to the sick like their mothers, or stuck in a workshop with their fathers. The Tan clan prided themselves on raising generations that were far more clever than the last. The Nova were misunderstood, and by many, seen as sometimes heartless or cold. They weren't by any means, and anyone lucky enough to wiggle their way into the close circle of friends a Nova had would quickly realize that. The Nova had unimaginable generosity and never wanted recognition. When others struggled, the Nova were there to lift them up. If one of the clan's people was struggling to complete a build, a Nova would always be there, regardless of their schedules and tasks. When they saw others hungry, it was the Nova who would deliver food to their door in secret. It was a Nova who would give their life to protect the weak or children without a moment's hesitation. These were men and women bred for war, and they carry the spirit of a wolf, loyal, brutal, and resilient. The day the oil was spilled into the eyes of the Nova was the day that the clan changed. Perhaps it was Sukin himself who tainted the oils of the root, for what simmered just underneath the stoic exterior of the Nova was insatiable rage. They did not flinch in the face of fear, and they were extremely passionate about their beliefs and morals. If someone ever crossed them, well, it never ended good for the transgressor. The Nova was well known for their violent streak, which was ever expanding. Coupled with their fiery white eyes that would possess during a rage-fueled episode, it is safe to say the Nova quickly earned a ferocious reputation. Despite this, the other clans still highly regarded the Nova because of their commitment to the common cause of protecting Tresibra and the peach trees. The Nova never hesitated to be honest. They did not shy away from telling the truth or sharing their opinions, and this sometimes got them in trouble. What was unique about the Nova was their strong moral code, which would drive their culture. Every decision made and every action executed was driven by their 12 moral rules. Above all, they were to bring honor to the Nova name, which was the ultimate code of their people. The other clans, while impressed by the Nova's constant generosity and fierce commitment to protecting the less fortunate, did not realize until much later that this behavior was enforced by the 12 laws. Most of all, the Nova women lost the white glow in their eyes over the years, but what they didn't lose was their commitment to the family unit. The Nova women had a natural intellectual ability to teach. They easily became the stewards of educating the 5 clans' young. Mothers of other clans' children would arrive with gifts of trade to the Nova women, but they were always quickly denied the chance to give these gifts. The women of Nova did not seek payment for their work, only the promise that these children would grow up in a future that promised them prosperity and peace. While they were dedicated to their teachings, the women of the Nova were also proud. They pushed their men to compete in any games hosted by the surrounding clans. It is said that a Nova woman would rather see her husband die on his horse than fall from it. This was a harsh truth, as the Nova women respected strength above all else. Nodnar men, beyond the common traits that the clans embraced in ingesting the fruit, remained unchanged. Most of their time was spent in trade or managing their wealth. They constantly focused on the future and cared little for the present. This was by no means a negative thing, but it did shape their culture significantly. They tended little to their kin, and it was mostly the grandparents of the Nodnar who raised the children. This was not because of negligence, but cultural. The parents of the children did not interact as other clans did. They worked and provided for their people. This was because they were willing and able-bodied. This meant that the grandparents, who no longer could be of use, managing livestock and builds, were in charge of raising the children. This dynamic worked for the clan. Children were raised knowing they would one day take the place of their parents, working and providing for the clan. And the parents knew that one day they would take on the responsibility of raising the clan's young. The women were gifted with immense strength from the fruit, and it was them who defended the flock of animals as the designated shepherds. Most women of the clans were slightly smaller in stature than the men, and this didn't differ with the Nodnar people. It was the women who would take on the role of warrior and defender if there ever was a battle to be had. They wielded only a staff fashioned from the extremely hard wood of the peach tree. When they fought, they carried themselves like a dancer. This was a practice that had been handed down for generations. No other clan fought with the elegance of a Nodnarb. The bowmen were adored by all. There was a charm about them that every clan flocked to. Little conflict ever arose from a bowman, and this was because they embraced the present. In their philosophy for life, play was their love language. Children were raised to never grow tired of exploring, and the clan encouraged pranks. For the people of Bauman, to joke and tease was their way of showing respect. It did not matter if a Bauman was 5 or 60, play never escaped their vocabulary. Even in the midst of battle, if a Bauman played a prank after a grueling day of fighting, it was their way of embracing the brighter side of things. Above everything else, the Bauman enjoyed playing with their children. It was this engaging play, oversight, and dedication that gave the Bauman their endearing qualities. This ideology was passed from generation to generation, and it was said that everyone in the clan, parent or not, participated in the children's upbringing. Their accuracy with a bow was unbelievable. From as early as when a child could walk, they were given a bow and taught how to use it. They had healthy competitions with each other and even participated in the Mammoth Games that was hosted by all 5 clans. A Bauman was a dangerous adversary to have because they could strike an arrow at nearly anything that walked, regardless of distance. This weapon became an extension of themselves, and by the time the children reached maturity, they were gifted a custom longbow as part of the celebration. Each clan offered something no other had, whether it was in weaponry, philosophy, or innovation. The clans all found something of value in one another. What the Tan didn't have, the Bauman did. What the Nova lacked, the Han made up for. This new dynamic amongst the clans was greatly welcomed, and it quickly became the new normal for many generations to come. But this story was never about the clans. This story is about the greatest warrior Tresibra would ever see, Soren Walters of the Nova clan. Part 2. The Birth of a Warrior. The birth of the greatest Tresibra warrior did not come by accident. For every war, a man will rise to challenge the fate of even the most terrible monsters. This is Soren's story. A family oh so bold. The Walter family was, in so many ways, no different than many Nova families. The children were, in so many words, worshipped. The elders were well cared for, and the able-bodied individuals worked hard to provide. The great-grandfather of the Walter family was even an elder who served as an advisor for the clan. From a quick glance, the Walter family had it all together. They say that the greatest men will fall on deaf ears, and that's because it's far harder to be remembered for the good than the bad. Some of Tresibra's greatest warriors have become lost in history, while those, like Sukin, became legends. It was the Walter family who would suffer a similar curse for generations. Spike Walter was never a courageous man, and never volunteered to go on campaigns. Without so much as a finger lifted to provide any sort of benefit to the clan, Spike never became a leader either. At a young age, he struggled to adhere to the 12 laws. He lied when he confronted with the truth, was a bully when he was supposed to protect, and was greedy when he should have been charitable. Before his 20th year, he stumbled on a radical group that, despite intervention, remained strong amongst the Nova. They were the Witnesses, and they obeyed the teachings of Rutherford. Rutherford, the founder and leader, believed that the 12 laws and all other religions were unclean. He believed that it was his visions alone that could guide the people to a green paradise and bring prosperity. Spike, already troubled, took to these teachings like a fly on dung. He found purpose in the Witnesses because it offered him a place where people could be cruel and justify it. Interventions were attempted to wipe out the Witnesses because of the similarities with Sukin, but they failed. Those a part of the group learned how to evade detention, even going as far to completely isolate themselves from the rest of the clan. They farmed and sowed their own resources and built homes on their own. The rest of the Nova learned to dismiss this radical group because they did not pose a threat. Although the elders continued to keep their eyes on the Witnesses. Spike had come to know Rutherford as a man of principle and strength, endearing traits of a charismatic leader. But what he did not understand was how Rutherford would scar his family for generations. Spike took to Rutherford's teachings like a son does to a father's guidance, and quickly began repeating the same predictions to anyone who would listen. The witnesses, under the guidance of their leader, believed that they knew how the world would come to an end. They even promised an everlasting life full of feasts and long sunny days. In the most extreme visions, they told listeners of a great world beyond death. So, Spike followed the guild of the witnesses, and, for a while, found sanctuary in this new religion. Spike would go on to have a child. His only son, Lowell, was indoctrinated at a young age, and never once questioned what he was taught. Lowell embraced these teachings, wanting nothing more than to gratify his father. Spike was proud, but he often failed at prioritizing the needs of his son. So, Lowell continuously sought out that affection by trying to be the perfect child. It worked, and Lowell quickly became a powerful figure in this group. The number of witnesses swelled. This radical group drew in members from not only the Nova, but from the Tan and Non-Narb too. At the dismay of the elders, the witnesses continued to stretch their teachings across the country, and what was once a small group located on the outskirts of the Nova territory now scattered throughout the country. Much like any extreme religious group, the followers were not allowed to challenge the teachings passed down by Rutherford. Whatever the great leader said was to be followed without question. So much so that Rutherford even dictated the types of food the followers could eat, claiming that certain foods like lamb clog the mind's eye. Anyone who even dared to raise a question about the simplest teachings were deemed corrupt for worldly teachings. If Rutherford doubted anyone's commitment, he forced them out. They and their family would be shunned with no chance of ever being allowed to return. Sometimes, with enough evidence, families were required to cut all connection with a family member if Rutherford deemed only one individual corrupt. On the other hand, when a new member was inducted, they underwent the ceremony of the cloaks. This honorary celebration was attended by every witness follower. A great feast was held. The new member would be branded with the sigil of Rutherford, 2 crescents interlocked with a circle, and drinks were shared. From the outside, the witnesses, while extreme, appeared well put together. But they were cruel, and Rutherford was not afraid to enact violence to prove his point. Bruises were reported by those who observed individuals of the witnesses. Rutherford, as he grew in power, slipped deeper into his visions. It was far from an acceptable group. Early in manhood, Lowell befriended a woman named Marilyn, and after many years of courtship, their marriage was finally blessed by both households. The early years of their life together were happy and filled with the joys that a family brings. Lowell and Marilyn would go on to have children of their own, and while they still closely followed the teachings of Rutherford, their attention turned inward to the little ones that now relied on them. Lowell, now a man, knew he would not follow his father's failure in being a father. He took being a father seriously, but this would not cure the Walter name. However, Marilyn was not so easily changed. Through the years, her violent and harsh treatment of the boys would become a staple in the household. Glenn, the oldest child, was a strong and highly intelligent man who carved his own path in life. He was tall, handsome, and often let his hair fall past his shoulders. Even the women from beyond the comfort of the witnesses sought him out. He, with the sanctuary of his home, did not care about the teachings of the witnesses. With the guidance of his parents, he paid his respects to keep his appearance up, so as to not earn the wary eye of Rutherford. 2 years would pass after the birth of Glenn before Jeffrey was born. The young boy was a bit misunderstood, and from an early age struggled to discover his own path. Marilyn was cruel with him, annoyed at his lack of willingness to take any initiative, and he spent more time bruised than not. He quickly took hold of the teachings of the witnesses, but it would be this action that would shatter what little balance the Walter family had built. Jeffrey wasn't like the other boys. He had a violent side, and struggled to reason with others. Despite the love provided by Lowell and Marilyn, he did not grow up to have the same family-oriented values like Glenn did. Jeffrey was a talented artist and metalworker, but his talents would go unnoticed by too many to make a name for himself in the family business. Jeffrey would go on to have a compassionate, loving, and selfless daughter, Chelsea, with a woman who would not remain in his life. While the girl was raised with little help from her mother, he failed to be the active parent Chelsea deserved. Many years later, he would meet a wonderful woman who could have probably resolved his issues, but fate had another idea. They had 2 sons, wonderful striking sons together, Pierce and Connor, both men of conviction who wore an honor named Nova. Sadly, she passed only a few years after the birth of Connor from a sudden illness. With the death of this woman, Jeffrey would never recover and would go on to be less than his potential. The lack of progress in life was justified by the witness's teachings. The next boy to be born in Lowell and Marilyn's house was Brian. Like all the others, he was a tall and handsome man, and would later go on to share many similar traits with Jeffrey. Brian hid it far better than his older brother, but beneath the charming exterior was a twisted man plagued with evil intentions, self-doubt, and malice for those who crossed him. His creative and opportunistic nature led him to success as a metalworker. For the current Walter family, this meant he kept true to the same line of work. Brian would later marry, and with his wife, Donna, they would have 3 sons, Shep, Soren, and Lee. This union did not last long, though, because Brian struggled with self-control. His erratic and manic behavior would drive him to commit atrocious crimes against his own family. Brian would die alone many years later. Even when word reached the children of their father's ailment, they did not come to say their goodbyes, not after what they had witnessed. To them, it was good riddance. In the Lowell and Marilyn household, Jason was born as the smallest, the runt, but would later show that looks could be deceiving. The man that Jason grew into was nothing short of a giant. If not for his hair color and eyes, he would have been mistaken for a Han. This tower of a man was subjected to the worst that Marilyn would impose on all of her kin. Stories of Jason circled for many years after that. If he'd been in any other household, where abuse was not so rampant, he could have eventually become a great elder of the Nova clan. Jason used his strength to join the men of the Town Watch. They were given the important job of enforcing the laws, putting out fires, and being the first line of defense to the Crown and their occasional and untimely attacks. Despite his success, Jason could not quiet the demons in his head and turned to drinking. He had a loving marriage, but later failed due to his wife's deep indoctrination of the witness's teachings. They together had 1 daughter who was a bright star in a life full of dark moments. If he was not working, he was drinking, all in an effort to undo the nasty scars left from a controlling religion of slow torture. Learning the truth from a life filled with lies hit Jason the hardest. Jordan was the most intelligent and youngest of the 5 boys in the Lowell and Marilyn household, and came completely unexpected. For many years, Jordan would be a strict follower of the witnesses. He became highly respected amongst the group, shared bread with the most powerful witness leaders, and upheld proud morals. It would be Jordan and Glenn, despite having the greatest potential to break the generation cycle of abuse and negligence, who would never go on to have children of their own. The attention returns to Soren, who is the heart of why this story ever began. With the aid of Dan and Scott, brothers of Donna and Soren's uncles, he would go on to break the curse that had plagued the Walter family for generations. Birth of Warrior. The attention is turned to Brian and Donna, whose second child, Soren, is the heart of the story. This was an exceptionally difficult birth for Donna and required a handful of housewives to be in attendance. Recovery was even harder, and Donna would bear scars for the rest of her life from this pregnancy, but she was not ever ashamed of them. These were battle scars, and she wore them proudly. The journey did not stop there. Soren, as a young boy, struggled with unexpected health problems that no healer could resolve. This caused a great deal of stress for the family, but primarily the parents. They were worried about Soren and constantly checked on him while he slept, at night, if he did. Soren would cry, constantly uncomfortable. He was allergic to many foods that his mother prepared. Soren also didn't bond with his father. From the moment he was born, he did not like Brian. Stories would later say that Soren was special. His intrinsic nature allowed him to see beyond the veil. He could judge a character without anyone ever speaking. From across the room, he could determine whether a man was loyal or a traitor. But for his father, this caused many problems. Brian struck his son before he could even walk out of sheer frustrations. Brian, having been raised in a home of abuse, could not maintain his composure when control was taken from him. As a Nova, it is prohibited to strike a child under the 12 laws, but this did not stop the man from doing so over and over again. Punishment, if reported, would be threefold. If a child was bruised, the perpetrator's arm would be broken. If a child was slapped, the perpetrator would be whipped in a public square. For Brian, he should have been executed. When he cried, his mother would come to him, fiddle with his blanket, and leave, perhaps ashamed, perhaps annoyed. There was little that could be deciphered from Donna's actions. She knew what her husband was doing, but chose not to intervene or report him. This would make her just as guilty. Soren was raised, but not without his own emotional scars. He was forgotten far more times than not, and quickly earned the reputation as the Silent One. For the day he stopped crying, he never did again. Even as other babies his age cried, he didn't. Soren, at such a vulnerable and innocent age, was already a warrior. He would become the embodiment of love, compassion, and generosity, and would bring honor to the Nova name. In his youth, Soren was carefree and, like a Tan, wanted to know how things in the world worked. He would spend many hours tinkering and building from grand ideas he dreamt up while watching the other clans interact. This was not only a passion, but it offered an escape for him. In his inventions, Soren could disappear from the demons that festered in his head, demons placed there by his parents. He would give without thought. If Soren had only one last meal, he would have given it to someone else in need before he ate it. Generosity was second nature to Soren, and he would often find himself giving so much that he often had nothing left for himself. The true heritage of the Nova clan beat in Soren's heart at a young age, and he would embrace the 12 laws with honor when the time came. He was not without his faults, though. Soren never backed down from a fight, and often provoked it from those who could have easily done him harm. These beatings, while bloody and nasty, were nothing more than Soren testing the boundaries of his strength and the limitations of others. If he walked away with a broken nose, his enemy walked away with a broken arm, and so on. He feared little, and learned that the only way to be respected was through a tough hand and a strong will. Soren, luckily, did not see the scorn of others in his youth. It would be many years later his strength was tested with failing results. The Soren the world would come to know did not come overnight. He was molded by countless beatings, challenges, and rejections. Despite his violent upbringing, Soren did everything in his power to stuff that side of him away. He wanted to be different, avoid conflict when possible, and be the best representation of a Nova he could be. But deep down, that other side of him always remained. It would not be until he took to the spear and learned to fight that he could channel these untampered emotions into something more. When Soren was 12, he became incredibly sick, which nearly took his life. They called it the wasting, and it was similar to the debitor. A handful of members across the clans were struck with the wasting without warning. The ailment caused one's body to consume its own fat stores and muscle. Soren fell ill with fever that lasted 10 days. He was isolated to his home and was plagued by vomiting and unquenchable thirst. Luckily, the Tan's healers were able to find a cure for the wasting, and found that if Soren consumed only meat and fat of the hunt, his sickness was kept at bay. The traditional food of the Nova was not something that Soren could tolerate anymore. He required strict diets of meat from animals to stave off the sickness from returning. The word quickly spread across the clans, and the wasting was immediately dealt with. For Soren, though, this was the birth of his discipline and overwhelming need to protect the defenseless. One day, just after the sun rose and the children of the Nova clan played in the fields after their chores were done, Soren was on his way to a hunting lesson. Here, he saw 4 boys pushing another child that he recognized from a family he occasionally helped out. Soren watched. This was not childish play. These strikes were meant to harm, and Soren would not let this continue. Soren's eyes went wide with immense emotion, and he ran at the 4. He knew that 4 against 1 wouldn't end in his favor, so intimidation was his best strategy. That and staying upright on 2 feet. Without notice, Soren struck the one leading the abuse with a mighty blow. With the first aggressor on the ground moaning, Soren swept the feet of the next who stood closest to him. A loud thud and cry escaped the young Nova as his head struck the ground hard. Soren did not wait to see if he was unconscious. He turned and swung wildly at the next 2 boys. His punches were wild, his rage uncontrollable, and the 2 remaining boys immediately broke the brawl. They latched hands under their injured friend's arms and dragged them away. Hot with anger, Soren watched them go. He failed to calm on his own until the young boy, the victim, approached. The boy placed a tiny hand on his shoulder, assuring him he was okay. Soren, glad to have intervened, couldn't help but feel shame. Never in his life had he acted so violently, just like his father. He hoped to never become that bastard, but in moments like this, when his heart throbbed for blood and he went blind, he could hardly think of anything else. Luckily, it would only be the young victim and his teacher who would come to learn of this violence. If anyone else knew, Soren risked severe punishment. Protecting the weak and defenseless was part of the 12 laws, but doing so in such a merciless and bloodthirsty fashion was not. Soren didn't dare tell even his friends. When Soren came for his lesson, Marcus, his teacher, pulled him aside and showered him with praise for being so protective. Then, with a stern voice, he said, "Although I approve of the defense of the weak, you could have served a justice much greater than they deserved. Your force was wild and uncontrolled. You need to temper your rage, or it will be your undoing in battle someday, when focus and precision matter most." He never forgot those words, or Marcus. The teenage years of Soren were spent training in the fields, hunting and working. From a very young age, Soren took work from the other clans. He came from a relatively poor family, with his mother being the only source of income, and his father being damn near worthless. Soren's mother sold jewelry in the Hall of Trade every full moon. It was enough for the family to live on, but left little for the 3 young boys. So Soren, like his brothers, accepted any job they could to earn funds that they might want to spend for themselves. The fracture of the family never resolved. It would be years later that Soren's own brothers distanced themselves, save for Shep. The oldest maintained a relationship with their mother, but it was still strained. The trauma of their childhood tarnished everyone's relationship, even the most innocent. They would all eventually banish their father from the family. Donna would remarry around the time of Soren's sickness to a young man named William. The new husband was kind, but he struggled to be an honest man of conviction. The marriage, while charming in all its right, would not last long, and it would be a short time later that William would leave the family. This would become the norm for Soren and his brothers during their teenage years. It was a life of organized chaos, but they made it work and did the best they could to support each other. When Soren was approaching manhood, Donna was married to a man of principle and God, Russell. He wasn't without his faults, and often pressured those close to him to obey his word. Russell often imposed his will on Lee, Soren's younger brother, unfairly, as if to prove something. Perhaps that he was the man of the house, or maybe because Lee was more malleable, being the youngest. This pressure and inexperience raising a young man fractured his relationship with Lee, which never recovered. Russell had two beautiful girls that lost their mother to an illness years prior. Donna stepped in as their mother figure for them, and she did so with as much grace as she could have. Soren was too old to live under Russell's family, but was barely ready for manhood. His sometimes reckless behavior and bold opinions earned him a number of arguments under her roof. Again, he was cast out by his mother like his father did to him so many times in his young years. Her sanctuary was more important than Soren's well-being. She gave him enough to cover the cost of a room for 7 days, but that was all. It was here that Soren would have to learn what it meant to be a man of the Nova clan. During lessons, which continued well into his young manhood, Soren was often distracted by the ongoings of the world. He learned not through instruction, but by being hands-on. Soren's solutions were often not typical, but in many cases, worked better than the prescribed methods passed down from prior generations. He was a trailblazer in all that he did. It was this inventive nature which earned even the Tan's attention that his success grew from. While not every offered solution was successful, the times it was earned Soren a highly respectable reputation. His name quickly became a talking point amongst the Nova clan. This didn't save Soren from some struggle. He struggled immensely from being kicked out. He felt abandoned by his own family. Soren was an honest, hard-working young man of principle, but lacked a family to guide his direction or encourage him. He would go on to earn enough to cover his treatments with the healers. Despite being healthy, he required peach oil to stave off the wasting. It would be many years later that he could end this routine, but for now, he was required to show up every several months to the Tans. His mother failed to care, his brothers went their own way, and Soren didn't have anyone to share his young fears with. Would he become the right man for the Nova? For himself? Would he become just like his father? Only time would tell. A White Rose marriage. Soren started a tough job working with the wild horses of Tresibra. He cared for, trained, and cleaned up after the beasts. Long days in the unforgiving sun, skin like leather and calloused hands, he was constantly working with the horses nearly every day. This was hard work, but Soren enjoyed seeing the fruits of his labor pay off when a patron came to purchase a steed. Soren moved up the ranks in the trade and went from laborer to negotiating the sales of the animals. In time, he found he had an interest in trade and often thought at large what he could do to increase the yield from the sales of the horses. Soren was unaware at this time, but it was the trade and sale of horses that would provide for his family. His natural positive presence and outgoing personality made it easy for Soren to work with the many clans at the great trade halls. His work consumed him, and he spent much time in trade. Years passed, and his worth grew, but little joy came from the income he acquired. He had never stopped working with weaponry, and if he could, he would train with other men and engage in training combat. The work gave his rage a place to go, which he knew was important if he was to avoid becoming his father. It was in his early 30s that Soren began to train for the battles against the Crown Gaul, or simply the Crowns. With the rising threat, strong men and women from different clans took to the constructed training fields. There, they would spend the majority of their days while their normal duties were fulfilled by the youth and other able bodies. Soren went from bartering steeds to swinging 2 spears against straw-stuffed enemies. He became stronger, fiercer, and more alive than he had ever been before. Soren met his love through his travels. It was by accident, really, and at the time, Soren never thought it would become anything. He and Anna, who would become his wife, only met briefly, but would write to one another until she traveled north to meet with Soren for formal courtship. She lived in the southernmost Nova clans, which was a 5 days' travel from where Soren lived. Soren was astounded by her beauty. When they met, he was smitten and a little drunk, enjoying an evening out with his fellow comrades. But he remembered her smile. She was amused with his group and teased him when he tried to order another round. There was no denying that Soren did everything in his power to impress her, whether it was by showing off his strength or talking about his business successes as a horse trader. But Anna found no reason to care about that. She was interested in Soren for who he was, not for who he was trying to be. At the end of the evening, she told him how he could reach her. If he was interested, which he was, they would enjoy each other's company, even if it was through letters. A small test, but when Soren returned home, he wrote his letter. A year-long romance would start through letters, and when it became clear that they were serious about this, Anna wrote out to meet him. Soren knew the moment he read of her intentions that he would never part with her again. He went out, bought a ring, and they made things official. On a beautiful evening, following a storm, he led Anna to the rolling hills and took to one knee. Their wedding was magical. The years to come, however, were plagued with sickness for Soren. He struggled to find a cure that worked for his ailments that flared up unexpectedly. There was no denying that he felt like he was failing his obligation to be a man, but he wanted to be the best version of himself for Anna. He often became frustrated and short, and his work consumed him. If he wasn't bogged down by overcommitments and work, he was miserable from his unrelenting ailments. Soren retreated more times than not, ashamed and enraged at his predicament. This drew the once inseparable bond between him and Anna apart and made it difficult sometimes for them to share their love. At his lowest, Soren sought help from the Tan healers, but they were out of options, so he turned to the old scrolls of Tresibra. These bore some of the most ancient practices of the clans, some far too extreme for their current culture. Still, he read through most of the nights, and he discovered old healing methods. Soren didn't care about culture, current practices, anything. What he cared about was resolving his ailments so that he could live a long and healthy life with Anna. And it worked. Slowly, he started to regain his life back. His mood lightened, his health improved, and he regained the strength of his relationship with Anna back. It was here, in the brightest moment of his life, did they learn that Anna was expecting their first child. Young and brave. Everything couldn't have been better in Soren's life until the healers of the Tan told him that his child was growing rapidly and was going to come early. Despite all the joys, Soren was terrified he would become just like his parents. He confessed his doubts of being the right father constantly. Anna always reassured him. If the man he was like now was a prediction, he would be an extraordinary father. That is what Anna would tell him. He listened to her, but it was not until he laid eyes on his daughter for the first time that he believed her. Everly was a fighter from the day she was born. It was with a cry that she entered the world, and Soren felt a love like nothing he had ever felt before. Everly possessed a strength that he would only come to understand later in life. Her will gave Soren life. She gave him purpose. Her presence, even at infancy, warmed the household. Work quickly became a second priority, as the idea of family was now more important. Soren gave everything to his family and showered his wife and daughter with love. When Everly entered her early years, the war grew to be unignorable. He had spent many days on the road traveling because of the war, and while he was eager to be a warrior again, He was terrified of abandoning his family. But one thing was for certain. Soren knew it was time to train his daughter in the way of the spear. Women of the Nova clan were not warriors, but the crowns were growing bold. They traveled in small groups across the country, causing havoc. Reports across all 5 clans confirmed that the crowns were not just curious, but bloodthirsty. Already, they had slain a dozen men. Anna was capable with a dagger, but she was clumsy with a spear. She admitted it, and while he was happy to know she could protect herself, it was not good enough. Soren still worked trade and occasionally left for days at a time. If anything happened to them while he was gone, he would never forgive himself. And that day did happen. Upon returning home, he heard the horrific cry of Anna. He ran as fast as he could until he stumbled on the 4 crowns that now cornered his wife and daughter. Everly, ever the fiercest, was throwing stones and had managed to strike one in the head. The ghastly creatures were making terrible noises. Mad, and Soren acted swiftly. His spears were always with him now, the way of war, and he disarmed the nearest quickly. Rusted blades went down, and Soren felt the familiar tug of uncontrolled rage. It was the same as when he was a young boy, but instead of ignoring it, he embraced the emotion. His eyes, burning white, startled the crown, and he took the opportunity to kill 2 with precise motions. Blood coated his work attire, but he did not care. Soren's worst fear had come true, and he wouldn't stop until all 4 were dead. Even as he plunged the bloodied tip of his spear into the skull of the final, he was not satisfied. Soren would slaughter them all. War was manageable when it was beyond the reaches of his home, but now that it was here, he felt completely exposed. As he stood there, breathing heavily and staring at the wide black eyes of the creature, a small shadow approached. Everly. She looked between him and the crown, face stuck in a serious expression. Then, with one mighty slap, she hit the beast on the head. That was the moment Soren realized he did not just have a daughter, but a woman born to be a warrior. The elders were adamantly against it when Soren first approached them about training his daughter. Everly was insistent. She wanted to defend herself and her family if a threat ever arose again. Even at such a young age, she was fiercely loyal to those she loved. Soren could not ignore that. The elders complained that she was a woman. Nova women were smaller, generally weaker, and not meant for the brutal battlefield. But he didn't hear it. Wouldn't. He knew Everly was capable and told the elders that she would be trained with or without their consent. At that, they relented, but on one condition. She needed to prove herself. If she did, she could join the ranks properly. And so, under Soren's watchful eye, she started to train. Everything was customized for her, and he wouldn't have it any other way. The staff her spear was fashioned from was the best one could buy, the tip of the spear the sharpest. Her boots were made with the finest leather. Even her armor was the best on the market. He educated Everly constantly. The battlefield was no place for hesitation, only action. She needed to act for herself at all times because it was foolish to rely on their comrades to save them when they were too busy fighting. Everly listened, and she quickly became a force to be reckoned with. Her strength was undeniable, her determination and passion untouchable. Even the elders were impressed, though they were slower to acknowledge her incredible results. But Soren was still a father, and one who worried. He knew what he was bringing into Everly's life was dangerous, but he also knew he couldn't hold this from her. She was her own person, and he would be failing her as a father if he refused to grant her what she wanted. Knowing the risks involved kept him up many nights, but he never let her know. It would crush her. Everly saw Soren as not only a father, but mentor, and he owed it to her to ensure she knew how to protect herself. The war was intensifying. More than 50 men and women were dead now, and he felt the heavy weight of ensuring Everly could hold her own mounting. Their time was limited. He knew he was to be summoned soon to face the crowns again. A warrior at heart. Soren started to gain notoriety amongst the bowmen, Nannar Ben Han. He was a terror on the battlefield, but he was also strategically clever. He could read his enemies better than anyone and predict their moves by a glance at formation alone. His bold maneuvers on the field secured countless wins and devastated the growing confidence of the crowns. But it did not stop on the field. Soren's calmness and guidance in the tunnels was unmatched. Young warriors felt safe under his leadership, and he took their lives seriously. So, when he failed to protect the lives of his warriors in the last battle, Soren felt utterly lost. He felt ashamed, guilty, and like he had failed the clans. These were men and women with lives, family, children, and they would never see any of that again. War was glamorous for the young and reckless. He knew the feeling all too well, but when life got complicated and families were introduced, war was a much more monstrous thing. A single strike could end the life Soren now valued so much. His purpose was for Everly and Anna, and if he failed to come home, it was because he was careless on the field. Now, faced with the wounded and dead of the last battle, he was more determined than ever to be the best for no other reason than to ensure he could come home alive. That did not dampen the depressing reality of what he had witnessed. Soren felt responsible for those lost lives, and he promised himself to prepare the young warriors even more. The crowns were becoming cleverer with strategy, able to predict the clans, and they couldn't afford that. Just shy of the time of renewal, where the grounds froze and the crowns disappeared, word came. The crowns were building an army. It was to be the largest yet. Soren went to the elders, shaken by the news, and learned that not only were the crowns coming, but Gamosis would lead the attack. The false god had not been seen in many years, and the knowledge of this shook everyone to their core. Did the crowns know something the clans didn't? The decision was made without hesitation. Everyone was to fight, but the Nova would have to hold the front line, given their closer proximity. Men and women, if capable, would wield a weapon. This would be Everly's first battle, and for the first time in his life, Soren regretted ever placing a spear in her hand. With the looming war, word stretched far and wide. The witnesses, passive, were convinced to aid the clans. Soren was wary of having the fanatical group a part of the battle, and he was the first to return to the elders to express his concerns. They were far too passive, lacked strength, and were more cowards than anything else. The elders wouldn't hear it. Their primary concern was numbers, not quality, and they were hung up on the idea that this war could unify everyone for once. After much argument, Soren was requested to leave. His opinion would be no longer heard on the matter. People sold everything they had for the right weapons and armor, traveled far, and helped in any way they could. The days were spent sharpening spears, making armor, or preparing large suppers for the growing bodies of warriors. That didn't mean Soren did not keep his eye on the witnesses, though, or those that showed. Of the promised 30, only 6 arrived leading up to the battle. They were a bit meek, but they held conversation well. Soren still did not like them, but he tolerated their existence. The remaining 24 would show before the battle. Cowards. Soren toyed with the idea of trying to reach the 6 witnesses, but he knew it would be useless. They were brainwashed, completely in love with their wild visions and extreme beliefs. The only reason the 6 had showed was because they had only a sliver more dignity than the rest. So, the training continued. The day started early with high-altitude climbs through the Drift Mountains. When they returned, they were timed with how fast they could disarm their enemies. Then, when their hearts were about to burst from their chests and their breaths came ragged, they were forced to wield weapons and pull wagons full of material. It was important that the warriors were as strong as they possibly could be. The Nova threw spears, the bowmen aimed long for targets, and the Han broke the stone with their axes. Strength and endurance were essential if they were going to survive this battle. Everly, being the only Nova woman to fight, climbed the ranks quickly. She trained against the best men and bested them countless times. Her agility and quick thinking made her a menace to even the strongest warrior. She earned respect faster than anyone Soren had ever seen, and the warriors took her in like one of their own. It was these days that Everly never stopped smiling, even as the day inched nearer. Black and blue. Soren woke early the morning of the first frost to a monstrous cry. Crowns. They were days early. The infamous battle horn roared, signaling the threat. Along the rolling hills of the Nova clan, soldiers jumped up from their deep sleep and stumbled over leather and armor. They shoved feet into boots, doused their heads in ice-cold water, and dressed in their best fighting attire. Spears were yanked free from their places, and everyone charged to the battlefield. Despite the rush of adrenaline and the sound of war, Soren hesitated. Before him, he saw Everly, dressed in her attire, ready. She did not show a speck of fear in those blue eyes, and her hair was braided down her back. In one hand, a spear. Across her back, a second. It was trademark to carry 2 spears. He took in the look, faced with the biggest fear a father could have. He may never see her again. But now was not the time for sympathy. Everly would be the first to admit it, and so they left the safety of their constructed huts and ran to the front lines. The sun was barely peeking over the horizon, the meadows covered in ice, and the shadows long. Ahead, men already stopped, taking position. Soren and Everly pushed their way forward, past the dumbfounded witnesses. They had arrived only the night before, but as they did, the sight before them became clear. Crowns, dressed in thick armor and battle-hardened. They held their poisonous, rusted blades and lined the field. They stretched far and wide, and Soren swallowed. This was not a small battle. No, this was something many would not return from. The revelation of that forced his eyes to his daughter. She did not want to be coddled, not in war, but he still found his hand on her shoulder. He gave it a squeeze, forcing her eyes up to him. Never stop being brave. The words, low and hardly audible, were something he told her endlessly. She smiled. For family, she whispered back and squeezed his hand in return. The battle horn roared again, breaking the spell. Soren set his fatherhood aside and took the army before him. Fair numbers, but he worried about Gamosis. If the false god showed up mid-battle, they could be faced with severe consequences. Rumor of Gamosis' strength was ramped. He was said to be larger than any Han and stronger than 5 men. With the vast army of crowns, they wouldn't stand a chance. Not unless all soldiers turned their weapons on Gamosis, and that was if they could reach him. Their advantage was elevation and strategy. Bows would be aimed high. The crowns did not carry shields, just like them. They were bulky and got in the way. At that, Soren signaled to the archers. They followed his word without hesitation. He was not the commander of this army, but the people responded as if he was. He would hear about that later, assuming the commander or he survived this battle. Archers pulled the strings and aimed high. At the sight of the threat, the crowns started their charge. At once, the world fell quiet. The army of Nova could not be hidden. Their eyes glowed a vivid white, lighting up the surrounding area with the boldness of the sun. Soren could see his own hands as clear as day, despite the early dawn hour. Armor gleamed white from the light produced by the countless eyes ablaze. It was a visual Soren would never forget. "Hold!" He ordered. His order was repeated down the line. When the crowns got halfway, he told them to fire with a wave of his hand. Chaos ensued. The arrows whizzed through the air as the first line of men charged. Everly was by his side, keeping pace. They shared a single glance, and Soren saw the mad glee in her eyes, the very same that he possessed. She was born for this moment. Across the line, eyes turned a brilliant white as soldiers let their emotions take control. They were enraged, impassioned, and driven by the sole purpose of ending the crowns. As the arrows came crashing down, a number of crown dropped dead, but the rest moved past them without hesitation. And then, the first strike of metal against spear echoed. The fight was on them. Soren dodged, ducked, and kicked his way through. He lodged one spear in the eye of a crown while simultaneously kicking another. When he yanked his spear free, he ducked to avoid the swinging blade of a crown. Just as quickly, the enemy was ended by the tip of Everly's spear. She spared him a single glance before they fell into a dance years in the making. Father and daughter fought side by side, defending each other's weak points, killing crowns without mercy. When he ducked, she stabbed. When she kicked out, he punched. The guttural growls of the crown filled the field, deafening the yells of soldiers. A sudden wave pushed forward, and Soren and Everly were separated by countless crowns. Soren saw the strategy and started shouting. They were trying to separate the soldiers, isolate them, so that they were easier to kill. He lashed out, but the crowns were swarming. Their claws went everywhere, and he felt his skin shredded along his back. Soren punched a crown in the face, and the creature stumbled back. This gave Soren just enough time to drive his spears forward and kill a few. He could see other soldiers try to do the same, and he even saw witness men fleeing. They didn't try to fight, choosing instead to squeeze through the crowns and run. They were abandoning everyone, and he couldn't see Everly. Panic ripped the air clean from his lungs. This was an emotion he had not felt before on the battlefield, and he was terrified of it. His fighting became more sporadic, intense, and he was forcing his way backward. He didn't care about Gamosis or the crowns. He wanted to make sure Everly was okay. Damn ethics and war. He needed to see his daughter. But try as he might, he could not make progress. The crowns were growing denser, and he was fighting harder to keep himself alive. Blood soaked his arms and clothes, and he couldn't figure out if it was his or theirs. His mind was racing, his heart pounding, and the warmth of his own burning white eyes radiated across his face. And then he heard it, the scream. It cut through the madness like glass, and he froze where he was. The entire world melted away. Time slowed. The crowns hesitated. And his head spun to find the origin of the scream, but he knew where it was. The moment he heard it, he knew. Ahead, fighting to stay upright, was Everly, with a blade through her chest. A horrific and gut-wrenching scream filled the air. The crown around Soren froze, eyes filling with the faintest passing of fear, a sight he had never seen before, and he lashed out. That scream came from his own lips, and it did not stop until the air left his lungs. He slashed, stabbed, beat everything. The nearest crown's face was destroyed by his fist. The next was impaled by his spear, and he left it there. The remaining crowns never had a chance. Soren was enraged and overcome with so much anger that he could hardly decipher friend and foe. He made it to her side, but when he did, he saw her skin was slick with sweat and pale. Soren didn't wait. He hauled her up into his arms and started toward back. None of it mattered. The battle, the crowns, Gamosis. His priority was her, and right now, she needed him. The fierce song of battle waned as he ran as hard and fast as he could, back to their tents. Already, Tan signaled their arrival with a bellowing cry. Healers rushed him, but he wouldn't hand her off like that. Whispers turned to questions, and he could hardly hear any of them through the pounding of his heart. Everly's face was tucked up against his chest. It felt like he was holding her when she was 5, a child. He was guided into a private tent where he laid her as gently as he could down on the table. 2 healers immediately got to work, telling each other what they needed as they grabbed various supplies. They were well prepared, but even still, Soren couldn't move. He refused. He gripped Everly's hand as tightly as he could as her vivid blue eyes met his. "You're going to be okay," he assured. It was all he knew what to say. The alternative couldn't cross his mind. But her skin was slick with sweat, the color on her face ashen. She didn't look good, and no matter how hard he was trying to tell himself otherwise, he couldn't ignore the signs. A single tear broke free from his eyes, trailing hot down his cheek. Unbelievably, Everly smiled. "Don't cry," she whispered. She squeezed his hand in return, just as she had when they started this fight. "For family," she added, softer. Soren swallowed the choked sob. "For family," he repeated. The grip she held on him slacked. Everly's eyes, once so clear and bright, faded as life left her. Soren called to her, shook her, anything to try and bring her back. This couldn't be happening. This wouldn't. The healers were telling him things he couldn't hear. He was yelling for her, but she didn't reply. The anguish, desperate and raw, was overcome by the blinding rage that grasped Soren by the neck. He pushed people out of the way, no longer aware of who they even were, and marched right out of the tent. He saw wandering eyes meet his and then avert quickly, felt the heat of his own burning eyes torch his cheeks, and he snatched up the nearest spears. This couldn't be. Soren forbid it. But even as he repeated those words over and over in his head, he fell into a sprint back to the battlefield. He would kill them all. The fury turned his assaults on the enemy into merciless attacks. Crowns fell before they even had a chance to raise their weapons. Soren burned a path right into the heart of the Crown army, leaving a trail of dead behind him. He was covered in blood, nearly slipped on it twice, but he could not be stopped. Every action came with precise motion. Every strike landed true, and nobody stood a chance. He would fight all the way to Gamosis if needed. Nothing would stand in his way anymore. Absolutely nothing. The swarm of crowds intensified around him. Soren held his ground, earning himself a cut here and there, but he persisted, and he didn't stop until he realized there was nothing else to kill. The vast field of dead crowns stared back at him. Warriors looked about, victorious. He tried to turn, to say anything, to take a breath, but instead he felt the harsh stiffness of his muscles and his knees buckle. The last thing he remembered was his face meeting the blood-soaked soil. Part 3. Crimson Revenge. In the embrace of grief, our demons become our greatest allies. For the fate of Tresibra, this is exactly what the clans need. Bloodshed. Granted the right to die. The light was what Soren saw, but it was the agony he felt first. As his mind awakened and he shifted his head on the worn-out pillow, he was ambushed by a dozen memories at once. Everly as a young girl, her bright smile and blonde hair caught by the sun, as she spun with a bundle of wildflowers she had collected every summer morning. Everly as a young woman, with her leather armor and hair tied back, face creased in concentration as she practiced relentlessly to be the best warrior of the clan. And then those final moments, when he screamed and cursed the world for this cruel trick. His eyes still hurt, dry, crusty, and sore, as if they had been punched. His body ached, but the protest of his muscles was dull in comparison to the raw and bleeding wound in his heart. He had failed her. Soren had made a promise to protect her, damn her requests, and he had let her down. He knew she didn't want that. She wanted to prove to everyone she could stand on her own like anyone else, and he trusted her, but now she was gone because of it. When the agony wavered, anger came next. He knew he was alive, and he hated it. Soren had not ever anticipated outliving his own child. It felt almost sinful, wrong, and he felt like a fraud in this bed. Everly should have been laying here, and it should have been him embraced by death. Her cold fingers would have hurt far less than what he was feeling now. Voices met his ears, soft, faint, but the creaking of the floorboards indicated someone was coming into the room he lay in. Slowly, reluctantly, he opened his eyes. The light hurt, but he quickly adjusted and saw the simple attire of the room. Thin curtains, a narrow cot he lay on, and a thin sheet covered him. A single lantern hung to his left, but it was not lit currently. "Oh!" The voice of Anna came from his right, and he turned to see his wife rushing over to him. Her hair was clipped above her head, but rogue strands framed her face. Her dress, covered in flour, smelled of roasted vegetables and meat. Her hands found him, and she started patting him, as if to ensure he was truly here. "You're alive." The two words twisted the dagger of guilt more. His face, which had remained devoid of emotion, contorted into a scowl. But Everly. Anna's eyes' expression caught, and he realized then that she had been crying, but she quickly shook her head. "I cannot lose both of you. Rest, my love. You are safe, and that is all that matters." Soren wanted to say more, but he was utterly exhausted, and he could feel his grasp on consciousness failing. But the crowns... Shh. There is nothing to worry about right now. They were driven back, and we have the Tan here to help. Days would go by. Soren healed quickly with the help of the Tan healers. While his physical wounds were fixed up nicely, and he slowly regained strength, the wound in his heart festered. Resentment and anger infected every part of him, drawing out a side of him that he did his best to keep locked away. Soren learned that the day of her passing was renamed in honor of her. They called it Everly's Charge, and while he was humbled to know she would become a part of history, he could not shake the fact that a day named after her would not help him heal. Every year, he would be reminded of the day he failed her. On the 5th day, they celebrated her and the other fallen warriors, though there weren't many who had perished that day. Somehow, knowing that made it far more bitter. With the help of Anna, he was able to make it to the fire, lit as part of the celebration. All around, citizens tossed a folded piece of parchment into the wild flames, including him. On each was a special message to the dead. Sometimes people wrote their deepest confessions, but many wrote their respects to the fallen. With a shaky hand, Soren had written the one message he would repeat to himself until the day he no longer could stand. "I will avenge you." He would bring honor to the Nova name, but more importantly, he would prove to the entire world that the Nova clan was the most feared clan ever seen. Reports trickled in over those days that the witnesses, the cowards who had abandoned them on the field, were exiled from the lands. The remaining followers fled south, but what became of them was unknown. In a bold and unifying act, every clan refused them entry. Those who had homes on clan territory were raided and forced out. Children were taken in hopes of rehabilitating them. Any adult who refused was killed on the spot. Overnight, the cult-like group collapsed, and their religious beliefs became dust in the wind. But while the country and clans were taking steps to move forward, Soren wasn't. His injuries, despite the work of the Tan, would not heal all the way. His heart grew heavier and heavier with each passing day, and the final memory of Everly became so loud that he could not find peace. Night terror started on the third night and grew in violence. The Tan, concerned for the well-being of the other healing men and women, moved his room to the farthest reaching room. They even padded his door with straw in hopes of silencing the screams. It failed, though, and on the seventh day, as Soren lay there, lost in the merciless chokehold of grief, he overheard Anna and Kara, a Tan healer, speaking with the elders from outside his door. "He barely eats. He drinks more mead than water, and his fever will not break until the furnace in his eyes burns out." Kara, the Tan healer. The Tan elders had started daily visits with Soren. If they had hoped to stir some sort of purpose in him, they were wrong. Some mumbling, "Have you tried a cold bath?" It was Maggie, another Tan healer. "He needs a reason to live. Give him what he desires, and he will find purpose." There was a long moment of silence. Soren waited, unsure if they'd all retreated, but an elder finally spoke up with their gruff voice. "Kara, your words are twisted. There's no clear meaning. Tell us what you mean." A scoff. "His heart is filled with so much rage. That is what drives the fever. I dare say, if give him a target, a common enemy, he would be able to start the healing process." When no voices followed, she added, "Such anger cannot be healed with our herbs." More mumbles. Soren could practically hear them nod from here. "What of the child who went missing from the Nova family from the north?" Maggie asked. He hadn't heard of such a thing yet. The voices sounded bolder, as if this was their great plan. He tried to snort from his place in the bed, but all that came out was a weak exhale. The next word struck a chord deep within him. "Go to him. He is putting those who need to be here at risk. Heal him and send him away. I grieve for him, but it cannot be at the expense of others." Guilt swelled up with agonizing force. Had he become such a burden? "This is the path he needs to travel." Kara's words are final, and he hears the creaking floorboards of the impromptu meeting disperse. Almost instantly, Maggie and Kara enter. Anna, to his surprise, is not here, and that somehow makes all of this worse. Kara made her way over with a frown and slowly settled onto the edge of the bed. "Soren, we need your help. You need to heal. There is a calling of your name." Her tone was pleading. He wouldn't budge. He did not want their pity. "Unless you have come to bring me my drink, you can leave." Maggie's chin raised, as if she had just challenged the world. She crossed her arms and gave him a hard stare. "Everly would be ashamed of your actions." At that, he feels the fire die. The gaping hole in his chest feels more like an abyss than the shallow creek he had manifested in hopes of controlling the sorrow. He did not reply. He couldn't, and he watched the ladies exchange looks. Finally, Maggie spoke. "There is a young girl who went missing 2 days before the battle. There have been scouters, but they have not been able to locate her. You cannot bring Everly back from the grave, but this is a family whose daughter you can save. There are few that know the northern woods of your territory better than you, Soren." His name came out as a final slap. "The time you waste here is time this family is without their daughter." The words burrowed themselves so deep into his heart that they challenged the festering ailment of resentment. The two emotions clashed within him, and he writhed uncomfortably. A part of him did not wish to be so willing to let go of the anger and guilt. It had become so ingrained into his everyday life, these passing days, that to let it go almost felt like abandonment. But the other part, the Nova in him, saw purpose. No harm was to come to a child. That was one of the 12 laws, and he swore to himself that he would uphold all these laws in equal respect. What lay before him, a chance at redemption, gave him purpose. He would find this girl and return her to her family, where she belonged. If he could not save Everly, he would save this little girl. He knew Everly would want it this way. He met Maggie's eyes with his own blue gaze, a color the people had not seen since the day he woke up after the battle. His heart beat with a little more intention than moments prior. This was what he would do. When he opened his mouth to speak, he found his tongue parched. "My spears, armor, where are they?" A sliver of a smile touched Maggie's lips, and he could visibly see the stress leave Kara's shoulders. "You can see the smith at the town square for your armor and spears," Maggie answered. Renewed, Soren tore the sheet off and stood. Kara jumped out of the way, and a curse left her lips. His muscles were taut, already prepared for the journey, and the fatigue that had plagued him vanished instantly. But as he did so, Maggie's eyes dropped down before reverting immediately. Kara covered her face. He was naked. "Possibly a bath and clothes first, eh?" Maggie, now flushed with embarrassment, said. Her eyes were still averted, but her teasing smile had turned into a wide, amused grin. It was not unusual for clan members to see each other without clothes, especially in healing quarters, but there was something distinctly vulnerable about this moment. Soren could sense the shift in the room, perhaps a mix of surprise and relief to have him leaving, and he felt heat rise to his cheeks. He'd not felt so out of place since he was a child. Before he could say anything, Maggie took the initiative. "There are clean clothes next to the bed. I will draw a bath for you, and will need to check on your bandages before you leave." A vengeful crown. When Soren had bathed himself and dressed in clean clothes, a simple drawstring tunic with black pants, he made his way down to the town square. His steps were more confident, and his posture was straight. Eyes glanced his way, but when he met them, they quickly averted. Nobody wished to meet the eyes of a man bent on revenge. There was a harshness about a man's gaze like that. It challenged anyone who dared stand in his way. When he made his way into the small but packed store of the blacksmith, he paused at the doorway. "Smith?" When a stout tan appeared from behind the counter, his face was covered in grime and sweat, and his eyes twinkled. Soren took another step forward, suddenly feeling exposed. As if the entire town knew of his bloodiest guilt. Perhaps they did. "I was told you had my armor and spear. Is that so?" The smith never broke eye contact. "Aye, you're Soren, yeah?" He nodded. A fleeting awkwardness passed between them. The physical gap suddenly felt like a vast ocean, and Soren glanced around, tempted to bolt from these walls. They felt intrusive, suffocating. He shifted on his feet, feeling the worn-out leather in his boots bend far too much. He'd need to replace those soon, but not today. Finally, the tan broke the silence. "Your daughter. I'm sorry." "No need," Soren interrupted. The mention of her made his heart flutter, and the festering resentment squirm. "I did not come here for sympathy. I came here for my armor and spear." The smith looked almost relieved. He was not a man of sympathy either, and instantly Soren took to him. They could connect on that aspect. He approached the counter, letting his gaze wander across all the handmade and unique weapons and armor. There were greaves and braces to his left, each one carved with a different design. To his right, sheaths stained in different colors with what appeared to be similar designs. Any buyer could be a matching set of unique armor. He couldn't imagine how much that cost. When he made his way to the counter, he returned his eyes to the tan before him. There was a significant height difference, but the tan had the spirit of a giant. "You have done all this?" he asked. The smith nodded. "I been working with leather and weapons since I was a baby." At that he laughed, gruff, loud, warm. "Were you looking for something?" Soren shook his head. "No, just what I came for." The amused glimmer in the smith's eyes didn't falter, and Soren wondered if that was just the tan's natural look. He didn't think he could ever feel that free again, and for a fleeting moment, he envied the man across from him. With little time wasted, the Tan disappeared and returned with the requested items. As he approached, he spoke proudly. I have mended your plates and folded the metal of your spear tips 30 times. I couldn't get the wood to balance, so I've inlaid a metal into the core of the wood. The added weight should balance the spear and allow it to flex without adding too much stress or weight. With care, the smith placed the items on the counter between them. Soren saw then how scarred and calloused his hands were. Those were the hands of decades of hard work. Despite feeling like time was not on his side, Soren's eyes remained fixed on the pristine work of his armor and spear. They looked brand new, actually better than the day he bought them. Slowly he reached out and picked up the closest spear. The weight felt good, and he bounced it between his hands several times, testing. This was perfect, even better than before. Prior, Soren sometimes overdid it because the weight of the spear was too light for the strength of his swings. The added metal gave the spears exactly what they needed to complement his use of them. He looked back at the man across from him. I will repay you when I return. What is your name? Henry, the Tan stated. Soren knew the name well. Henry was the creator who hollowed the needles the Nova used many years ago. The man looked no older than 6 renewals, but had to be more than 150 years old. To be in the presence of the man who saved the Nova clan's existence was awe-inspiring, and Soren promised himself that he would buy this man a drink when he returned. Right now, though, his mind was hooked on the journey ahead and the little girl who needed his help. Thank you, Henry. I owe you a debt. The next words left no room for argument. No debt can repay what my people owe you for the courage your family showed on the battlefield. Soren felt himself flinch under the reference to that terrible day, but he hoped it did not show. With a curt nod, he collected his things and left. As Soren headed for the stables, he saw Anna at the trading post. He hesitated. There was an awkwardness between them currently, and he wasn't sure how to broach anything with her. She looked at him differently the last time they had seen each other. It was quick, but Soren had caught it. He wondered if she blamed him for what had happened to Everly, and to some degree, he hoped she did. It would make the resentment and anger so much more justifiable if he knew someone blamed him. Still, he longed to cross the street and take her in his arms. He wanted a hug, to feel her warmth, and to know he wasn't alone. But he had already been such a burden to her, and he didn't want her to continue to feel like she had to manage his emotions. Soren needed to do that himself. With a final glance, he continued into the stables. When he returned, he would set things right with his wife. A horse was already prepared for him. Word traveled fast once he had left the healing house of the Tan. Kill, a young stable hand, was sitting on some hay, digging at his nails with straw. When he saw Soren, he jumped up, but lost his hat in the process. The Tan grunted and swooped up the thing before placing it right back on his head. You the Nova? The young man asked. Soren forced the best smile he could muster, but it must have looked more like a twisted scowl, because the Tan hesitated too long to continue. When he did, he motioned to the saddled chestnut steed. She's a good traveler, doesn't tire like the rest of them. We figured she would be a good companion. Soren set his things down and began dressing in his armor. The straps and weight felt like home. Thank you. Can I pay you when I return? The Tan waved his hand. No need. You are doing an honorable thing already. The least we can do is give you the resources to be successful. Eh? At that, he chuckled. The young boy looked to be no older than 15, but Soren knew well enough now to guess his real age was likely closer to 30. The Tan were phenomenal at looking far younger. And he also knew that he couldn't argue. Another person to dry a drink for, he supposed. When his armor was on, he strapped his spears across his back in their sheaths. Her name? The stable hand undid the reins, keeping the horse still. We call her Pearl, though some of the lads have nicknamed her Runner." When Soren raised his brow, he added, "Because she never stops moving." He nodded. "Pearl it is." It stuck better. Soren knew the woods of the north better than any man. They were his place of solitude and where he hunted. He had spent many years as a child, calling the woods his sanctuary when his life at home was far too harsh for any child. As he approached the great forest's edge, he halted Pearl. The looming pines had not changed. They still offered a sanctuary to his soul and mind. But now, purpose. In there, a child awaited him in need. Redemption tasted just a little bit sweeter on his tongue, but he was nowhere near ready to squash the gnawing resentment. He descended from his steed, gave her a good pat on the shoulder, and knelt to pray. He was not a praying man. Hadn't been in a while, but today, that would change. "Nagessi, I need your guidance. I give my life to serve those who cannot protect themselves. Guide my spear to protect the weak and banish the evil from this world." A breeze whispered to him, and he raised his head. There was only one thing left to do now. Soren knew he had only a day or two to retrieve the girl. Any longer, and he risked her being another victim of this cruel reality, and he could not burden another soul dead because of him. He jumped back on the saddle and gave Pearl a good squeeze with his boots. The main path the people and animals used was worn down and easy to follow. They would stick to that until he found any signs to indicate otherwise. Pearl moved at a fast trot, near canter, as they drove deeper into the forest. Birds chirped, deer startled, and the occasional squirrel screamed in protest to their unwelcomed arrival. Pearl jumped over some fallen trees, and he let himself a sliver of joy to be traversing these grounds again. The wind was in his face, the sweet scent of pine was thick, and he could feel the eyes of all the critters around him. But still, his eyes searched. Pearl's nostrils flared and her ears twitched at any new sound. There was nothing here to indicate that a girl had been through. No footsteps, no dragging, for he feared the worst, and no fire pits. Nothing. How can there be nothing? They traveled deeper and deeper. Daylight wavered as the shadows grew taller across the forest floor. At one point, he even spotted a Waynar. The cat-like creature was smaller than a deer, but fierce and predatory. It skittered immediately when it saw him, but it did give Pearl and him both a startle. He kept checking behind him as they pushed forward. Waynars were ruthless stalkers, if they were hungry, and he hoped he did not earn him or Pearl a place on the creature's plate. Off in the distance, Soren's eyes picked up a small piece of blue. It was hanging on a low branch close to the ground. He shifted Pearl's path, and they made their way over to the area, stepping over dozens of branches. He descended from the saddle and approached slowly. Soren wasn't sure what to expect, perhaps a crown to jump out at him. He took care to check his surroundings, wondering if this was a trap. There was nothing, though. The birds overhead continued to chat away, a good sign that there were no predators nearby. He knelt and grasped the cloth. It was a piece from a dress. He recognized it because Everly had done something similar when she was only 3 or 4. She had been playing outside with the other kids and had gotten her dress stuck on some branches. She'd come back home, proud and dirty, with pieces of her dress missing. Holding this piece now, he felt the emotions bubble up, and he quickly shoved them down. He could not afford to grieve here and now. Glancing around, he noticed a faint path through the unused ground. Long grass was shifted, leaves smashed, and, for the common eye, they might notice the slightest changes in the forest floor. But Soren was a hunter. He knew. He stood and tucked the cloth into a pouch on his belt. Soren wasn't sure what he would do with it now, but he did not wish to litter. He was in animal territory now, not his own, and he best respect that. Soren took the reins of Pearl's bridle and guided her forward with him. They moved slower because he was looking for any more signs of the little girl's whereabouts. The trail they followed continued onward, and as boulders started to decorate the ground, a sense of dread welled up inside him. No longer were the birds singing. They were heading straight for the Hummeline caves. Not even the beasts of Tresibra wandered close to a place like this. This was home to the crown gulls. The harvesters called this place home in the late season before the time of renewal. They burrowed deep within, leveraging the unnatural warmth of the tunnels during the coldest time of the year. A lot of theories surrounded the Hummeline caves, but many liked to think it was where Tresibra herself resided. Her own breath swept through the winding tunnels, warming them. "This is an evil place," Soren mumbled to Pearl. Her ears were moving much more now, her eyes a bit wider. Even the animals knew not to come close. He could only hope she remained faithful while he took care of business inside. Soren did not need to ask Nagesi or the forest if this was where the little girl was taken. He knew without a doubt she had been dragged well underneath the surface of this world. Time would be limited. The caves were used as entrance and exit points for the crown, and he did not want to be standing here when one happened to wander out. He led Pearl west of the cave, where the land was lusher and forgiving than the dying soil surrounding the Hummeline caves. Finding a good tree, he tied her reins on a low-hanging branch, which would grant her access to the grass below. From here, the crowns would not see her if any one of them came about. With a good pat, he bid her farewell and hoped she'd be there when he returned. If not, it would be a long walk back to the clan. Soren unlatched the hooks to his sheath, allowing him to yank either spear free at a moment's notice. He approached with more caution, listening to any unnatural sounds, but there was nothing. The gaping hole of the cave's entrance was the only thing greeting him. With it, the horrific stench of the crown. They smelled of rotting decay. His eyes watered and his stomach twisted, and he suppressed a gag. He stood there for far too long, battling with his own body, before he was able to seize total control. Ready, he entered. In the shadows he paused. No light would get him killed. The crown were fantastic travelers at night, but not him. He pulled free one of the spears, then proceeded to reach into one of the pouches on his belt and pulled free his flint and a bundled-up cloth that was dipped in beeswax. All soldiers carried such items for an occasion such as this. Quickly, he tied the cloth around and struck his flint. The sound, deafening to him, only made him more on edge. The last thing he wanted was to draw the crowns out before he even had a chance to locate the girl. When the flame erupted, he tucked the flint back into his pouch and swept the fire around the gaping entrance. Behind, the light of the forest was dull. Ahead, darkness. But no crown, and for that he was grateful. With one final deep breath, he continued onward. Every few steps, he halted and listened. Crowns had a distinct sound, but he didn't want to be foolish either. Deeper and deeper he went. The tunnels descended at a steady incline, and at one point he had to choose between left or right. Everything stunk, so he chose to judge his decision by the soil. It was hard-packed, but there were fresh claw marks to the left, so that is where he went. It startled him that he had not encountered anything. The crowns had grown far too comfortable that it was only they who could traverse these tunnels. A faint scuffle, and he stopped. His heart, having beat steadily, skipped a beat. Adrenaline already coursed through his veins and made his fingers tingle. Up to this point, Soren had been focused on the girl, but he hadn't realized how much he craved driving his spear into the heart of a crown, until now. He moved forward, slower, ears strained. The scuffling got louder, but chatter followed. Not the normal language that he would hear strolling through a market, but broken and guttural speech patterns that the crowns used. He extinguished the small fire and dared to go as close as he could without tipping off the crowns. A faint light from somewhere, But he didn't stop long enough to think about it. All that mattered was that there was just enough light to allow him to see, albeit extremely limited. Take 2. The broken sentence met his ears, and he held his breath. Soren didn't want to miss anything else. For Root, take her. More muddled words, but he caught those 4. Soren took a few more steps, turning a corner. Torches. They were everywhere. He couldn't see the crowns right away, and he hid behind pieces of rock jutting from the ground. When he peeked around the other side, he saw a few crowds hunched over something, and backs turned. His heart leapt. This was it. The adrenaline melted into anger that he had to cage. Now was not the time to lose control. 2 crowns. It would be easy, so long as he remained steadfast and focused. Sweat drenched his brow and clothes. He gripped the spear in his tighter hand and worked his way closer. He kept himself crouched, careful with his steps so that he didn't make a noise. Closer and closer. The crowns kept to themselves, muttering guttural words to themselves that he didn't care enough to listen to. It would only take a few quick motions to end both of these crowns, but he would need to be precise. The one on his left was closer, and he raised his spear, ready to drive the tip into the base of the crown's skull. 3, 2, 1. Soren thrust his spear into the rear base of the crown's skull, and before the second Gaul could react, he swept the legs from under him. He yanked his spear free from the head of the first crown and drove the bloody tip into the frightful eye of the second one. The squelching sound was the only thing that either crown made before they both went silent. Soren stared, but only momentarily. He did not feel the triumph of battle in his blood, but the savage need that he was not satisfied. He wiped the blood free with the dirty cloth that dressed the crown and swept his gaze around the chamber. It did not take long for him to locate the little girl. Her body lay motionless, a bit away, dressed in blue and with a head of dark hair that was tangled. He rushed over to her, laying his spear on the ground next to him. Soren's calmness melted into panic as he quickly assessed her. Skin pale, dull, and her lips devoid of color. He pressed his fingers underneath her jaw, finding her cold to the touch. Still, he waited. He had to. Seconds bled away, and there was not a pulse. Soren did not want to believe it, so he tapped her face. Her head rolled, but there was no other reaction. Anger evolved to white rage. He had one job, one duty, and he had failed. Again. Soren slammed his fist into the ground, feeling the knuckles split and the pain radiate up his arm. He could not believe it. No. He refused. This was supposed to be redemption. Instead, he was staring at the lifeless body of a little girl. Was this mockery? Was this life's way of destroying him? Soren was a Nova. His job was built to honor, to protect, and to give. In the last 14 days, he had all that stripped from him. What lay before him was the last of his morals. He stripped himself of the cloak across his shoulders and laid it over her, as gently as he could. He wrapped her up, unable to bear the look of her lifelessness. When that was done, he grabbed his spear, stood, and took one look at the empty chamber. No more. Soren let out a bellowing roar that echoed for what felt like an eternity. He wanted, no, he needed the crown's attention. He would kill every last one of them. Scuffle, chatter, shouts, and then the first wave of the crowns arrived. Their beady black eyes stared at him, their rusted weapons held high as they charged with no consideration. That was all he needed. Soren's eyes went white, and he lunged. 2 crowns dropped before he even took his first breath. 4 fell before he even earned his first scratch, and on the 12th one, His face was painted with the blackened blood of the crown. He kept going, seizing this opportunity to let loose every emotion he had smothered up until this point. It was the most freeing decision he had ever made. He would not leave until every last one was slaughtered. Tea for the broken. The travel back to the village was far too long for Soren's comfort. The entire way, he carried the girl, and he did not stop to even rest. There was no good sleeping with the dead, and he considered it a bad omen. Soren was a man of logic, but when it came to the dead, he stayed true to the traditions. When he finally made it to the village, the first raindrops fell. His body was covered in Crown's blood, and he knew he reeked of them. His clothes, in fine condition just several days ago, were tattered and worn. The color of his shirt was nearly unrecognizable. Pearl was dropped off at the stable, but he did not speak to the young man who had helped him when he left. There was little he wished to say. It felt like his own tongue had abandoned him. By the time he had made it to the elder's hall, his muscles started to protest. The arrival back reminded him of all the aches and pains. His back hurt, his arms were stiff, and there was a gash along his arm that he had not earned from the crown, but from stumbling through the cave blindly. He had taken the brunt of the fall, not wishing to damage the girl any more than she had been. The elder who had greeted him did not say much, and he was grateful, though when the question was asked as to what happened, Soren shook his head. Still, he did not wish to speak. More important, he could not fathom facing the family of this little girl. He was utterly ashamed of himself. As he made his way back home, he knew he would have to face Anna. What would he say? How would she even look at him? Surely she would be disappointed. And he wasn't even sure he could handle that. It was one thing to be mad at himself. It was another thing entirely to feel the heavy weight of his own wife's displeasure. He had to pass the field stone where Everly once stood proud. The rawness of the memory ripped the air clean from his lungs, and he bowed his head. A single tear fell. This was not the man Soren had thought he would become. In angry failure. He had tried to find purpose in saving the little girl, but even that couldn't be achieved. It was starting to feel like maybe it was time Soren hung up his spears and walked away from it all. He was not sure he could handle another stab from fate. The stairs to the porch creaked as he approached the door. Already, inside, he could hear movement. A part of him wanted to turn around and disappear for a while, get his thoughts together, but another knew that if anything were to disappoint Anna, it would be his lack of forthcomingness. So he opened the door. Immediately, the scent of roasted meat and fresh-baked bread met his nostrils. It had been 2 days since his last meal, and he only remembered that now. His appetite had been non-existent until now. Still, he wasn't sure he could eat. "Soren, is that you?" Anna called from the galley. There was some clattering that followed, but Soren hardly paid attention. In the sanctuary of his own home, he felt safe to grieve. He stripped himself of his armor, laying the pieces on the floor next to the furnace. They would need a hot bath to strip the grime, and he knew Anna would do that. She was always so attentive to his needs. Opening his mouth, he hoped to speak, to say anything at all, but no words came out, and so he clamped his mouth shut. Footsteps came closer, and he knew Anna stood there at the doorway of the living room. He could hardly meet her in the eye. "I'll draw a bath. You must rest your feet." At the sound of her voice, he finally met her gaze. He hadn't bid her farewell when he left, and the guilt of that wished to swallow him whole. "Anna." "I know where you've been. There was no need." At once, she disappeared down the hall. He could not tell if this was just tired or angry. He sat by the fire, lost, and had no idea what time it was when she came to fetch him. "Come." she ordered and reached out to him. Slowly, she helped him up. His legs no longer felt so sure of themselves, and he relied heavily on Anna to walk to the bath. There was a lot he wanted to say, but nothing more came out. Anna, seeming to sense this, spoke up instead. I made your favorite beef stew with wild vegetable root. I picked them this morning, too. Once you're all cleaned up and that awful smell is off of you, I'll bring you a bowl. He managed the smallest chuckle. Crown blood had a terrible smell. When he was inside the bathroom, he slowed. Anna gave him a small pat before leaving him be, and he was grateful she did. Expressing any sort of emotion beyond rage was not a skill he would say he possessed. The little interaction they just had felt like the longest conversation he had ever had. He was too tired to deal with the nuances of connecting with people. To his left, on a stool, was a small wooden boat. He had carved that from a piece of peach tree when Anna was pregnant with Everly. It reminded him of the simpler times, where his biggest concern was whether or not Everly would start a water fight while hauling buckets of fresh water from the nearby river. When Anna finally fetched him from his bath, for he had let the water run cold, he was served a wonderful bowl of food. If not for the bath, he had likely not eaten. But the bath had served its purpose. It had rinsed him of the physical evidence of what he'd done. A bit more refreshed, he'd eaten 2 full servings before retiring to bed with his wife. They didn't speak much, which he was grateful for, but he did take her in his arms. He wasn't sure what to verbally say to her, but he wanted her to know how much he loved her. Soren? The voice came from somewhere beyond the veil of slumber. Soren rolled over, unperturbed. Soren, are you up? He yanked the sheets over his head and held them a little tighter. He did not wish to be disturbed. Floorboards creaked, and he felt the fight drain from his body. Anna was seeking him out. Slowly, he sat back up and rubbed the sleep from his eyes. There was little he wished to do but sleep, and he hoped whatever it was that Anna was waking him for was not an emergency. Having slept a full night, he was sore, and his head pounded with a vengeance. Anna appeared in the doorway, frowning. In her hand was a letter, wrapped in twine and sealed with a wax stamp. She was usually far more reactive on such matters. Spilled milk could earn a shriek from her, and it often rattled Soren senseless. She was always the one to overreact, although he had learned to tease her for it after so many times. But seeing her standing there now, so stoic, was almost worse. "What is it?" he asked. His voice was raspy and his tongue parched. Anna unsealed the letter and quickly unfolded it to read its contents. It was addressed to you. She started, and then fell quiet. He waited, feeling the pull of slumber tug a little harder. His eyelids drooped, and he swore he may have fallen asleep only momentarily as she stood there. When she was done, she looked at him. The elders of the 5 clans, they are summoning you to the Great Hall in 3 days from now. Her voice hardened instantly, and she folded the letter back up. Don't. They know we are still grieving. Do they have any sympathy at all? Soren wanted to say something, but he didn't care. All of it felt so trivial that he would think about it all later. He wished to only sleep. Tucking himself further back into bed, he rolled over. I'm going back to my bed. Unless the crowns show up, do not wake me. The battle to prolong war. The smell of peach cakes caressed Soren out of his deep sleep. Hints of honey and vanilla filled his nose. It had been a few months since Anna had made these, but he immediately rose from bed. He loved mornings where peach cakes and hot tea greeted him. They were once Everly's favorite, too. Anna would grind seeds and nuts that she purchased from the market into flour. Then she would add fresh eggs, some milk, and a pinch of salt. And then crush a few ripe peaches into the flat cakes that were toasted over a hot cast iron pan. The sun's rays were peeking through the curtains that Anna had kept closed for him. Slowly, he dressed himself in simple attire and stretched. His muscles still ached, but they felt far better than yesterday, and his head was much clearer. What had happened still haunted him, but he swore to himself that he would not punish Anna for his demons. She was his wife, his best friend, his everything, and he needed to ensure she knew that. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Soren made his way down the hall and into the galley. There he saw Anna with her favorite everyday dress and her hair braided down her back. She looked up from the plate she had already prepared for him. Soren's stomach growled in response. He could not wait to eat. "I made pine needle tea too, your favorite." Anna motioned to the steaming mug next to the plate. Soren stood there for a long moment, captivated. This was the woman he had married, and he would be damned to throw it all away because of his demons. She had been through everything with him, thick and thin, and she still smiled. If that was not the best woman a man could ask for, he didn't know what was. Anna brushed a rogue strand behind her ear. "Well, go on now. Eat before it gets cold." She turned and grabbed the plate, but Soren crossed the short distance and wrapped his arms around her. He tucked his face into the crook of her neck and inhaled deeply. "I love you, Anna. Never forget that." She chuckled and gave his hand a squeeze. "I know. Times have been hard, but we still have a roof over our head, food to eat, and each other. That is all any of us could ask for right now." Soren kissed her cheek. "Agreed." She wiggled free from his grip and he grinned. She was a tease. "Eat," she insisted. "I know you like them hot." Raising his brow at her, he reached over and picked up his plate and mug. "If you insist," he replied, and made his way to the table. As he sat, Anna set herself up across from him. She had cloth, twine, and the remaining cakes. With care, she started wrapping them up. "If you eat these now, there will be none for the trip," she commented when his eyes rested a little too long on the pastries. "I shall not hear you complain. You have nothing to eat if you do so." He laughed and dug into his food. The peach cakes were, as always, incredible. Flaky, buttery, and sweet. They were eaten far too fast, but he couldn't help himself. Pushing the plate aside, he took his mug into both of his hands and sipped. The bite of the pine needle was the perfect complement to a meal like this. "Do you need help packing?" he asked. They were to leave for the elders' hall today. She eyed him and smiled. "You know what I'll say." He hid his own smile by taking another drink. "You know I always ask." "I know," she replied, and tied off another bundle of peach cakes. "Everything in here will be taken care of." "Then I'll ready the horses and saddles." The hours slipped by quickly. Once Soren was done with his drink, he made his way outside and prepared everything. Packs were tied to the saddles, where the food and anything needed for travel would be stored. He knew Anna would likely bring a blanket or two. She was not accustomed to the harsh travel conditions that Soren was, so he got to the larger pack too. When that was done, he checked the horses. Hooves, teeth, gait, all of it to make sure they weren't bringing a lame horse. Not that he suspected it, but it was a good habit to always check before leaving. Satisfied, he led the horse out next to the house and tied them up at the post. Then he meandered inside and found Anna had prepared bath water, so he quickly washed himself. She was far more organized about this than he was. Soren was a bit of an animal when it came to such things. He didn't think about washing himself before long days of travel, or how one outfit, over another, might suit the elements better. He simply charged out of the house and into the unknown. When he was dressed, he walked out to the living room. A cloak was always necessary for such travel, sun or rain. It offered a little extra protection from the elements. Sword strapped to the hip, he waited only a moment before Anna appeared in her own cloak and travel attire. He spied a small dagger on her waist, and he smiled. Good. He always insisted she wore that when they took to longer traveling. One could never be too prepared for danger. Anna reached up and trailed her fingers over his face. Soren had hardly looked in the mirror since his arrival, but he knew there was an ugly gash across his face that would make a nasty scar. She inspected it before pulling her hand away. "Perhaps I should bring some ointment to help with that." "Anna," Soren interrupted and offered a smile. "You know I don't want that. Are you ready?" She rolled her eyes, but only in that playful way she was wonderful at doing. "Oh, all right, let's go." The next 2 days were long, but Soren enjoyed the company of Anna. She went willingly without asking, and he appreciated her support. They rode a lot in silence. Years of marriage offer the comfort of each other's presence without the need for conversation. But there were also times when they spoke. More importantly, they spoke about Everly. They hadn't opened up about the rawness of her passing, and at first he was hesitant to do so. But there was a spell about being on the road with someone, utterly alone. A sanctuary was constructed around them, and the world felt so far away, and before either knew it, they were speaking about Everly and who she was. They spoke about her childhood, about her quirks and pet peeves. They laughed when they spoke about all the times she got in trouble because she was just a fierce young girl who didn't do well with rules. Soren used to worry that the elders would come knocking on his door, demanding she was better behaved, but they never did. The stories came easier as time went on. They tiptoed around the recent year, not wishing to wander too close to the dreadful day, but they were both okay with that. There were so many memories to unpack from the years leading up to this one, and they, for once, allowed themselves to grieve. They laughed, they cried, and on several occasions, they stopped just to give each other a hug. This journey was the start of healing, and Soren understood that. They were both dealing with the tragic loss of their daughter in different ways, but they had each other. And so long as they respected how each other grieved, that would be okay. And they did. On the second day, they spoke about the harsher reality of themselves, what they thought, how they felt, and why, to some degree, they blamed themselves. Anna felt she had not been a mother because she supported Everly becoming a warrior, while Soren blamed himself entirely for what happened. They broke down countless stone barriers that they had quickly placed around their own hearts, and they came to realize one thing. Everly wanted this. She wanted to be a warrior. She wanted to take the hard path. She knew of the risks and the likelihood of an early death, and no matter what, Soren and Anna both agreed that nothing they could have said would persuade her otherwise. This was Everly's choice. The day she picked up the spear, she had felt a calling, and they gave her the opportunity to embrace that. Still, acknowledging such a thing did not make any of it easier. Soren knew it would take many years before he could even dare to forgive himself, and he knew Anna felt the same. But they did what any parent could do. They released themselves from the responsibility. When they arrived at the Great Hall on the night of the second day, they gawked. The hand had built this, and it was impressive. Intricate design work, white marble, and a chapel-style entrance with large double doors decorated with iron. Several clan members were wandering in and out, passing word to one another. Anna and Soren quickly found the stables, dedicated to them and the other travelers. They handed their horses over and thanked the young man before they made their way toward the wide steps. "This structure looks as if Nagesi himself laid the stone," Anna whispered. As they neared, they took in the mark of Tresibra that stretched over both the doors. It was a large tree, symbolic of the peach tree, and was done with a wood-burning technique. He never got tired of seeing it, but this would be Anna's first time. The first time he came here, he received recognition for a battle where a handful of Nova had volunteered to aid the Nomnarb in ridding their land of wild boar-like creatures. These beasts had been slaughtering the Nomnarb's cattle and sheep. He had earned his first scar that day, and he glanced down at his left arm. Underneath all that fabric was a ragged-looking scar that stretched over his forearm. He had nearly lost his arm that day to one of those things. They pushed the doors open and were greeted by the thick smell of peach wood burning in the large stone fire pit in the center of the chamber. This was one of the few places that burned peach wood. It was far too precious to be widely used in such a fashion. The place itself was massive. They could fit 400 men in here, if needed. Tables and chairs were scattered about, but most people were standing. Clan members from all over glanced their way. He spied the Han, Nomnarbs, Tan, and even the bowman. A stout man revealed himself from a crowd. Old, face wrinkled, he approached with a grin larger than his face. "Soren, you are shorter than I remember." Elder Park of the Tan. The man had a tongue forged with sarcasm. "And I can see you've not grown past the height of a baby sheep." Soren let his own smile decorate his face. The two locked eyes before erupting in laughter that caused the surrounding people to glance their way. Many years ago, Soren and Park worked on the guard towers together. They spent many drunk evenings together, laughing and cussing all sorts of trouble in the nearby pubs. There were plenty of occasions where they were so drunk they woke up in the stables covered in straw. Those were the younger days, and Soren would be damned before he ever repeated such an evening. Despite all the havoc they caused, it was Park himself who had invented the longbow that would accelerate the bowman's weaponry. An elder Han approached them, his face struck in what appeared to be a permanent scowl. It did not take away from the glimmer in his eyes, though, which were bright and youthful. A scar decorated the left side of his neck. He was quite the opposite of Park. Tall, wide shoulders, and, well, a giant. With a nod, he spoke. "Soren, I have heard of, and many have now seen what the Nova clan can do on the battlefield. Your clan's valor has been proven. Some say in those final moments, the Nova's strength was that of a Han, their accuracy that of a bowman, and their swiftness that of a Nomnarb." Now he took a deep breath, his shoulders sinking. "We need to seek to channel that strength as the lands grow weak. We have lost many from the wars prior. I know you have seen your fair share of that." Soren always appreciated a strong Han. They never dabbled in small talk. They simply got to the point. It was also said that they had the intelligence of a Tan. Park interjected with a wag of his finger. Soren side-eyed his friend, who returned it with a grin. The Han did not react, clearly not picking up on the joke. "We need your help. This is warfare that we've never attempted before, and I am asking for your spears." At once, more elders arrived. Bowman and Nova trailed each other, and in their hands was a drink of thick goo. Soren did not know, and he did not want to ask. Certain things he could not stomach, and a gooey substance was one of them. "This is not a campaign of many. These are strategic information-gathering expeditions of high risk." The elder Han continued. The new arrivers nodded their approval. "This is not the revenge we seek." Anna erupted from the rear. "Understand our intentions. First, before you speak, Anna, you do not hold a position at this meeting," Elder Bowman remarked gruffly. Soren would not have that. "My wife holds more position than most that had even lay before you. I'd hold your tongue, Bowman. Anna is right. I might be a man seeking revenge, but not at the cost of my life, unless it is for a fight with Gamosis to end that bastard's life." Those who had been chatting nearby stopped with Soren's raised voice. Behind, he felt Anna lay a hand on his back, a small gesture of her appreciation. He had come here by request, but he would not dare listen to these men dismiss Anna. She was more qualified than any of them, that he knew. Nobody spoke right away. It was not common to have one of his position bite back at an elder. To the commoner, they'd have lost their tongue for such outright disrespect, but Soren was not a man of politics. He was a man of respect. Bauman eyed him, clearly not pleased with his direction. Soren did not care. Park cleared his throat. Oi, I'd send my son Drut, but he is yet to reach Han height. I think he has a few more years to grow. Nobody acknowledged the comment. Tell me your plans, Soren demanded. If he came here to be sent on a suicide campaign, he would not go. Elder Han now locked eyes with Soren. We look to send you, Helen of the Non-Narb, and John of the Han, with 5 of your greatest Nova warriors to the caves. What about these caves is of interest to us? Soren asked. These were different than the Hummeline caves. What the Han was referencing to was the Cave of Crowns. He had entered a small hive of them for the little girl. The Cave of Crowns, which many just referred to as the Caves, was where it was believed Gamosis resided. Elder Han took a deep breath and looked at his fellow elders. We believe the caves are not what you think. The caves were thought to be heated from deep within Tresibra, right? We've not been able to figure out why the Crown are down there, though we suspect it was for safety and heat. The Han lifted his chin. Park grew serious. Elder or not, it was rare for him to lose the laughter from his eyes like now. This is unnatural. We all know this, but after some theorizing, we believe that the caves give way to tunnels where the crowns are burning peach wood. We think that is what is heating the caves, Soren, and we are certain that they have not all suffocated because there is a cave entrance, or more, that feeds them fresh air. A constant cycle of air, Elder Bauman observed. We need to find the cave entrances where the fresh air is pulled in and the cave entrances where the smoke is breathed out. Before winter falls, we need to collapse the caves. We think this may help us reduce the number of crowns. Park continued. My men and I know that there are too many crowns to win a battle. We believe that if they were to unleash a full attack on us, we'd lose. We simply cannot afford a battle like that. This is an effort to level the playing field to give us time to prepare. That caught his attention. Prepare for what? Soren asked. To survive, the Han interjected. We know that this battle cannot be won if it happens now. Scouters from Bauman think Gamosis is intending on attacking before the first snow, which is why we requested you so quickly. Elder Bauman nodded, as if this was his cue to speak. We hope to give enough time for the clans to rebuild, for new children to be born, and continue the lines of many. Soren stared. He hated it, hated the feeling of being needed when he was so deep in the hole of sorrow that he had barely managed to lift his head. They didn't know that. Soren would never show them just how much he was grieving over Everly. He was a man of honor, and that is all these people knew him, a Nova, as. To be so highly respected was a blessing, but it came with a terrible curse. Sometimes people forgot that the Nova could grieve just as fiercely as anyone. Park lowered his head. This is not without danger, my friend. We only ask because we all saw your strength on the battlefield, and... He raised his head now, his face stricken with regret. Your eyes. No other clan's eyes do what the Novas do, and we think it is because you share just a sliver of the power that Gamosis has. We think the Nova can stop him. Stop it all. Soren felt the insult jab his insides. He worked his mind, carefully selecting his words. But what he really wanted to do was Punch Park. You compare a nova to Gamosis and expect me to stand here, old friend? The elder Nova broke in before any more could be said. In the old scrolls, it tells that the Nova had lost their sight from the debitor, and that it was only when the pure oils of the first peach tree roots were spilled in our eyes that our vision returned. It was that single act that would change the Nova clans forever. Park commented quietly. Perhaps it is a curse to some, but to us, to our future, this is a blessing. Soren kept his face stoic, but he could feel the dull edges of his nails digging into the palm of his hand. This was not how he expected this meeting to go. It felt more like he had been ambushed than given the chance to really discuss this, especially with Anna. She had come here thinking they'd leave back for home, but by the sounds of this, they wouldn't be heading back. The hand cleared his throat, eyes never wavering. We need you, and 5 of your best men to accompany the Han and Nannarb. Can we count on you, Soren? The others looked at him, pleading. Even his old friend had the gaze of a man who saw the only chance of a future in the person before him. Soren was not a fool. He knew they had come to him last. He knew John and Helen were already in agreement, and he also knew that if he denied the offer, he would only bring shame to the Nova name. His job was to protect the weak and defenseless. Yes, he grieved, but he would not stand here while brave men and women sought to damage the crowns. Yes. At once, the elders looked relieved, but on one condition. Park sends 50 of his greatest warriors to protect the Nova. Soren kept his expression serious, fighting back a grin as the elders exchanged looks. A couple smirks were passed, and Park gave him an eye roll. The hand stared, though, confused. Why 50? Soren let his smile break free. Because it would take 50 Tan warriors to best my 5 who will be selected. At that, he turned with Anna by his side and left, still laughing. Confessions, old friend. The sun had barely crested the horizon when Soren awoke to the light tapping of someone on the other side of the door. Anna lay asleep next to him, and so he quietly slipped out from the sheets and threw on a shirt and pants. When he opened the door, he saw a little girl with big brown eyes, a Tan's daughter. Sir, I was told to tell you to go see Maggie. Her voice was bright, but she was trying to be serious. Soren smiled, charmed. Thank you. You may go now. Pleased, she scampered off down the hall, barefoot. Soren kept the door open and quickly put on his old boots. He tucked his shirt in, not wanting to look like a slob, and when he was ready, he crossed the room to Anna's side. He brushed her hair from her face and pressed his lips to her temple. She mumbled something. I am already summoned for the day. Rest, and I'll see you later. Her only response was a muffled, okay. He envied her for a moment. Soren was still exhausted, and he wished nothing more but to lay his head down for a little longer. But life requested his presence, and so with one final look around, he exited the room. He was happy to see Maggie. The Tan healer was tough but kind, and she was an old friend that had been part of his life for as long as he could remember. She was a small piece of refuge from his everyday life, and more than once, it was her who had helped his wounds heal. When he arrived at her quarters, the shadows were starting to recede from the morning sun. There was a crispness to the air, but he could taste moisture on his tongue. It would rain later. He lightly knocked. He knew she waited for him. Come in. Her voice came from the other side. Soren opened the door and stepped into the familiar quarters. She always had banners with paintings across her walls. These usually depicted serene images of wildlife and rivers. His eyes wandered over the vivid colors. One day he might get something similar. Maggie spoke from the doorway to his right. Have a seat, Soren. I am to check you over and bathe you in peach oils before your journey. Soren hesitated. She had never offered that before. He had certainly bathed in peach oils, but never at the aid of someone else, no less a woman. Soren scratched his chin, feeling his heart quicken. Already, Maggie was rolling up her sleeves like a woman on a mission, and her auburn hair was tied up in a messy bun. They had never crossed any personal lines, but he couldn't help but feel vulnerable, right now, in this moment, as if he had already crossed a line. I can't handle this part, Maggie. His voice came out low. The tanned woman scoffed, amused. Nonsense. I have seen it all, Soren. Who do you think cared for you while you were recovering from your injuries? She looked at him squarely. This is only a job. That still did not ease his nerves. Soren was a man of honor, and he'd been faithful with Anna since the day they started courting. He'd never worried about betraying her trust because it had never crossed his mind. But with the stress and trauma of the passing days, it was, shamefully, the first thought that crossed his mind as he stood here now. He swallowed, angry at himself for going there, for even considering that Maggie was doing anything but her job. They were close friends, had been through many ups and downs, and they had never looked at each other as anything more than friends. Marriage was a massive deal amongst the clans. To break such a bond was worse than anything Gamosis could ever do. Scratching his chin, Soren said, I don't think it's necessary. If I do need anything, though, I will call you in. Maggie did not even break her work, which was now with herbs. She was pinching something between her forefinger and thumb. Suit yourself. Give me just a moment. I will prepare everything in the bath, and then I'll summon you in. Make yourself comfortable. She rubbed whatever leaf residue she had on her fingers along her lips. A balm, perhaps. As she did, she narrowed her eyes on him. You are not caring for those cuts, I see. I tell you one thing and you go do another. She scoffed as she strolled down the hall, disappearing. The oil will help with that. Soren did not sit. He didn't feel the need to settle when he was just going to get up again. He heard Maggie moving around in the other room, heating water and muttering to herself. That made him smile. This was a woman who had not yet found a man, but she was still quite young. She would make a wonderful wife for some man one day. His eyes continued to study the banners. He noticed several with baby rabbits, and others with great beasts he had never seen or heard of before. Perhaps they were from old legends. He was not a man of legends or myths. He preferred logic. When he was nearly done with reviewing them all, he heard the floorboards creak behind him. All right, it's all ready, Maggie told him. With a nod, he moved past her and down the hall he had walked many times, some even with Everly. You've not fixed the crack in the wall, he observed as he passed it. A drunken 10 had done that, actually. It might have been Park, now that he thinks about it. You're the only one who ever notices that, Maggie replied from behind. Not even the children who run these halls have noticed. You're still the town babysitter, he teased. There was a laugh. You know that answer. When they arrived at the bathroom, Soren caught the sweet smell of peach. The water was tinged yellow, a side effect of the oil, and he saw towels and a bar of soap, too. Maggie stooped in the doorway, arms crossed as she leaned against the wood. You know the steps. Make sure you wash every scar, wound, and skin, hair, too. This is for your spirit just as much as it is for your wounds. Soren rolled his eyes. All right, let me get on with it. To be summoned this early for a peach oil bath felt unnecessary, but he was not about to complain now. The bath always helped his muscles relax and calmed his mind. Peach oil had that ability, even on his own stressed mind. Without further ado, Maggie closed the door behind him, and he quickly stripped and sunk into the bath. The water was warm, and he rested his head back. Soren closed his eyes and let a deep breath out. This would do. But he did not hear the floorboards creak like they should have. He listened but heard nothing. Are you still there? The answer came quickly. Yes. Soren would have nodded if he had not been in such a comfortable position. "What's on your mind?" He knew her well enough to know she was troubled by something. There was a beat of silence. "Everything," she finally said. "It feels like everything we've worked for is falling apart." "Don't say that," Soren told her. "This issue with the crowns has been an issue since longer than I've been alive. He is always causing problems with us." He hoped he sounded convincing, even though he was anything but accepting of what lay ahead. More people could die, and he wasn't sure if he was ready to be one of those. The sound of a slump met his ears. Maggie was sitting on the other side of the door. I've always wanted a family, Soren. I want what my parents have. I want a family, a husband, a peaceful life. Instead, I'm sitting here, babysitting town children and talking to a married man," he offered. That elicited a laugh, although it was sad. "You could say that. You're the closest I have to any man. I would never cross such lines, and I love Anna dearly as my own sister, but I cannot help but wish it was me." There it was. Soren knew this was coming. Not the topic specifically, but that Maggie was quite bothered by whatever was on her mind. "You always have a place in our family," he replied. "I know, and I am forever grateful for that. I just wish I could care for a man the same way Anna cares for you, that's all." Soren fell quiet. His mind wandered back to his wife and his current predicament. Here was a woman who felt she had been cheated of something, perhaps love, and who wanted desperately to find a companion. Soren did not blame her, because he understood that feeling. He had been robbed his entire childhood of love and of feeling accepted. The fact he had found Anna, when he did, was a blessing in of itself. "You needn't worry, Maggie," he began quietly. "There are so many opportunities out there, so many what-ifs. There is a man out there who probably feels the same way, and one day you two will find each other." When she didn't reply, he felt the need to ensure she understood there was a future. This will all end, you know. What we're dealing with is going to end far sooner than you realize. Finally, in a faint whisper, Maggie answered, "I hope." The tan healer rarely showed her emotions, and he knew she did so now because she felt safe with him. His family had brought her in with open arms, and he was one of the few friends he knew she had. To the rest, she was tough and sometimes cruel, but she was the most compassionate person he knew. They were silent for a long while, and Soren took the opportunity to clean himself as he was supposed to do. It was therapeutic to do so. In old tradition, warriors bathed in peach oil to earn the blessing of Tresibra herself, and in some way, he felt he was doing the same here. "The journey ahead won't be easy," Maggie said. Her tone had recovered, and she sounded more like the bold and daring woman he knew. "I've heard the council speak. They chose you because of your rage, your violence. They say that on your last battle, you took out more crowns than any other Nova combined." That sucked the life right out of him. He let the soap down. "I don't remember any of it." "They think there's something different about you. I know not what, but they think you are the key to this campaign's success." He heard her stand now, the floorboards giving her movement away. "I must go check on my stew. I will be back, and if you are ready, I can examine some of those fresher wounds." Her steps retreated, and he sat there, lost. They wanted to put all their faith in him, as if he was anything special when he wasn't. He was a Nova, and the only thing anyone should worship was God. Negesi would be ashamed to hear the council speak in such a manner. The 12 laws forbid that any man or men be worshipped as God, and he would not have it. The best he could do was ignore the comment altogether and do what he did best, his job. Chosen to die. On his long walk to the smith, Soren racked his brain for those who he could trust with such an important journey. What lay ahead would be extremely dangerous, and while he loved his friends and comrades, he knew only a handful of them would have the grit and brutality it took to be successful. The wrong person might just cost them their lives. The first to come to mind was Gregory. He was the most loyal of his lifelong friends. Gregory, although a bit spastic and unfiltered, would be the first step in front of the crown steel for anyone's life. The man was about Soren's age, had a family of his own, and had previously worked many campaigns with him. He could not think of another man to stand in Gregory's place. There were dozens, if not hundreds of Nova that he'd crossed paths with over the years, but Perot's was the second to come to mind. At the thought of the round-bellied man, he laughed out loud. That Nova was one of the fiercest fighters he knew, and he did it all usually with a mug of mead in his hand. No matter who happened, even if they dare fail, Soren was assured that they would at least have plenty of food and mead for the travel, thanks to Perot's. He slowed as he came to the smith's storefront. Children raced by each other in some game, while a mother with a basket of freshly baked bread smiled at them. When her dark eyes met his, she nodded in acknowledgement, and he returned it with his own. Another glance around the town. Large cumulus clouds were building above them. Soren opened the door and stepped in. The thick stench of hot metal met his nose first, followed by the bangs of hammers. In the small room, the heat was already intense, likely from the raging fire that Henry had going in the back. He made his way through the rows of leather-made goods and weaponry. The stout Tan had already added several greaves since they had last spoken, along with a dagger that hung next to a black-stained sheath. Impressive. The dagger was a perfect size for quick and easy work on an enemy, and it would conceal easily in a boot. He made a note to come back for one when he returned from the campaign. At the front of the store, he stopped at the counter and waited. He was very aware that many people would come in and call for the blacksmith, even while he was headfirst in work. Soren was not one of those, though. However long he needed to wait for Henry to work, he would. While he waited, he counted metal rings that were piled in a straw-woven basket to his left. After some time, the sound of hammer against hot metal came to a halt, and Soren quickly put the rings back into the basket. He was placing the last few in when the short blacksmith came around the cover, covered in sweat and grime. "Soren, the great Nova." He chuckled and approached. He reached down underneath the counter and pulled up a dirty cloth that might have been white in a previous era. Henry wiped his hands and raised his brow at him. "What can I do for you, lad?" He shifted on his feet. "Well, I was not intending on stopping by, but I sense you may be able to put my mind at ease." "Eh?" Henry tossed the cloth over his shoulder, looking more like a cook than smith. "Tell me more." Now he wondered if this was a good idea. It was not that he wanted to place the responsibility of the campaign's warriors on Henry, but he wasn't sure who else to turn to who wouldn't be biased. "I am seeking advice. I was tasked with recruiting a guild for a journey that we may not return from." Henry crossed his arms, his expression stoic. "Whoever walks with the wise becomes wise, but the companion of fools will suffer harm." The smith spoke with such conviction, and Soren reflected on his words. He needed men who had seen the worst of battle, who were willing to look death in the face and smile. Not just friends, but warriors. "Henry, you are a man of many talents, and now I count you as a philosopher too." The smith waved him off. "I am no philosopher, but a meager observer who has lived a life full of lessons." He shrugged, then, "Some that apparently made a lasting impression." He eyed the basket of metal rings again. They were just fun experiments based on the designs. Henry was a good man, he concluded. Many people did good, but very few who could be considered good. "Thank you, Henry, for the armor and the lesson." The stout Tan took a deep breath and took the cloth from his shoulder. He proceeded to clean his hands again, and his expression twisted into something more akin to solemn. Soren, inside the breastplate of your armor, you'll find a small pouch of peach oil. Use it sparingly. These oils were extracted at great expense. May Degesi be with you on your journey." Soren stood there, eyeing the tan. He hadn't even checked his armor yet, and it was obvious the smith knew that. He wasn't sure to feel about it. Henry seemed to know everything and anything, and it was clear by the quizzical look in his hazelnut eyes that he was amused. "I will see you soon," Soren said. With a final nod, he left. The air was thicker with moisture, the clouds darker. As he strolled through the town, which was now beginning to quiet as the end of day came near, he passed a few people and exchanged smiles. But his thoughts returned to the campaign. Barks was a wild and unfiltered man who tended to break rules like it was a love language. Soren wouldn't even have to ask him for him to stand by his side. The warrior would. He was covered in scars, fought dirty, and would be a fierce opponent against any crown. He chuckled. In their old campaigns, many wagered Barks could take down Gamosis. Some, like him, still held on to that bet. More importantly, though, Barks always had a special bond with Everly. Between Soren and Barks' families, they had hoped that one day, Everly and Barks' son, Harrison, would wed. Harrison was a good man, and he would have been an even better husband to Everly. 3 decided, 2 to go. Soren chose not to return right away to the quarters where he and Anna were staying. His best thinking was on foot, and he would walk well into the night if it meant he could make up his mind. Casey came to mind next, a solid man with muscles of stone. He was likely the most intelligent comrade he had ever worked with. Casey's expertise in war and fighting made him an invaluable asset to the campaign. The scars Soren had earned could have been so much worse without the help of the stubborn fellow. He was a single man with far too much to offer. Soren always bugged him about settling down, but Casey had yet to find a woman he wished to do so with. Only one individual to choose, but already Soren knew who it would be. The name was easy, Valona. The man was older than he, stubborn as a mule, and he could stand calm in the most frenzied of battles. He was far different than the rest of the group, but it was his loyalty that Soren trusted. Valona was not a man of faith, which was frowned upon by most. The older warrior claimed that if he ever dared look Nagesi in the face, he would come back himself to tell the rest of the clan he was wrong. Soren chuckled. He liked the man, but he also knew the Nova warrior sympathized with some of the older teachings of the Demotech. It was not a bad thing, though it sometimes put people on edge. Some of the earliest teachings of Demotech were positive and reinforced unifying the clan. Despite this, many had forgotten over the years and remembered Demotech more for what it created, Gamosis. He meandered over to the Great Hall, certain of his decisions. Along with Helen and John, he was confident he had the best warriors of Tresibra by his side. If this group could not slow the crown, then there was never any hope to begin with. Soren didn't even sit as he dipped his quill and spell out the names of the warriors to be summoned. They would meet in 3 days from now. Soren stirred, yanking the sheet higher over his head. In the passing days, he had never slept so good. Whether it was from sheer exhaustion or peace, he didn't know, and he wasn't complaining. All he knew was that he would soak up every last minute of it before the tough journey ahead. A knock broke his spell. He tucked up tighter in his sheets, hoping that whoever it was would go away. Another knock. Soren shifted, hoping to find Anna next to him, but she was gone. How late was it? He blinked and looked around. The sun was shining, but it was still early, given the long shadows that still stretched across the room. The curtains did their job for the most part, but they certainly could do better. "Soren, you there?" The voice was gruff, familiar. "This man has a deer to clean, and I desperately want to get out of the morning cold." It was Gregory. "Now?" he managed. Gregory laughed on the other side of the door. Do you have better things to do, old man? Soren cursed under his breath and stumbled out of the bed. The only old man here was Gregory, and he was not about to be insulted like that. He pulled out pants and a red tunic that lay to his left and walked to the door. At the sight of his old friend, he smiled. How in Negesi's name were you able to get here so fast? Nova is a 2 days' ride from here. The man pushed past him, just like always. Gregory was a man of many things, but manners wasn't one of them. When I got the letter, I rode right through the night, took 2 horses with me. The Fury fellows are resting now. Say, that young stable hand is quite the nice man. We could use a man like him at Nova. Soren waved him off. I don't care. Where's the deer? Gregory shrugged, his blue eyes sweeping the quarters. I was hungry. Confused, Soren frowned. You just said... Got you to open the door, yeah? He stared. A twinge of irritation wriggled at his chest. It was still early, and if there was no reason to be up, then he wished to return to sleep. You should rest, he finally said. Gregory's eyes landed on the decanter of wine. And miss an opportunity to catch up with an old friend? Soren dragged his hand over his face. Do you sleep? No matter. I don't care. Let me rest, Gregory. We can chat afterward. He gestured to the window, where the sun barely scraped the horizon. I am in no mood for this. Not right now. The man across from him looked unfazed, perhaps even amused. Suit yourself, old man. I'm gonna pour myself a drink. Where's Anna? Maybe I'll give her a visit. Soren thought on that. She had been all over the place in this town already. You may find her in the galley. She enjoys helping the ladies bake and cook. At that, he turned and walked back into the chamber, where his bed lay waiting for him. Do not wake me again, Gregory. But even as his head hit the pillow, he found himself smiling. Gregory was here because he accepted the offer to join this campaign. There was not a more loyal man than the Nova, and he was relieved to see him, even if it was so early. When he stirred again, he was still dressed, but far more refreshed. Soren glanced at the curtains. The sun was high, the shadows gone. It had to be mid-morning by now, and his stomach grumbled. He listened. There was a clink as glass met wood. Gregory. At the thought of him, he pulled himself free from the warm embrace of the bed and walked out to the living area. There he was, sitting in a chair, with a fire roaring at the pit. The stone chamber stretched upward, giving the smoke a place to exit from. The Tan's invention had accelerated all the clan's homes. They called it a fireplace. Warmth seeped through the room, far too hot for Soren's liking. Is it hot enough in here for you? Gregory turned from his place in the chair and grinned. You're awake. Feeling better? He saw on the table an array of cheese breads and dried meats. Soren walked over and sat down in the chair across from his friend and immediately reached for the food. Doing great, except it's boiling in here. To make a point, he wiped at his brow with his free hand. With his other, he stuffed cheese into his mouth. It was pungent, goat cheese, but he loved it. The Nova laughed. Charming. Let me get you a drink, yeah? He didn't wait for an answer. He got up and walked over to the table, where he poured a glass of red wine, and then brought it back with the decanter. Here. Gregory handed him the glass. This time Soren accepted and took a swig. It paired wonderfully with the cheese. You see Anna? Gregory got comfortable in his chair. I did. She's having a blast down in the galley. The ladies were sharing spooky stories when I walked in. Don't know how they do it. That stuff makes me squirm. He raised his brow. You squirm with a little spooky story? Come now, Gregory. You're the biggest of us all. He roared with laughter and snatched up another piece of cheese. They chatted for a long while. Gregory had been busy raising his 2 sons and enjoying the quieter aspects of life, but he was eager to get back on these campaigns. He couldn't leave fast enough when he saw the letter arrive. His wife, Rosa, was always supportive, and knew how much this meant to him, so she'd packed him a few things and sent him on his way. Hours seeped by, and they bantered and passed stories. The fire, now with a warm belly of wine and food, felt nice, and his head buzzed. It was only when the shadows started to grow did the heavy steps of boots echo from the hall. Without even a knock, Perose burst in with a wide grin and covered in dust. "You lot are drinking without me already." Gregory scoffed. "I'm surprised you even showed. Say, how are the horses?" Perose was a fine horse breeder for the Nova. His steeds were some of the best in the country, too, and Soren and his men constantly teased him about the simple field of work the man had picked up. It was not often a warrior as great as Perose would do such a thing. "Well, glad you asked." Perose produced a tall and slim decanter of a dark liquid and grabbed a glass from the table. "My lady, Peachy, just had her first foals. Was a bit worried coming out here, but the lads assured me they'd take mighty fine care of her and her young kids." He sat on the other chair next to Gregory and topped his glass off with his decanter. "Couldn't pass a chance like this up, eh?" "What is that?" Soren asked. "Horse piss," Perose answered without hesitation. In one large gulp, he drank the glass, and good piss at that. The men stared, dumbfounded, and it was only when Perose broke down in a fit of laughter did the rest follow. Just then, Barkis entered the room with a massive platter of meats and more bread. "What is all this?" he asked. Barkis set the platter down and grabbed his own glass. "Have we forgotten about me?" He scoffed and sat down next to Soren. When he poured himself some wine, he motioned at Perose. "What are you drinking over there?" In a tiny voice, Gregory mumbled, "Horse piss." "Excuse me." Barkis, smelling like charred wood, nearly spit his wine. He coughed and sputtered as the rest of the men broke down in laughter again. Soren reached for the leg of what looked like a large bird, mouth-watering. "You got quite the setup for us." Barkis looked devious. "What can I say? I heard the laughter, saw Perose's steed, and paid the ladies a visit in the galley. Told them I anticipated quite the party and wanted to be prepared." He took a swig. This was what Soren missed. Being here now, surrounded by almost everyone he knew so well. His heart swelled with warmth. These were men who had helped to find the man Soren had become, and he was so thrilled to have them here now. It felt like old times, and he allowed himself to forget about all the trauma and future plans. He wanted nothing more than to sit here and enjoy this evening, eating and drinking, and that was what he did. They all did. They continued into their evening, talking about their early years and campaigns. They shared stories of their most embarrassing moments, best kills, and even about their children. Soren offered, so buzzed and high with laughter that he no longer could feel those harrowing pangs of grief. He was glad to talk about Everly in such a light, and the men encouraged it. There was no better way for Soren to start this journey, surrounded by his best friends, the men he entrusted his life with, just like old times. A battle for few. The headache that greeted Soren the next morning was not the kindest, but it came with pleasant memories and laughter. The other men had passed out in the chairs, some with the drink still clutched in the crook of their arm. He had no idea how they had managed to keep them upright. Soren found himself on the floor next to the fireplace, which was now dead. The ash of the burnt wood coated the stone, and he inhaled the thick stench of smoke. He rolled over and coughed before reaching for the piece of bread on the ground. He had no idea how it gotten there, and he didn't care. Soren grabbed it and bit into the day-old bread. It was tough from sitting out, but it tasted wonderful and soothed his upset stomach. "Rise and shine, you old farts," he grumbled as he stood and straightened. Hard-packed soil was far more comfortable than the floor. His back felt tight, but a good walk would loosen it up. "Let us sleep a little longer," Perose mumbled into the pillow he held. "My head is killing me." Gregory stirred and slowly stood. He looked around, dazed and confused, before his eyes landed on Soren. He looked like shit. I can't do that kind of drinking anymore. Soren laughed and walked into the chamber where his bed lay. Anna was not there. He figured as much, but still wanted to check. When it came to his Nova warriors, Anna let them have their space, especially when drinking was involved. In their own home, she'd have retired to bed early and gotten up to cook breakfast, but here she was likely staying with a friend. He owed it to himself to see her before they left for their campaign today. With so much at risk, he wanted to give her one last kiss goodbye. The early morning passed in a haze. The men got ready, although slowly, and made sure to check each other to make sure they did not forget anything. Barkis nearly left without his sword, and Gregory forgot his shoes. It was already a great start to the campaign. But they were still missing Valona. Soren hoped to see the Nova on the way out, which was exactly what happened. Valona stood there, next to his white horse, saddle packed to the brim with goods. He had the widest grin Soren had ever seen and was dressed for travel. 4 men, 1 to go. "When did you arrive?" Soren asked as they approached. Once the initial hugs and greetings were out of the way, Valona answered. "Last night, I peeked into your room after some knocking and found you men knocked out cold next to the fire. Figured I'd see you in the morning. How are you feeling anyways?" "Like shit," Perot replied. "The horses need prepping?" Valona waved his hand. "Already taken care of. I made sure to have them pack extra food. I guess he knows how much Barkis eats on these journeys." In response, the Nova punched his arm. Valona feigned pain. "My heart," he mumbled. Barkis snorted. "I didn't even know you had one." Soren smiled. "All right. Well, it's the 4 of us, and we're due to leave today. Any word on Casey?" He would like to see the 5 of them back, but he wasn't sure they were going to see the final Nova before leaving. He didn't intend on waiting either. Valona rubbed the back of his neck. "Yeah, about that." Gregory raised his brow. The other men waited. "I didn't know you'd asked him to come, not until I was walking around this morning, listening to the people talk. I'd have offered someone else if I'd known, but too late now, huh?" He sighed. "Anyway, Casey got tied up with some lady of high class last season. They ended up leaving and traveling far east, if you can believe it. I think she's pregnant now, too." "Wow," Soren muttered. He was genuinely surprised. Casey had never struck him as someone to settle down. So, the letter definitely did not reach him in time. "No, and frankly, I don't think he'd want to come," Valona continued. "The last I spoke to him, he was different, more settled and happy with farm work and caring for his growing family. Happy for him, though. I guess he knows I'd kill to not seek the dangers of those campaigns." Barkis laughed. "Hey, that's true. I try to stay low, keep to myself and all, but it's unfulfilling." Perot finished. He shrugged as all eyes turned to him. "If we were happy, we'd not have dropped everything for this, eh?" Soren saw his point, but wasn't entirely pleased with it. "It's the right thing to do," he offered. When the men looked at him, he added, "We're not just doing this because it's all we know. We're doing this because it's the right thing to do. The future of Tresibra is in our hands, and I find that quite honorable." The men stared, not in offense, but in the way that brothers do when they are trying to take the others seriously but can't help but laugh. Soren barely could take a breath before Gregory patted him on the back and said, "Appreciate you always putting things in perspective for us." The words came out strained, and they erupted in laughter. Soren waved them off. "I'm going to say goodbye to Anna. Do your dues. Let's get going." The farewell with Anna had been tough, but Soren was fantastic at masking his emotions. He didn't let her know his fears of not returning or the reason that he hugged her a little tighter. He simply told her he would be back, and when he was, to make peach cakes. Anna laughed and gave him a kiss, promising him that she would make however many he wanted when he returned alive. She had emphasized that word, and he had refrained from a shudder. No matter how much they didn't want to acknowledge it, this could be their last time seeing each other. The weight of the revelation sat heavy on Soren's shoulders, like a log, and he did his best to mask it as he made his way back to the men who waited. Already, Helen of the Non-Narb and John of the Han were there, chatting with the Nova. The group looked complete, even with Casey missing, and he focused on that. Before him were the best warriors of Tresibra. There was no way they could fail. If they did, then they were never meant to win in the first place. As they did their final checks, a horse was handed to Soren. It was Pearl, and he was happy to have her back. After their last campaign together, he was more than glad to rely on a horse he knew he could trust. The group started their way to the gate, with the sun still low in the morning sky, but didn't make it far. Ahead, 3 men stood in their way, clad in armor. By the looks of it, 2 Tan and a Nova. Soren raised his hand to the group, signaling that he would do the talking. Already, he was annoyed. They needed to go. Now was not the time to exchange words or worries. That was what the drinks had been for the night before. "Do you men come to give us word of the elders?" Soren asked, but he expected nothing else. "We do not seek their best wishes." They had not given farewells to the elders, but they didn't need to. The elders knew they were leaving today, and while they had offered to send them off, the warriors refused. They were not men and women of politics, but of war. The Nova lifted his chin. "No, we came in hopes to join your campaign." Soren did not recognize him. They could have gone to the elders and sought approval, but he wasn't interested in dragging this out any longer. "We don't need any more members." The short, red-haired Tan stepped forward. "We insist. We have just as much invested in this as you do." Interest piqued, Soren asked, "And who are you all?" "Variditis," the Nova answered. "Dale, son of Coop," the red-haired Tan said, and puffed out his chest. "Gilbert," the other Tan said with a nod, "son of Aaron." Soren recognized the 2 Tans by their fathers, both which were respectable. The Nova, however, was unknown. He brought his eyes back to the tall man. "I don't recognize you. Who is your father?" Viriditis looked visibly uncomfortable, as if he hadn't anticipated the question. His Adam's apple rose and fell before he quietly answered, "I never knew my father." There was more to the story, Soren could tell. "Why?" "I was a child born in the witnesses. My father was killed days before I was born, and my mother raised me in fear that they would turn their back on her. I was banished the day of the battle." "And you stand here before me, believing I can trust your word?" Soren challenged. "What makes me want to believe you?" He wanted to strangle the Nova for what he was, a witness. It was those fanatics that had led to the murder of his daughter. They fled like cowards, leaving the remaining warriors vulnerable. He swallowed the building rage, tempted to turn this over to the elders, after all. "I can vouch for him," Dale piped up. "He is a good man, and a man of honor. A true Nova, if you ask me." Dale's eyes passed to Gilbert's. "The day of the battle, Variditis was at our doorstep and helping the fallen. When he could, he protected us. I would give my life to prove this man's loyalty." Soren stared, chewing on his next words. He could deny these 3 a place in this campaign, and they would be on their way, but he was interested in what they could offer. He stood there, mulling it over. Variditis' eyes, despite being unknown to him, were honest. Soren could judge a man by his eyes alone, and he could not deny this Nova's determination. Gregory cleared his throat. "Do you have steeds and food?" "Aye," Gilbert answered. "We have everything, and we would be honored to serve you, Soren, on this journey." He could feel the shift from the others. A single glance confirmed they were willing to bring them along. Helen even passed him the faintest nods, and he trusted her instincts. She was a strong leader. "All right," he breathed, "but I trust you 3 know the risks." Dale nodded. We do, and we want nothing more than to help stop Gamosis. He and his crowns have taken everything from us. Veriditas' eyes never wavered. I know what others think of the witnesses, and I too feel they've gone too far. I want to prove where my loyalties lie, and I want to start here. He believed him. Even if he didn't know the Nova, Soren didn't have to. There was immense honor in volunteering in a campaign this dangerous, and for that alone, he liked these four. He glanced at Helen again, and she took her cue. The dark-haired woman was his age, but her face was far harder than his own. Lines painted her tan skin, and her eyes looked like they'd seen twice the number of battles as he. She had led many charges in the past, and was one of the strongest warriors he knew. If he ever had to trust a leader, it would be her. She had a son, Beckett, but he was far too young to know just how brave and courageous his mother was. One day he would. You three, what are your reasons to join? She asked, stern. Gilbert motioned to Dale as he answered. Our houses were burnt by the battle. We have lost the majority of everything we own. Hey, Dale replied. We live right next to each other. Helen gestured at the Nova. And you? Veriditas cleared his throat. Soren recognized a man who would rather scrub the pits of slaughterhouses than share his thoughts, and this was one of them. I don't have anything left, he quietly explained, but more importantly, I want to right my wrongs. Honorable? Prose muttered. But where's the mead? The tension broke immediately. Veriditas shrugged and gave the faintest of smiles. I have some mead packed if that helps. Prose roared. Now that's my kind of man. Soren waved. All right. Don't get Prose any more reason to drink. Between him and Barkis, I fear we'll have nothing left in the whole of Tresibra. Snickers passed as they fell into step with each other. The sun was high, the spirits even better, and the discussion quickly picked up between them all. It was an incredible start to the campaign, and Soren felt good about the group. Sure, the two Tan and Nova were practically strangers, but they blended right into the chaos of the crowd. Farewell to the divine. Purpose, motivation. Soren was not a philosophical man, but he had started reflecting more and more as the days slipped by. Every decision he had made was for something. Every step forward was to fulfill a goal. Everything Soren had ever done was for his family. Even when he was a young man, charging onto battle for the first time, he considered his clan his family. The 12 laws said to bring honor to the Nova name, and Soren now understood that since the day he could walk, that was his sole intent. Underneath all that honor, though, was something festering. It was growing bigger and bigger with each day, and no matter how hard he tried to cage the rage, he couldn't. Demons in his head were getting louder and louder, pleading for him to let loose his emotions and let go of all his morals. When he felt they were getting too loud, he resorted to running his thumb over the leather reins of his steed, Pearl. It kept him preoccupied while they rode. Already, he could see the leather was wearing from his constant rubbing, and they had hardly made it half a day of travel. The group chatted at first, but fell quiet after a while. Everyone was antsy to get to their location, and words felt wasteful when they weren't speeding up the process. The three, Veriditas, Gilbert, and Dale, tried to keep the conversation up, but they were unaware of the underlying code all warriors rode by. Chatter will kill, silence will save. Too much talk and they risked missing signals of an ambush. Not that they expected it in broad daylight, with clear visibility around them, but one could never be too sure. Soren kept his muscles taut, ready to jump at a moment's notice, and the sheaths holding his spears were unlatched. He knew the other warriors did the same. They were riding into Crown territory. After a while, the three finally shut it. They were learning a lesson. As they rode, they kept their eyes on the ground. Crown territory brought risks. Most notably, it was the dead ground they were looking for. Black splotches signified root oil infested the soil. Dead vegetation indicated there were tunnels below them, and holes promised the crowns were nearby. The weight of their horses would cause a collapse if they were not careful. Injuries could not be afforded. As they got deeper and deeper into crown territory, trees started to die first. Their leaves withered and broke free with the slightest breeze. Getting close. Helen observed from behind. We need eyes everywhere. Gregory and Dale, watch the soil. Any sign of black rot, death, we stop. Everyone, keep your eyes up and everywhere. Any hole, signal us. Soren nodded. He liked the plan. The caves are just another half-day's travel, Soren answered Gilbert before he could finish. We will stop and camp for the evening before we get too close. We will need our strength, and we will also need to scout the mountain before entering. Veriditis broke his long, silent spell. Wouldn't it be best to split up, have a group of us on the other opening in case they try to flee? Helen nodded. Obviously. Her tone was sharp, but she cracked the smallest smile. You just happened to be planning ahead. Even with her attempt to lighten the mood, it failed to make any difference. The Nova fell quiet again, frowning. He was clearly lost in some sort of thought, and if Soren cared enough, he'd ask, but he didn't. The only thing he cared about was ending the crowns. They could share drinks later when this was all over. For now, he didn't have the capacity to babysit someone's fears. Veriditis wanted to come. He knew the risks. It didn't take long before Dale called out for them to stop. They did, and Pearl snorted, clearly annoyed by the halt. Soren gave her a good pat and said, Well? The short tan pointed to their left, off the main trail. I see some black stuff over there. Go check it out, Soren ordered. When the tan stared, he added, The ground isn't going to swallow you whole. You hardly weigh anything. He heard snorts behind him and watched Dale's eyes dart between everyone. Soren waited. Dale needed to learn his second lesson. If he points something out, he investigates it. That was the way of the warrior. Slowly the tan nodded and dismounted from his chestnut-colored steed. He handed the reins to his closest partner, which was Prose, and started a careful walk to the spot. It was a good 20 paces out, and everyone waited patiently. Soren couldn't tell what it was from here, though he had a fair guess it was the root oil's doing. If so, though, it meant the crowns were getting bold. They had never come this far with their destruction. They all watched as the tan knelt and studied the spot. He went to touch it, and Helen yelled, Stop! When Dale looked at her, wide-eyed, she added, Are you a moron? You don't touch that stuff. Get back on your horse. Like a child being scolded, Dale ran back and jumped back on, eyes down. Was it root sludge? Sludge. Soren, in all his years, had never heard of the term. You mean oil. The tan nodded. Yes, Helen answered. A blind man could have seen that. Save for you, Dale. Soren was just trying to be an ass. Soren looked at her pointedly. She had blown his cover. When Dale met Soren's gaze, he shrugged. Sorry, Tan, just having a little fun, I guess. I don't know what you classify as fun, but that's not it, Dale muttered. At once, they all continued their journey forward. Soren chuckled for quite a bit, though. When the sun was on the race to the horizon, they stopped. The area looked well enough. Vegetation, grass for the steeds, and even a nearby river for water. A bit further east, to the right, Soren could see the rot of the crowns touch. They were closing in on the mountain where the crowns resided, but he was grateful to see those ghastly-looking creatures hadn't destroyed the entire forest yet. They would soon, if they weren't stopped. More specifically, if Gamosis was not stopped. The group split up and went to work. Gilbert, Dale, and Barkus grabbed water to boil, which would be used for drinking and cooking. Prose and Veriditis grabbed the horses to walk them to the river. Helen and Soren started setting up the area so that they could all rest by clearing sticks and building a fire pit. And John, Philona, and Gregory went out to see if they could track down any fresh game. Soren kicked some branches out of the way. Helen. At her name, she looked at him as she reached for a pile of leaves. Your thoughts? He didn't need to specify. The two had worked long enough together for her to know what he meant. She shrugged. I'm torn. Part of me thinks this will work. The other part thinks we'll be on borrowed time, which I think Gamosis will just use to gain strength. We can hardly defeat him now. What makes us think time will be our ally? They want more warriors, more time, Soren countered. The elders believe this is their only solution. Even as he said the words, they felt hollow. By the next renewal, would they even be able to defend themselves? There were holes in the elders' plan, and he couldn't shake himself of it. They want us back alive, Barkis said from behind. The Nova appeared with several full canteens of water. If we die, they knew the future generation does not stand a chance. So, we're supposed to delay the inevitable and then help train the upcoming warriors, Soren mused. Sounds entirely promising. Helen glared at him. Your sarcasm does not go unnoticed. Good. Barkis set the canteens down next to the fire pit. He sighed. Do you think this will be all over one day? Soren eyed the Nova. Barkis was well known for his reckless drinking behavior and witty remarks. Not as this sober man before him. Do you have plans or something? He jested. Barkis planted his hands on his hips. I want a future, just like the rest of you. He replied, I want to see my children grow up, have families of their own. I want this all to end. The sincerity in his voice could not be ignored. Soren swallowed the playful remark he was intending to say. One day, it will, but we must remain united. If the elders want us back alive, we do it, even if we don't entirely understand their ways. You don't really believe that, do you? Helen asked. I don't, he confessed. I want nothing more than to barge in there and drive both my spears through the madman's eyes. I want this to end just as much as anyone, but I don't wish to put our lives at risk for the name of pride. Aye, Barkis agreed. Helen did too. They understood. Pride for a warrior was a death sentence. The only way to stay alive, as long as any of them had, was by remaining humble and grateful. If they were given an order, they needed to respect that. There were bigger things at play here than just revenge, even if that was incredibly hard for Soren to admit. Slowly, the rest of the group returned, and the evening was underway. Valona managed to catch a few rabbits, but it was not impressive for a meal for 10. The Nova got to work skinning, and Veriditis quickly offered to help, showing immense skill in butcher work. Dale produced a bundle of cheeses, and Barkis, well, he brought the meat, and a lot of it. Between the rest, there was some dried meats, several small bundles of fruit, and even bread. They all circled the fire pit and boiled the water. When that was done and the canteens all refilled with clean water, they boiled the rabbit meat. As they did so, they passed the other food around, along with the mead. They spoke about their lives, what they missed and wanted. They laughed about obnoxious jokes that no other man or woman would ever find funny, and they playfully bartered for food. There was a lot that Soren loved about these nights. Most of all, the camaraderie. It was unmatched by even the drunkest nights in the pubs at home. Here, surrounded by the night's critters and under the starry sky, anything could be said without judgment. It was here the biggest confessions could be made, like how Dale's brothers were killed by the crowns, or how Helen was terrified she'd not be a good mother. No religion was brought up, despite the vast differences in faith across the clans. No discussion on the god or gods would enter this circle of fast-growing friends. But the only person who did not speak was Veriditis. The Nova seemed content just to listen and observe. He laughed when he was supposed to, smiled in response to jabs, and even spoke when necessary. But he did not offer anything up. When the mead was gone, Soren took the first watch, while the others slept. Luck of the warrior. The morning broke, but everyone was already awake. The horses were saddled before the first bird chirped, and food was passed around just as a squirrel ran by. The group slept as good as they could have in Crown territory. If they were anywhere else, Soren would have embraced slumber, but he was up the majority of the night, even when Helen took the night watch. The camp remained upright. It was decided that Viriditus, Gilbert, and Dale would remain here, while the 7 warriors ventured deeper. The 3, while reliable, were not true warriors, and would become more of a risk than benefit. When it was brought up, Viriditus looked visibly relieved. "We need to split up," Helen announced. "I think we should take the opposite approach too. Catch these bastards off guard. We'll collapse the entrance, while a group goes and ambushes from the back. Thoughts?" "I like it," Gregory replied quickly. "They'll anticipate the opposite." "The entrance is the widest too," Barkis commented. "It'll give us more control on the backside." Helen smiled. "We?" Barkis grinned and motioned at Soren. I know where the little monster is going." Soren shot him a glare. "Little monster? What's that even mean?" The Nova shrugged. "Exactly what it means. We're all warriors here, but some of us take a little more seriously." "Including you," Soren observed. When Barkis feigned offense, Soren wagged his finger. "The only other Nova I know who went right into a group of 20 crowns and laughed was you, so don't act like I don't know who you are." All right, Helen interrupted. She was clearly interested in keeping the discussion organized, but Soren could see her eyes twinkle in amusement. "So, Soren and Barkis, who else? Let's make this easy. I will drive the collapse of the entrance, but that means I need strength and brains. John, you're with me. Only man I know who can lift a boulder without breaking a sweat." John flashed the Nova a smile. "Hear that, boys? A hand is required." "They're too big for the caves anyways," Gregory retorted. "As for brains," Helen continued, "I think Perot's. You've got the best mind I can think of with this stuff. Your work on previous mines for the Tan is impressive." Before the Nova could make any snarky comment, she added, "That leaves Soren, Barkis, Gregory, and Valona." "Great," John mumbled. "The fearless." His tone was in play. "Gregory, I beg you keep them in line," Helen offered. "You seem relatively stable. The rest, I'm not so sure about." At that, she cracked her first big grin. It made her look years younger. "Grab what you need, do whatever you need to do." Soren ordered the groups. "We leave as soon as possible. Let's feast tomorrow night, yeah?" As the groups broke, he pointed at the quiet Nova. "Viriditus, a word, please." He moved away from the heart of the camp. When the two were alone, Soren met Viriditus's blue gaze. "You've got something on your mind. What is it?" The young Nova frowned. "I don't, I'm fine." "Don't lie to me," Soren replied. "I've been around people twice as long as you have. I know when a man has something to say just by the look in his eye. So, what is it?" The man across from him squirmed in his place. He looked like he'd rather melt into the soil they stood on than have this conversation. Soren did his best to remain patient, even as he observed the others moving past. They felt the same eagerness to move. Finally, Viriditus spoke. "I've never lifted a sword in my life." The outrageousness of the statement momentarily caught Soren off guard. "What?" Viriditus shrugged. "I've never fought. I was raised in the witnesses. They didn't believe in battle. The few that showed up that day on the field were hardly anything impressive. They did it in name only. I was never given a weapon, never shown how to even unsheath a weapon." He pursed his lips. "If anything happens here while you are all gone, I fear I will let everyone down." Soren stared. "Why did you offer to come then?" "Because it was the right thing to do." Honorable or not, Soren couldn't fathom signing up for a campaign that would most certainly promise a fight if he couldn't raise a sword or a spear. But now was not the time for a lesson in weaponry. They hardly had time for these words now, so he had to do some quick thinking. "Well, do you know how to throw rocks?" The Nova nodded. "Good. Then if a crown shows up, throw rocks." Soren chuckled at his own joke, but the other man didn't. "In all seriousness, you shouldn't see any of those come this way. They don't like daylight because of the whole sight issue. We intend to be in the tunnels before midday, so you shouldn't have anything to worry about." There was a long moment of silence. "And when will you return?" Soren did not like that question, but he didn't want to tell the Nova that. "Hopefully before dawn tomorrow. Then we ride back and feast like men. Sound good?" Veriditis slowly nodded. "Yeah." "Good." Soren gave the man a good squeeze on the shoulder. "Then keep the fire going. We will return." He broke the conversation and walked up to Barkis, who had Pearl's reins. When Soren grabbed them, Barkis raised an eyebrow. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you," Soren muttered. Barkis flashed him a grin. "Want to bet on it?" Soren laughed as he mounted Pearl. "No, because you'll find some way to make sure you win. You always do." As he settled into the saddle, he glanced over at the trio who would approach the entrance. Helen looked fierce. He trusted no other three for the task ahead. "Are you ready?" "Are you?" Helen countered. To the others, they had not picked up on the undertone of her question, but Soren did. What she was asking is if he was ready to go into the den of the monsters who took Everly from him. He was. Soren nodded. "Hey, let's all make it back here before dawn tomorrow, yeah? Quick work, move fast, and stay low. If there is any potential of getting killed, and you know it, retreat. I want to see everyone's faces tomorrow night when we're stuffing our faces and getting drunk." This was it. This was the moment they split up and went their separate ways. Helen, John, and Perose did an incredibly important job. If they timed it right, they would lock the crowns inside the mountain. From there, Soren, Barkis, Vlona, and Gregory would slaughter however many they could. Already, Soren could feel the adrenaline of such a fight. This would be the bloodiest yet, and he couldn't wait. Wicked as the crown. The ride was quicker than it should have been. The four pushed their horses to the limits, terrified of wasting any precious daylight. The sun would be their ally. When the night fell, they would have to worry about the crowns and Gamosis fleeing. In the back of his head, Soren thought of Dale, Gilbert, and Veriditis. They would need to make quick in this mountain if they had any chance of sparing the three from a battle they couldn't win. The horses were covered in sweat by the time they arrived to the southern side of the mountain. The sun was nearly at its peak, and they quickly descended and tied their steeds to the nearby trees. Nobody mentioned it, but everyone knew that Helen and the other two were likely in the middle of collapsing the entrance, or just about. The goal was midday, but that did not mean Helen was working ahead of schedule, just like Soren and his crew were. Gregory slapped his hands together and cracked his neck. "Well, boys, I never thought I'd be standing here with you all doing this, but here we are." Ahead, the cave loomed. It was narrow, exactly what they needed, and dark. On this side of the mountain, the heat was greater, and Soren rubbed the back of his neck. Sweat came away, coating his fingers. As he did so, he noticed something. "Look." Along the cave's entrance, the rock was covered in the root oil that the crowns harvested. It turned the soil and rock black, and not even the wildlife could get near it. He watched a bird flap towards the entrance before turning around just as quickly. "They are getting smarter," Vlona observed. "I don't like that." "Me either," Soren mumbled. The others nodded. Together, they moved forward. Without word, they all unsheathed a spear as they stepped into the shadows of the cave. At once, the temperature dropped. A chill raced up Soren's body, and he swallowed. This was the start to the end, he realized. No matter what happened, this would be how it all ended. Whether today, tomorrow, or a decade from now, it would all eventually end. He just hoped they would be victorious. The Nova men did not speak, but they didn't have to make it far before they heard the resounding boom of a collapse. "There she is," Barkis whispered. They were right on time. Moving quick, They kept their boots light as they traveled deeper. The cave narrowed immensely, forcing them to walk single file. Spears scraped against the ceiling. Men grunted as shoulders were sandwiched between stone, but they kept moving forward. One thing was right. John would never have been able to make it with his size. Screeches forced them to a halt. The crowns were panicking. They strained their ears, trying to determine how far they had. Soren didn't need to talk to anyone to know that they would be slaughtered if the crowns showed up now. In this narrow tunnel, they would never be able to defend themselves. Gregory shoved him from behind. It was time to move, and fast. Almost at once, all men broke out in a run. They kept their shoulders hunched, spears lowered, and blindly ran forward. The screeches, grunts, shrieks grew louder, and the ground shook violently. The movement sent Soren's shoulders into the stone, and he winced, but they did not slow. They couldn't. They knew the crown would panic, but they couldn't risk being caught in here without any clear idea how far ahead they were. Up ahead, Barkis called from in front. Soren spared a look and saw a low glow, a chamber. They picked up their pace just as small chunks of stone fell behind. The mountain was enraged, and Soren could only hope this tunnel did not collapse before they made it out. If they made it out alive. For the first time ever, he was already doubting the outcome, and they hadn't even met the first crown. They broke into the chamber and quickly spread out. They took up a stance to block the entrance they'd just come from, with Barkis to Soren's left. To his right, Gregory. To Barkis's left, Valona. They spared each other a single glance and locked their eyes on the gaping hole ahead of them. The ceiling was low, but offered just enough to swing their spears. It was the best they had. The lighting was low, the flames on the verge of dying already, and Soren prayed they wouldn't be engulfed in darkness mid-fight. They had no chance of holding their own against a swarm of crowns in the dark. Their breaths came out low and controlled, and Soren's muscles tensed as the sound started. They had all heard this once or twice before, but it was not the same now. This felt entirely different. Soren wiped sweat from his brow. It was incredibly humid down here. The sound was low, but it quickly grew. A resounding howl echoed through the chamber. Screams turned to guttural growls, and every hair on Soren's body stood on end. It was like standing in front of a hornet's nest after striking it. They were coming. With as many times as Soren had shared the battlefield with these three men, words were meaningless. They understood each other, knew how the other fought, their weaknesses, and would give their lives for one another. They did not need to speak strategy or declare their reasonings for taking on the campaign. Each man had their justifications, but they were all here for one primary reason. They needed this. Battle, bloodshed, it was what they had been raised to enjoy. Standing here now, muscles taut, death was not someone he feared. If he could paint himself in the blood of his enemies and avenge Everly's name, then he considered that the greatest victory. The first crown raced out and blindly ran into Gregory, who dispatched it. Another showed, and now Barkis killed it with a spear through the eye. The bodies lay motionless, but they did not dare look away from the gaping hole across the chamber. The sound was now deafening. In a single breath, a dozen crowns broke free. They all came racing toward the men, some with weapons, others with their claws. They scratched, lashed out, even tried to bite, to get their way to the exit. The motions came swift and easy. Soren struck from his left, drove a spear down into the head of another while he unsheathed his second spear. Barkis and him were the primary guardians of the exit, and they quickly found themselves back to back. Gregory and Valona dispatched as many as they could, but many managed to squeeze through to Barkis and Soren. Barkis defended Soren's weakest points, and he did the same. They worked in unison, blending brutality and teamwork. It was a dance they had trained for all their lives. A scratch to Soren's left arm caused him to stumble, and he looked just in time to see Gregory take a rusted sword to the arm. His hand dropped the spear he was holding, and he looked visibly shaken. Blood poured from the new wound, but Gregory punched the crown directly in the face, sending it sprawling. Soren barely had time to call out before a crown charged him. It happened fast. The floor was slick with crown blood, bodies lay stacked on each other, and as great as the men were doing, they were quickly losing. There were too many crowns, and the new wave had armor. That was not what any of them had expected. Armor was only seen on the outskirts. The soldiers usually meant to go out to battle. Seeing this far into the slaughter meant that they had been protecting something. It was all Soren could come up with as he lodged his spear into the neck of one. A cry came from behind, and Soren glanced to see Barkis holding a short dagger in his shoulder. The crown had managed to sneak up from behind, and Soren had failed to see it. Just as quickly, he felt his knees buckle as claws dug themselves into muscle. He drove his elbow down, forcing the crown to relinquish its hold on his legs, and it did. The agony that seared through Soren's body at once was immense, and he gritted his teeth as he turned and killed the crown who had harmed Barkis. A squelch from above startled him. A crown collapsed next to him, hideous and grotesque with wide black eyes. Soren looked to see Veriditis standing over him with a short sword. The young Nova looked just as surprised as the crown that now lay dead next to him. Soren jumped up, adrenaline numbing the wounds on his leg that were bleeding profusely. He latched a hand on the Nova's shoulder, yanked him forward, and yelled, "What are you doing here?" Veriditis blinked and looked at him fully now. There was obvious fear in those blue eyes. "I came to help." "Help?" Soren's voice was loud. His ears were deafened. "You will get yourself killed in here." Just then, the entire chamber shook with rage. Rocks fell, dust splattered across the blood-stained floor, and everyone instinctively ducked, even the crowns. Something was happening, well beyond anyone's control. Veriditis took the opportunity to speak low and fast. "I wanted to do the right thing. Just say thank you, would you?" "No!" Soren snapped and yanked the sword from his hand. When he did, he turned and drove the blade right into the face of an oncoming crown. The shaking was subsiding, and the crowns were panicking again. Their idea of battle was soured by the desperate need to escape. Soren yanked the blade free from the dead and tossed the weapon back at Veriditis. "I never wanted your help. I want you to—" Veriditis punched him. The impact jarred Soren and he blinked, completely stunned. The pain of the strike made his entire head throb. The young lad had quite the punch. "I lived my entire life without purpose. My life up until yesterday was completely meaningless. You are injured. Barkis can only fight with one hand, and the other men will die here if you all don't get out." The noise and commotion around them were amping up. The new wave of crowns were preparing to arrive, and he needed to get up. But he was too caught up in what this young Nova was saying. "What are you insinuating?" Veriditis stood and reached a hand out. His face, first plastered in fear, was now in cold resolve. "At least let me have my purpose here." Soren stood with his help, ignoring the agony that returned with the weight of his injuries. Veriditis continued, now speaking high enough for the others to hear. "Leave, go, and when you get halfway, you'll find a small explosive that Dale wired for me. Pull it, the tunnel will collapse and you will all be safe." Valona wiped crown blood from his face. "And what about you?" Veriditis' hand adjusted the blade he was holding. "I'm gonna give you all a head start. If you stay, you'll die. Dale and Gilbert are waiting, and they have treatment for the wounds. Go!" Soren felt the sourness of his own earlier words rise up like bile in the back of his throat. "But, go!" Veriditis insisted. His eyes were ablaze. It was the first time Soren had seen any real emotion, come from the young Nova. I want you all to leave as heroes, not die like the rest of these bastards. Barkis was nodding. His face was already pale. The injury was running him dry, and Soren realized Varaditis was right. They would die down here if they did not get out now. They couldn't manage to defend themselves if they were already injured. The crowns coming were likely armed and ready to fight. Gregory, Valona, Barkis, and Soren were tired, beaten, and injured. They couldn't hold their own much longer, even if their stubbornness wanted them to. No matter how much he wanted to argue, he couldn't. The words failed, but when he met the Nova's eyes, Varaditis gave him the smallest of nods. He was at peace with this, and he wanted Soren to be too. Despite his growing frustrations with how this all had turned out, Soren gave his own nod. He knew Varaditis needed that, and he didn't want the Nova's final moments to be in regret. Varaditis was going to die, but he was going to do it willingly. If that was not a true Nova, Soren did not know what was. The ground shook again, breaking the spell, and the four men made their way through the tunnel. Soren took up arms behind Barkis, making sure he didn't fall or slow. Valona took up the rear, and they ran as fast as they could. It wasn't fast, but it was progress. Men gasped, stumbled, and Soren had to shove Barkis forward twice to keep the man moving. Apologies would come later, but for now, they needed to get out alive. Varaditis' promise was real. Halfway, they found a small lantern with a string next to it. It led right into some wild box-like invention nestled into the stone to their right. "Keep moving," Valona said. "I can hear them." And they could. From behind, the howling now shifted. Varaditis was dead, and they all had their attention on the tunnel. "The bomb." "I'll pull," Valona interrupted. "I'm in the back. Now move." They did, hearts racing, and they barely made it 10 paces before the resounding boom radiated through the entire tunnel. Everyone stumbled, and Soren's head struck stone. He tried to brace Barkis's fall, but his vision swam violently, and his ears rang. Someone was in his face, yelling, and he couldn't even recognize them. He blinked again, and then everything went black. Let the restless rest. The cold and hard sting of a slap awoke Soren. His head spun, his ears were still ringing, but he could hear the muffled yells of someone. His wounds were agonizing, and he realized now that something happened to his back. It was alive with fire, and the thick stench of dust and soil filled his nose. It was dark, but there was a faint glow coming from a single lantern. Above him, Barkis was glaring at him, clothes and leather stained in red and face streaked with thick grime. "If you pass out like that again, I'm feeding you to the pigs." Barkis snapped and hauled him up. As he did so, his own face twisted in pain. Soren settled a hand on the stone next to him, heaving for air and head spinning. He went to place his hand on his head, but stopped when he felt his thumb meet a terrible gash. It was still bleeding. "What happened?" "Why don't we chat later, yeah?" Barkis motioned at Valona and Gregory, who were standing behind him. "I'd like to take you up on a feast and good drink." Soren stared. "When did I say that?" "Never mind." Barkis shoved Soren. In the heat of battle, sympathy was hard to come by. "Let's move." Soren blinked, still confused, but he started moving as requested. It was all coming back to him. The fight, the expedition, Varaditis, and the reasoning for all this madness. The tunnel was widening up, allowing the men to go shoulder to shoulder, and he stole a look over at Barkis. The Nova looked like utter shit. His eyes were glassy, his skin paler than snow, but his expression was stuck in a scowl. Soren knew the man was trying as hard as he could to get out of there, but he had no idea how long he'd make it. Barkis needed treatment. He had obviously been struck with one of the poisonous rusted weapons. Not all crowns had them, but those that did were dangerous. "Hey, don't!" Barkis snapped. He glared at Soren. "I am not gonna die down here listening to your pity party." Gregory snorted from ahead. "You too." Soren didn't look away. "And I'm not gonna let you die." When Barkis raised his brow, he added, "I wasn't gonna say anything. I know you don't have a heart, but at least let me ask how you're holding up." A wicked grin stretched across the Nova's face. "Never been better." "That's what I like to hear," Soren remarked. They all continued their trek forward. It was slower than originally planned, but they couldn't move any faster. Soren and Barkis had to stop frequently to catch their breath. The blood loss from their wounds was running them dry, but Barkis's injury was growing nastier with each passing heartbeat. Valona tried to inspect him, but he was quickly shooed away. All they could do was move forward, and so they did. When the low light of day came into view, Gregory pushed them forward. "One more step," he continued to promise. Behind, the crowds never dug their way out, likely crushed by the tan invention. Soren didn't like thinking how close they were to meeting a similar end, but they were far from safe. If Barkis and him didn't receive treatment, they would also die. Gregory and Valona had their own injuries, but they were not life-threatening. The wound Gregory sustained across his arm was done by a blade, not stained with poisonous rust. When the sun struck Soren's face, he swayed. It was intense, but the heat was welcomed. He hadn't realized how cold he was until now. His hair stood on end, and he started to shiver uncontrollably. Next to him, Barkis collapsed. "Oi!" The sound came from ahead, and he saw Dale and Gilbert racing over to them. Steeds were tied to trees, and in the Tan's hands were vials and cloths. They stopped next to Barkis, who hadn't moved. "What happened?" Dale asked as they pushed the Nova onto his back. Soren sunk to the ground, trying to be graceful, but his knees buckled under him. He was grateful to have the mountainside rock to lean against, or he'd look similar to Barkis. His breath came out harder, and he looked to the two Nova, who were still standing, hoping they would answer. He hardly had the strength to talk. "Me took a blade through the shoulder," Gregory answered. "A rusted one." Gilbert tore away at the already damaged fabric of Barkis's shirt to unveil a hideous wound. Black veins were already stretching wide. The blood blackened. "Was it Gamosis's own sword? This looks terrible." He didn't wait for a response as he unlatched a vial lid and dumped the contents onto the wound. Steam rose and the sound of sizzling skin followed. Still, Barkis didn't move. Soren's head bobbed. He was trying to pay attention as Valona and Gregory told what happened, interjecting when he could, but he could hear his own words. They were coming out slurred, and there were suddenly two Dales, which didn't look right. He strained his eyes, not sure how that was possible, but when the Tan's 4 eyes turned to him, he saw fear. "When were you going to tell me he's dying too?" Dale roared and grabbed his stuff to come over. Gilbert didn't move from Barkis, still working on counteracting the poison. Dale's face was in his own now. "What's going on?" His hands were all over Soren, pressing and poking. "Where are you hurt?" Dale now had his stubby fingers all over Soren's face, pulling skin. "Nasty looking gash, eh?" "I don't think that's the problem, though, not based on that skin tone." Soren smiled, but it came out strained. "Doing great." "What?" Dale scowled. "I literally don't know what that means." He started pulling out several vials, but stopped when he found a clear one. "Ah, drink this. It'll start helping from the inside until I figure out what's going on." "Baraditis." The word came out harsh. Dale paused, his expression betraying the fact he knew what would happen. Yeah, let's talk a little later." You're probably not going to remember any of this. He shoved the vial to Soren's lips. Drink this, Nova. But he couldn't get anything more out. Dale shoved the vial between his lips and forced the contents into his mouth. The liquid was warm but sweet. Peach oil. He swallowed it, but his head started to sway again. When Dale pulled his vial away, Soren looked at him. My legs. Dale scoffed. Thanks for telling me that after you drank that. You know what? Never mind. Roll over, will you? Soren tried, but he didn't have the strength to do so. He instead slumped over on his side with a loud thump. He groaned. Where? Silence and tugging followed. Well, if I was a praying man, I'd pray, Gilbert. I'm gonna need you. Is it bad? Soren asked through heavy breaths. His cheeks were pressed against hot dirt, which felt divine. His eyes were locked on Pearl, his steed, whose tail flicked as she nibbled on grass. So peaceful. A hand patted his back. I would say if you and Barkus were on a race to meet death, you'd be leading, Dale replied. Shadows stood over him now, Gregory and Valona. He snorted, sending dust up. The ground shook then, and the Tans both unleashed curses while they held the vials. One shattered next to Soren's face, filling his nose with rich peach. When it settled, nobody moved. Not sure I like that, Valona mumbled. Seems odd, doesn't it? Aye, Gregory replied, but not much as we can do right now, unless we're dragging these two fatties behind the horses. Soren piped up, but it came out more as a groan. His eyelids were heavy, and breathing felt like too much work. He closed his eyes, relieved to finally rest. Even as he did so, though, he heard everyone start yelling. He should have forced his eyes open, see what all the buzz was about, but he didn't care. Not anymore. As somber as the moon. The night was somber. When Soren awoke, he was handed a hefty mug of ale and stew. When he tried to ask about who in their right mind would be hauling mugs of ale, Gilbert shrugged, with a sly smile. Soren didn't ask any more questions, and he turned his attention to the offerings in front of him. His legs hurt, but not as bad as before. There was a headache, but after everything they had been through, that felt manageable. His tongue felt like he had licked sand for days, but the ale quickly washed that all away. He had trouble getting the spoon to behave with the small bowl he was given, but when Gregory offered to help, he shooed him away. He was a Nova, and he surely wasn't going to be spoon-fed by a grown man. He'd figured it out. After several attempts, he finally managed to position himself in such a fashion, knees pulled up, and head and back against a tree trunk, that he got the spoon to his lips. It was the strength he failed to have. His body was exhausted, and even feeding himself felt like far too much work, but he knew he needed to eat. The stew was lukewarm, but he didn't care. It tasted delicious. There were chunks of rabbit and some greens in there that must have been collected in the nearby fields. If he could, he'd have asked about them, but he didn't. All he could do was eat. The task itself was immense. It was only after he got the last drops of stew cleaned from his bowl did he look up to see the tired eyes of his comrades. Helen looked years older. John had a gash along his cheek, and Perot's was sporting a sling for his left arm that was likely made by one of the Tan. But they looked good, relatively speaking, compared to his lot. Barkus was still out cold, but the color in his skin looked better. Soren licked his lips as he awakened. Dale shook his head. No. He took a drink of his ale. The lad got hit hard. The proximity to his heart was dangerous. Any longer, and I don't think he'd be here. He tried to nod, but found that action too difficult to do. Instead, he clutched his mug between his hands and gingerly took a sip. Gilbert cleared his throat. How are you feeling? Like shit, Soren managed. But I'm glad to see we're all here. Are we? Still on the outskirts, same camp, same day. Helen adjusted the fur blanket around her shoulders. We didn't want to risk moving, especially with you two unconscious. If Barkus awakes, we can ride tomorrow morning. It was a reasonable plan. And the crowns? Haven't heard or seen them, Valona grunted. Hopefully they're all dead. Nobody replied to that. How could they? As desperately as they wanted that to be the truth, they all knew it wasn't. The crowns couldn't be killed so easily, and if Gamosis was truly down there, he would find some way to survive. The false god had outlived the majority of the clan members who had been there when he was originally Sukin. The beast of man was practically unkillable. Soren sunk deeper into his thoughts. What they had done was follow orders, and Soren was a man of his word, but he was also a man who didn't want to see the future generations of children be raised in a world where they had to fear Gamosis. It angered him that they had only stopped at the tunnels. Collapsing dirt and stone would only stall them for a short amount of time. He wanted nothing more than to respect the elders' decision about building strong soldiers. But how could he? There was a man dead, and Barkus had nearly lost his life. The payoff for such a minor disruption in the Gamosis' plan felt pitiful. If they had all walked out unscathed, maybe his thoughts would be different. But as he watched Barkus struggle for breath, he felt resentment. Resentment for the elders. Their ignorance would get the clans killed. Soren should never have agreed to such a foolish campaign, especially if it was going to result in unnecessary deaths. Varaditis sacrificed himself, and at this point, Soren wasn't sure why. Sure, they had been outnumbered and failing fast, but it would have been an honorable death. And if Soren knew he wasn't going to make it out alive, he would have charged deeper and took Gamosis on himself. Instead, Varaditis got himself killed so Soren could sit here eating lukewarm stew and shallow ale. But he was alive. At the end of the day, that was all Varaditis wanted. Was that the four of them could get out alive. Perhaps because even the young Nova knew that they were the only chance Tresibra had at a future. Or maybe it was because Varaditis knew more than he let on. Either way, he was dead, and Soren didn't want that to be forgotten. The young man had given himself up for the greater good. Who would Soren be if he never acted on that? We have to go back, Soren mumbled. What? Gregory asked. He was the closest. Have you lost your mind? Varaditis gave his life so that we could end Gamosis and the crowns once and for all. We need to honor that. And we will, Gregory shot back, but not in your current state. He motioned to Barkus. That man hasn't woken, and you wish to charge in there and demand Gamosis show himself? You can hardly feed yourself. The words stung, and Soren bit his tongue. The eyes of the others were on him, but he couldn't find any words to reply with. Helen took a deep breath. Let us return, as we were requested. After that, you can seek the elders' advice on the matter. No, Soren retorted. Dale and Gilbert blinked simultaneously. The elders got us into this mess. Do you really think they'll support anything that could end this all? Perot wrinkled his nose. What do you mean? Politics is what I mean, Soren remarked. They claim to want us home so that we can build a stronger group of soldiers. But I only see it as a means to keep their power. They've offered next to nothing when it comes to addressing the crowns. He raised his brow. And when they do, it is to collapse some tunnels. How honorable. Now we have men dead. You woke up feeling good, didn't you? Gregory joked. The words fell on deaf ears. So instead, the Nova leaned over to Dale. Do you have anything to knock him out with? I'm serious, Soren insisted, holding the mug tighter. We are constantly playing cat and mouse with Gamosis. We need to strike him while he's the weakest. And how do you know when he's weakest? Helen countered. He could be sitting on his roots right now, happy as a fat cow, and with hundreds of crowns. We know almost nothing about the numbers of his army or his whereabouts. Save for his desire for the peach root, Gilbert mumbled, and he stoked the fire. Soren was annoyed. I watched a young man give his life for what feels like absolutely nothing. Does that not bother you? Silence. And then, in the quietest of voices, Valona asked, Is it really about Viriditas, Soren? The question felt like a slap, and he stared, dumbfounded. Did they really believe this was about Everly? His mind was scrambled, his limbs weak, and all he could do was open his mouth and then close it again. It felt like he had just been stabbed. We know you hurt for her, and we know that you want nothing more than to avenge her. Helen spoke softly. If that was my Beckett, I'd have done the same without question. I know the pain, Soren, but we must control it. The world out there is vast, but you are so blinded by that singular moment that you are sometimes unrecognizable. There was a lump in Soren's throat as the truth bubbled up like bile. He had gone this entire time thinking he had managed his emotions. But maybe Helen was right. Maybe he was a stranger to them all, after all. He wasn't even sure he'd recognize the man in the mirror if he looked. You are a good man, Helen continued, and I know Everly would be so proud of who you are and what you've done. But I know that she would never want you to throw your life away for her. Do you hear me? He did, but he couldn't find the words to tell her so. They hurt too much, and he felt like an exposed lamb ready for slaughter amongst the eyes all staring at him. It was not a feeling he liked or was used to. Soren swallowed the bile down and averted his gaze. He wasn't sure how to express his thoughts. He just wanted to watch the world burn but save it at the same time. The rage that simmered just beneath the surface squirmed uncomfortably, reminding him that he was and has never quite fit in. He was violent, but had learned a long time ago to save it for the battlefield. He was merciless, but knew it should only be the enemies who saw that. And now, he was reckless, but he made the mistake of showing that to his comrades. They wanted to live. He wanted revenge, no matter the cost. There was a big difference there. You are right, he told them. I shouldn't have said anything. Soren wanted them off his ass. If they stopped paying attention to him, he could do whatever it was he wanted to do, but not if they were constantly watching. You should rest, Helen said then. If Barkis wakes, we'll ride at dawn, and you'll need all the strength you can get. There was more to those words than the others knew. Soren looked at Helen, meeting the nod Narb's endearing and fierce gaze. She knew what he wanted to do, and she wouldn't stop him. You're right, he said. I'll just close my eyes here. Quite uncomfortable with my position. He did, but he did not stop listening. Not for a long while. The rest spoke of distant tales of folklore that had long been dead amongst the majority of the clans. They shared more ale, laughed, and even made bets about who would throw a stone the furthest. Soren kept his expression lax, not wanting to betray that he was eavesdropping, but he enjoyed hearing the men and women talk like old friends. It gave him a sense of peace. After a while, slumber yanked him under. Wild and free. Barkis finally awoke halfway through the night, once everyone passed out. The others were startled awake when the Nova dropped a bunch of items from a bag in search of ale. Even Soren was startled awake, and Barkis looked like a deer faced with their predator. When Valona grumbled something, Barkis said he just wanted ale. The Nova pointed to another bag, and Barkis quickly got his drink before everyone passed out again. When the first rays of dawn came, Soren felt the heat of anger warm his belly as the sun heated the land. Birds chirped and critters ran about. A squirrel was to his left when he blinked, only for the little thing to squeak and run. He shifted, finding his body hurt from the position he slept in, but also from the healing injuries. The peach oil would help accelerate the healing, but it did not stave off the discomfort and aches. They packed their little belongings, mugs included, and mounted their horses. Soren found the position all right, but he grimaced when Pearl did anything like startle. Sudden movements were not in his favor, but he hoped that once he was walking, he'd feel well. Soren did not want to wait any longer than necessary. He wanted to find Gamosis, scream at the world, anything, but he wanted to do it alone. After some help, Barkis managed to get upright on his steed. He flashed his iconic wicked grin, as if this was all humorous to him, but Soren could sense the undercurrent of worry in the man's blue eyes. Barkis had never been so close to greeting death before, and it was obvious that the close encounter unnerved him. The patchwork on his injury would do for the ride home, but he would need to see the Tan healers when they got back. As for Soren, well, he would see the healers after he addressed his own campaign. He didn't know yet where he would go, but he knew the crowns were nearby. They were always around, and he knew with the collapse of the tunnels, they would be moving. He hoped to earn their attention. They rode in silence. The cheeriness of last night's chatter was replaced by tired men and women, as well as two injured lads who found talking meaningless. Barkis and Soren rode side by side, keeping an eye on one another, but they shared no words. There was little to be said on what happened back there. They were lucky to be alive, that's true, but it was not their finest battle. They were severely injured, almost died, and for what? Soren blinked. He knew his thoughts were spiraling once again, but he was unsure how to pull himself free. He felt cornered, like a mouse being hunted, and he wasn't sure how much time he had left in Tresibra before death pounced. He felt antsy in his seat, like he wanted to dismount and run, but where, he didn't know. As they made their way closer to town, Soren kept his eyes locked on the vast rolling hills that were making themselves known. He saw the old holes that the crowns had used many years ago, which were now part of the land. He saw wildlife grazing, taking their last bit of green grass before the winter stole that from them. The sun above was warm, but the low clouds signaled that the seasons were shifting. The time of renewal was nearly upon them, and Gamosis was still alive. The town's main gates came close, and Tan quickly alerted the citizens to their arrival by blowing on massive horns. Gregory pulled out a piece of decorated cloth to signal it was indeed them and waved it in the air. Cheers erupted along the gate as it was quickly pulled open. As much as Soren wanted to feel excited, he wasn't. The commotion of the arrival gave Soren just enough time to dismount and slip out the gates once more. He never intended on staying. Spears in place on his back, and a bundle of dried meats and a canteen of water, he started his trek back to the edge of the woods, where the long dead holes were. Nobody saw him leave, and if they did, it was too late to find him now. He trusted Helen would keep her word and not say anything. She was a woman of honor and loyalty, and unless she feared his safety, she'd speak. The crunch of his boots brought solace. The sun on the back of his neck gave him strength, and after a while, the pain in his legs subsided. He was numb to it all, numb to emotions, save for that of anger. It seemed that was the only emotion who truly represented him. Soren had always been an angry person, not by choice but by birth. He was raised in a household that punished weakness, that encouraged violence, and no matter how hard he wished to believe he was different, he wasn't. He was just better at hiding the monster. When the sun was low in the sky, he finally found himself facing the collapsed hole. The dirt never grew vegetation, even after all these years, and he could still enter. But he'd not make it far. The tunnel collapsed from about 20 paces in. Still, he trekked down and into the dark. He let his fingers graze the dirt wall and stole several glances up, as if expecting the ceiling to cave in. That would be a cruel mockery, wouldn't it? To come all this way, only for the tunnel to collapse and suffocate him here. It did not upset him as much as he thought it would, though. At the pile of stone and dirt that had forced the crowns to retreat, he stopped. He poked at it, finding the dirt hard and unmovable. That didn't surprise him, but for some reason, it was not what he wanted to see. The tunnel was unreachable. Soren knew coming here was dangerous, not for the crowns, but for him. It wasn't because he expected to see Gamoses here, or face off with a dozen or more crowns, but because this meant he would have to face the one person he had been running from, himself. Soren took a deep breath, then another. His emotions were spilling out at every corner, and he could feel the sting in his eyes from unshed tears. Tears that he'd stuffed so far down that he forgot they existed. Slowly, he made his way out of the tunnel, hoping that what little light remained could wash away the emotions seeping out of his pores. But it didn't. As the ray struck his dirty face and he inhaled the cool air, he realized he was utterly alone. His knees buckled, and he collapsed, faced with the tunnel before him. He let out the most guttural scream he could muster. It came from the deepest parts of him, fueled by rage and betrayal he felt from life, his clan, from the world. He screamed for Everly most of all. It was her this was all about. He had never stopped fighting for her, but he couldn't imagine a day without her. His throat was scathed, and his voice died, even as the air continued to leave his lips. When the voice no longer came, he turned to beating the ground as hard as his fists would allow. Over and over, he beat the soil until his hands were scratched and bloodied. Still, he couldn't stop until the literal strength left his body and the tears ceased. The night was upon him, the stars glittering, but he felt nothing but the cold claws of sorrow and anger in his back. This was the man he had become. This was the Soren he had kept locked away since the day Everly died. A finger poked him. Soren mumbled under his breath, finding his throat pained and dried. When the poking continued, he opened his eyes and said, "Are you mad?" The early morning rays were on him, but a shadow blocked the sun from his eyes. It was a man, one he had never seen before, with scruff and blue eyes. The iconic look of a Nova. The man looked a tad older than Viriditus had been, but this one was dressed in a dirty traveler attire. At Soren's question, he smiled. "Wasn't sure if you were dead, drunk, or both," the man commented. Soren waved him off. He tried to swallow, but his throat burned. His hands were so sore that he could barely lift them without grimacing. "Why are you here?" His voice came out raspy. The man sat back on his butt and raised a brow. "Guess I should be asking you the same thing, eh? A man like you shouldn't be wandering around too close to these holes. I hear the crowns are still lurking around them." Soren grabbed his canteen and unlatched the lid. He took a swig, finding the warm water refreshing. "I want that. I want to fight them all." At that, the man cocked his head. "For what? For honor?" "No." The word came far too easy, and he took another drink. "Then what for?" Soren wasn't sure if he wanted to punch the man or keep this conversation going. "For personal reasons." The man unlatched his own canteen, which looked like it was on the brink of falling apart. "Sounds like it." He didn't reply to that, didn't care to. Instead, he asked, "Who are you?" The Nova shrugged. "Warwick?" Warwick. The name was unfamiliar. "I don't know you." "I wouldn't expect you to. My family was born from the Witnesses. I was banished, been traveling ever since." He shrugged. "So there's that." His casual tone did not align to the words just spoken. Soren stared hard at him, expecting the man to laugh or break some sort of character, But he didn't. The witnesses, how were you banished? Viriditis had mentioned something similar, but the way Warwick said it, it was like he was just ordering another drink. The Nova next to him took another swig. The witnesses aren't too fond of being questioned, you know. They ran out east, freaked out, got a little wild for their usual morals, and then I started asking questions. I didn't like it, you know, felt a little too extreme for me. I got a slap on the wrist, but I kept asking, so then I got pulled into their informal council meeting. And then I really pissed them off because I asked too many questions about their prophecies. Shame, right? He laughed and shrugged, and here I am. And here you are, Soren echoed. Charming story. So, what are you here for? Warren asked. Don't say personal, a bit of a cheap way of swapping stories if you ask me. Soren wanted to say exactly that, but he hesitated. Warwick was an honest man, seemed to be anyway, and he had enough common sense to know the Nova was right. A story for a story. Well, I came out here because I wanted revenge. I wanted to see the crowns, scream at them, punch them, anything. They took someone special from me, and as much as I want to say I can accept it, I can't. Saying it in the open like that was freeing. Warwick nodded. They are little brats, aren't they? The man chuckled at his own joke. Say, there's a spot I saw just west of here, right along the forest's edge, that had some crowns. They looked a bit shook up, but they were there. Soren liked the sound of that. All right. He stood then and plopped the latch back on his canteen. He had everything he needed. That's it? Warwick asked. I was just getting comfortable. With a wave, Soren said, I've got places to be. Thanks for the chat. Bitter revenge. It was midday by the time Soren arrived on the western edge of the forest. The sun felt brutal. Clouds had tried and failed to build, and even the breeze stopped. Sweat dripped freely from his brow, and his legs ached with overuse. The injury was relentless, but he didn't care. This was where he needed to be. Soren unsheathed one spear and stalked the forest's edge. He watched the leaves, branches, everything that gave way to the slightest movements. He knew it was foolish to think they might show themselves in broad daylight, but he couldn't help it. One could never be too certain. There might be scouts, guards, anything. As he neared the forest, he spotted fresh dirt. It was a footprint. Twigs snapped, and pine needles were compressed to the side. He knelt and examined it. This was not a crown boot, but a man's. He stood and looked around. Ahead, the faint evidence of the boots continued deep into the forest. Without hesitation, he followed. To the east, where the mountains reached high into the sky, the peach groves thickly grew. Several of the peach trees were scattered near, but none too close. They kept to themselves and preferred only a select few locations to grow. 10 paces could make or break where a peach tree grew, and Soren now was witness to such an event. He eyed the wide peach tree leaves that made up the country's currency, and knew that the tan would be around soon enough. The clan constantly monitored these trees. Young men were even raised for such a role, starting as young as 5 and learning the ways of being a protector of these majestic trees. In another life, Soren would have loved to become one of those protectors. He had spent all his days outside, monitoring the leaves, watching for storms and checking the fruit and soil. It was simple, highly respected, and easy. Head forward, he continued to follow the footprints into the woods. Sunlight disappeared as the canopy of thick pine needles obscured the day from him. Occasionally, a ray of light would peek out and offer warmth, but most of the time there was nothing. Soren's boots stepped on dense foliage, twigs, and baby ferns. He kept to the path and kept the grip on his spear tight. And then he smelled peach wood. The pungent but sweet scent of the burning wood made him stop. That was unusual. Burning peachwood was reserved for special occasions and the elder halls, not in the forest. The last he understood The crowns did not burn, they only consumed. When he moved forward, he kept his pace slower, ears sharper. Soren looked left and right as he moved branches out of the way and traversed over the thickly covered ground. He did his best not to step on any branches, not wanting to alert the individual, if they were here unwanted. Warwick had mentioned that the crown were around this area, but he did not see any signs of such vile creatures. Things like rot, drag marks, and gouges in the trees were good indicators. To Soren, this place looked untouched by beasts. Ahead, he spotted gray. The color was stark against the green, and he inched forward. The view of a large tree came into view, but it was unlike anything he had seen before. The dead bark was dull, the gray grains multicolored and resembling stone. When he approached, he tested the ground, anticipating the soil would give out, but it was sturdy. To the touch, the bark was coarse and dry, as slick as polished leather. He wrapped around, eyeing the ghastly branches above. This tree had been dead for a long time. But it was not that. It was that this peach tree that surprised him. So far from the rest of the grove, it was unnatural. His boot struck a gnarly knot, and he stumbled. As he caught himself, he heard the hollow strike of wood. Soren knelt and knocked along the exposed roots. Solid. He moved to the base of the roots, where ferns and branches covered the ground, and knocked. Hollow. He frowned. This was not what he had expected. Soren had come all this way to face the crowns, to spill blood, anything to release the pent-up rage that boiled underneath the surface. Instead, he was faced with a secret door. Without hesitation, he found the edge and pulled. The door gave way and revealed a narrow passageway that was dimly lit by lanterns, spaciously placed. The stairs were rugged. A blind man would trip down these, and the ceiling was so low that Soren would have to hunch. He maneuvered his way into the passageway and slowly descended. The steps were narrow, and he had to watch his footing or risk tripping, so he kept his free hand on the smoothly shaped wall. Again, not the crowns. This was man-made, but not of the Han or Tan. The lanterns were too high for the short clan, and the tunnel, while tight, was too small for a Han. No crown could work with this kind of precision. The staircase spiraled, and he stopped several times to make sure there were no other voices or sounds. There weren't, not until he neared the bottom. The air was cooler, chillier, and he shivered. It felt like the heat had been sucked dry. The smell of burning peach wood was thicker down here, but there was no smoke. The tunnel leveled out and he made his way forward. Ahead, there was even more light and he picked up his pace. His heart was beating faster. Every part of him knew he was walking into something he shouldn't be, but his adrenaline was running high. The pain in his legs was gone, and he felt more alive than when he'd woken with Warwick by his side. A carving in the ground made him stop. Soren sucked in a breath. Witnesses. The circle with 3 lines stared back up at him. It was their brand. Some of the most extreme witnesses carved the symbol into their own flesh. There were stories that they had fled far from the clans, but this proved otherwise. They were living down here, using this place as refuge, and Soren had just stumbled on it. Warwick's mention of the crowns felt leagues from his grasp. This was far more serious. It was the witnesses who had fled the battlefield. It was they who had abandoned him and the rest of his warriors. It was because of them that Everly was dead. Deep down, he knew that if the witnesses had stood their ground against the crowns, his daughter would be alive. They were just as responsible for her death as the crowns were. If he could eradicate both from the country altogether, he could rest peacefully at night. He had met Warwick and Veriditis, both exiles of the radical group, and he had managed to swallow his bitter resentment for the cult-like fanatics. But this was different. These were current practitioners. They knew what they had done and did nothing to correct the horrific mistake. Inching forward, He crouched. Mumbling radiated down the hall. There were people here, but he didn't want to be seen. Not yet. Soren rested against the wall and listened. "Hayes," a gruff voice said. "If we bring the root oil to Sukin, we may be spared from his wrath." A rumble followed, perhaps a poor attempt at laughter. "We will be spared, Tom. This is how the rebirth begins. This is our prophecy." Soren couldn't believe what he was hearing. He knew the witnesses were far-fetched, but this was treasonous. Gamosis, Sukin, was trying to slaughter the clans, and these people supported it. There was nothing more traitorous than this. "We are out of root oil." Another spoke somberly. "We have to obtain more if we bring anything to Sukin." A scoff. "Then we have to go after the Tan at night. They will not expect us. We can bypass the primary gates and go straight for the groves." The voice belonged to Hayes. "There may be a few Tan protectors along the peach trees, but nothing a crown blade can't handle." "Aye," Tom replied. "A good plan. We'll wait for the full moon to pass. Less light." "Aye," another echoed, and then another. Soren was stunned. The witnesses were intending to attack for Gamosis. All along they must have been working for the crowns. If so, then the day they fled the battlefield was intentional, a way to set the remaining soldiers up for failure. They likely thought without their numbers, those still on the field would perish. This was all in the name of Gamosis. They wanted Tresibra to fall just as much as that false god did. He heard the sound of chairs shifting, and he tightened his grip on his spear. He'd kill them all right here. Damn the politics, the morals, all of it. Soren would end them right here. A hand rested on his own. In the faint light he stared, certain he was hallucinating. The meaty hand was warm, real, and he traced the arm up to the face staring at him. The middle-aged man's blue eyes pleaded with him. A Nova. Behind him was another one, too. "Don't," he whispered. "I know what you're thinking." Soren chewed on his words. A part of him wanted to punch the Nova, but the other part wanted to hear what he had to say. "Why?" "We are men of the Elder's Watch," the first replied. "We have been tracking the witnesses for some time now. We watched you come in and have been waiting for the right time to intervene." He kept his voice low, but Soren knew they would soon be discovered if they didn't act quick enough. The witnesses would break soon and come this way. The Elder Watch was an elite group of warriors that surveyed the clans and the surrounding areas. They were hand-selected by the elders, and upon acceptance, would serve until their death. Soren had already been approached once to serve, but declined. He did not want to be enslaved to the elders any more than he already was. "Why would I care what you think?" Soren challenged. The first gave the faintest smile, as if amused. "You and I both know this is not the way. It may feel right because it is quick, but it would be painless for the witnesses. Is that what you want, to give them a painless end after all they've done?" He hated that perspective, but he could understand the logic. "You want to take them back?" "Aye," the soldier replied. "Give them a proper trial, humiliate them, break them down, and when they are at their lowest, then we will give them an end once and for all. But we can't do that if you storm in there and kill them, can we?" Soren gritted his teeth. The man was right. As tempting as a bloody and quick end would be, it would be painless, and he didn't want it to be. He wanted the witnesses to suffer. "All right," he mumbled. "What now?" The first nodded. "Why don't we introduce ourselves? I'm Nathan. The lug behind me is Lucas." The Nova in the back shoved his elbow into Nathan's arm. "Asshole." Nathan collected himself. "A real heartthrob, if you ask me." Soren smiled, although it was strained. He didn't care. "I'm Soren." Lucas's eyes flashed behind them, expression becoming serious. "It sounds like they're coming this way." Soren straightened. "This better be worth it," he grumbled. Nathan patted him on the shoulder. "You'd be a good fit for the Elder's Watch." The statement caused his brow to go up. "Why?" The Nova grinned. "Because you are grumpy. It is a requirement to be accepted in." Restraining the witnesses and taking the long walk back to the Tan's town was far too simple. The three witnesses, Hayes, Tom, and David, didn't speak a word. They didn't fight or resist. They didn't even challenge the three warriors when they saw them. Soren pitied them. They had no backbone. They were snakes, sly, constantly hiding, and venomous. Now that they were caught, they didn't even have a weapon to fight with. Pathetic. Several times he scowled at them. Hayes, the presumed leader, kept his eyes averted down. He didn't look up once, even when a question was directed at him. His followers, David and Tom, tried to keep their chins up, but they quickly gave up when they realized that it was worthless. Nathan and Lucas tied their wrists together with thin rope, but Soren didn't even think that was necessary. The fanatics didn't even have the heart to run. The day was old by the time they had arrived back to the Tan. Eyes met his own, surprised. He knew he had left without a word or warning, and he knew that people had been looking for him, especially Anna. At the thought of his wife, he cringed. She had put up so much with him, and he wondered why she even had the tolerance to stay with him. He had been a shitty husband for a while, and he hoped to one day make it up to her. Leaving without telling her was unacceptable, and faced with the Tan, he understood that clearly now. Without word, they made their way to the Great Hall, where the elders always were. Lucas grabbed the door for them all, and with a dramatic gesture, he motioned in. "Where your paradise awaits," he commented, but his eyes burned with savage glee. Maybe Soren had more in common with the Elder's Watch than he realized. At the sound of the door, all the noise inside stopped. There were a handful of families, chatting, sharing food and other things, but they stopped at the sight of the six. There were many times Soren wished to not be the center of attention, and now was one of them. His skin crawled, even as the elders stood from their chairs. "What is this?" Elder Han called. His large stature and loud voice dominated the massive room. Nathan stepped forward. "Elders." He did a low bow. Lucas followed, but Soren remained upright. That was not something he'd ever be caught dead doing. Nathan straightened and said, "We have acquired the three witnesses you sent us for. While there, we obtained the help of Soren. We overheard them discussing an attack on the Tan." The families nearby gasped. At once, Elder Han waved. "I ask that everyone leaves, except for our new arrivals. We will inform the people once we have enough information." Several moments passed as the families gathered their things and quickly left. Children stared, but the parents ushered them out. As Soren stood there, he realized just how tired he was. The half-eaten plate of roast to his left looked incredible. When they were completely alone, Lucas shoved his hand into David's back, forcing them all forward. "No need to be shy now, boys. Let's have a little chat, eh?" The three witnesses approached the chairs of the elders, which wasn't nearly as full as Soren expected. There were 3 empty chairs. Only Park, Elder Tan, and Elder Han stood. "Where is everyone?" Park glanced his way. "Your reports of overhearing these witnesses prepare for an attack has already reached our ears. Toward the groves, men and women march, including our very own elders. They are to protect the Tan, who live along the peach trees. Our protectors will be outnumbered by nightfall." This news ripped the air clean from Soren's lungs. "An attack is to happen." The Elder Tan nodded. "Aye, a man came by here this morning. He was banished from the witnesses, but pleaded for us to hear him, so we did. He shared valuable information." Warwick. Soren didn't have to ask to know. He wondered if the man was here now, or if he'd left to stand with the protectors and defend the groves. Still, Hayes had mentioned the battle, as if the others didn't know yet. He eyed the witness leader. "You knew you were being listened to, didn't you?" A cold smile stretched across his ugly face. "We were aware there might be listeners." Without hesitation, Soren punched the man square in the face. Hayes stumbled back, ass hitting the floor, while Park scolded him for lashing out. David and Tom didn't even try to help Hayes up, whose nose now bled freely. As the leader stood, he spit on the ground next to Soren's boots. "Blood does not scare me." "Enough," Elder Hand said. He motioned at the witnesses, almost as if he was annoyed. "What are your crimes?" Nathan cleared his throat. "Providing root oil to Gamosis." Both elders' brows went up. "Are you sure?" Nathan nodded. "We overheard them confirm this. Soren and Lucas can attest too." Park rubbed his chin. "The random attacks we've had in the past, were they you?" Hayes licked his lips, dragging his tongue over blood. "We are precise when we need to be. Sukin knows this." Soren couldn't stand there. Politics was not something he was good at, and he knew there was a battle to be had along the groves. They would need all the help they could get. The witnesses had tricked them all, and he feared the crowns would show too. If they did, it would be a bloody fight. He glanced around, and then his eyes landed on the half-eaten roast again. He walked over, hauled the bone and chunk of meat up, and started for the doors. "Where are you going?" Park called. He didn't look back, didn't care to. "Make sure they're slung up by their necks," Soren called out. "I'm joining the battle." He bit into the meat, savoring the flavors, and went to go find his horse, Pearl. Everything had come to this moment. He knew that now, as clearly as the back of his hand. They had always been preparing for this day, and now they would have it. An invitation to die. Soren rode Pearl as hard as she could go. He wanted to make it before the sun fell. The stable hand was right. She was a runner. Pearl galloped with ease, traversing the rolling hills without a hitch. Her breath came steady, her ears straight and her muscles tight. Soren watched for any sign that she could be tiring, but she was strong. He was slick with sweat, but his heart beat with sheer determination. The outskirts of the groves came soon, and he saw the crowd of men and women already there. Shadows stretched far and wide with the setting sun, but the heat of the day was relentless. The pounding of Pearl's hooves drew the attention of the nearest. Eyes turned back at him, and he immediately recognized Helen amongst them. She smiled and waved just as he halted his horse and dismounted. "You're late," she said. Out of breath, despite not being the one galloping, he stared. "What do you mean?" She gave him a look only a mother could manage. "Don't play coy with me. I knew you'd be here." She nudged him in the arm. "You've got the knack for showing up whenever blood is spilled. Tell me, did you find what you were looking for?" He shrugged. "I ended up finding where the witnesses were living. Some dead trees in the forest they'd turned into their little fortress. I met a couple of elder watchers, too. We brought 3 witnesses back to the elder hall, but that was when I learned there was a threat of battle. I rode as fast as I could." "Did you eat?" Soren raised his brow at her. "Answer me," she told him. "We have food here, but I know how you get sometimes." They had worked so much together in the past that they both knew each other's movements and attack strategies on the field. "I did," he answered. "Grabbed a roast on the way here." Helen looked like she wanted to ask, but waved him off instead. "You say you ran into the Elder's watch?" He nodded. "Incredible. You know what they say about that, right?" Bodies hustled by them, hauling weapons and leather. The bustling surroundings felt lost to Soren at that moment. "No," he replied. "You know I don't pay attention to that fruity stuff." "Fruity?" She laughed. "You mean supernatural things and omens?" Soren shrugged. That was it. "Well, they say to meet one of the Elder's watch is good luck. That's all." She patted him on the arm. "Have you seen Anna at all?" He was ashamed to admit he hadn't. "I didn't wait. Once I knew you were all here, I came as fast as I could." "By the grace of Negesi, that woman better be given the Best Wife at Tresibra award," she scolded. "She was worried sick about you, you know. You left without saying a word. I told her you would be safe, but I could hardly trust my own words. You better be cooking for Anna for a few days when you return. Give the woman a break." Heat flushed his cheeks and neck. Soren didn't often feel like a child being reprimanded, but he did right now. Helen was right, and he knew it. "I know," he told her. "I'm already planning on it." She nodded. "Good." Soren took the opportunity to change the subject. "So, tell me what's happening. The witnesses I spoke to made mention of an attack, but no word on the crown. They are working with them, though. Did you know that?" The Nod-Narb warrior sighed. "I had my thoughts on it. I was worried that the witnesses had found Gamosis and made a deal." "You are right," he confirmed. "They want to bring him more root oil." She kicked her boots against the grass. "Assholes," she muttered. "I should go tell Remeon. Do you need anything?" Her eyes went up and down. She was checking his armor and weapons. "Better boots?" she joked. He waved her off. "I will see if anyone needs anything. Go, and if Remeon requires my opinion or word, come and fetch me." She grinned. "Always the most wanted man at Tresibra. You like it that way, though?" Before he could make a remark, she turned and wiggled her way through the crowd, laughing. Soren gaped. She was a handful. Her cold reputation far overwhelmed the real Helen, who was witty, motherly, and kind. He half expected her to turn around and give him a good shove just for old time's sake. But when she didn't, he led Pearl deeper into the crowd of soldiers. For a stop, weapons. They didn't have much time to prepare, and he wanted to help wherever he could. Over 100 men and women were crowded in trees. They had decided on the act of surprise instead of setting up posts and digging trenches. They simply didn't have the time to make that work either, so had opted for hiding along the ferns, peach leaves, and branches. They had taken what water they had and made mud before painting their skins with it so they could blend in better. Soren was crouched next to Warwick. The witness-turned-warrior looked happy to be there, and when he'd seen Soren earlier, he cracked the biggest brotherly grin a man could manage. They all waited. With word of the attack, nobody dared to move. Words were passed in whispers or nods. Some even drew into the ground with sticks to exchange conversations as time passed. As night fell, though, the world around them became quiet. Too quiet. Soren eyed the field ahead of him, the fading light painting the grass in blues and grays, and he hoped that if the witnesses or crowns were to show, it would be soon. Fighting in the dark with no lanterns was not ideal for anyone. Warwick shifted next to him. "Bet you didn't expect this one, huh?" His voice was low, playful. Soren passed a glare his way. "This?" He motioned between them. When the now warrior nodded, he shook his head. "Sharing this bush with you was the last thing I considered ideal." Warwick feigned insult. "After everything I've done for you?" "Pshaw." Soren shoved him aside, and the man went tumbling. A few near them glanced his way but didn't speak. They heard it too. As Warwick opened his mouth, he failed to speak. All around them, the ground rumbled. It grew and the leaves shook. Some people reclaimed their footing. Others grabbed onto nearby branches. Soren pressed his hands against the ground to steady himself. "What is that?" Warwick asked. The poor man had no idea what he'd signed up for. "Crowns," he answered. "Your little psycho cult isn't brave enough to come here, so they sent the crowns." He knew Helen was thinking the same, wherever she was. "Oh." Soren stole a look as the ground some 40 paces ahead started to cave in. "Have you ever seen a crown?" The man shook his head. This was like Veriditis all over. Soren couldn't believe it. 2 things, then. Avoid getting struck by their blades. Crown rust is poisonous. He stood and unsheathed both his spears. Everyone started doing the same thing. His adrenaline was running so high that he couldn't feel any discomfort in his legs. Warwick stood next to him. What's the second thing? For the first time in a long while, Soren grinned madly. Don't die. Crowns started to crawl their way out of the hole that now lay just before the peach trees. Their hideous skin looked slimy under the faint light, and their black orb-like eyes blinked, confused, as they beheld the men and women revealing themselves. Soren took the lead with a few, approaching until they were a good 20 paces away. Everyone stopped. In their hands, rusted weapons. If not, their claws. Some wore armor, while others opted for leather. Their short, monstrous stature made them the stories of nightmares. Soren counted 50. 50. Only 50. He knew the others were doing the same. The question of why so little could not be ignored. But they could not turn around from this battle now. They had anticipated a massive army, but so few crowns made him wonder if they'd expected this counterattack. Based on the backsteps a few took, he guessed they didn't. In the back, heads peeking out, a handful of witnesses. The sight of them turned his blood hot. Their wide eyes scanned the army before them, and Soren made sure to meet their eyes one by one. He would kill them. No council, no elder's watch, nothing to stand in his way of ending this group once and for all. At that, he charged. The rest followed. The pounding of boots against hard-packed soil filled his ears as they ran toward the enemy. Soren felt immense pride. This was the meaning of battle, unity. He looked to his left and right. Faces contorted in terrifying determination met his own. Nova's eyes were bright with rage, and he couldn't even restrain the surprise when he saw Gilbert amongst the front lines. There he was, stout and armored, with 2 smash axes. The Tan possessed a savage grin, axes raised. It was unlike anything Soren had ever seen before. The Tan utilized slingshots, not weapons intended for the bulky giants, the Han. As quickly as he witnessed such a moment, it was swept up by the chaos. His spear struck crown armor, denting it. As he shoved one out of the way, he drove his spear down at the crown in front of him. The spear's tip dug itself right into the head, killing the thing instantly. He took the weight off the dead crown and swung it sideways, knocking a handful over. He gave himself enough space to yank free his spear and deflect the rusted blade of another. The fight came far too easy for Soren. It always did. His motions were fluid, his actions precise. All around, the noise left. All he could hear was the steps, grunts, and charges of crowns. The world ceased to exist, and it was in these moments, when his spears were bloody and his boots sunk into dirt soaked by the dead, that he truly felt like him. It was here that he channeled his rage. Years of control was only possible because of this. Without the fight, he would go mad. The cold kiss of a blade forced his eyes down. A little crown, bastard that he is, had snuck into his circle and dug the tip of a dagger into his leg. He grunted and kicked. The crown stumbled back, leaving the blade in his leg. And Soren reached down and ripped it out after digging his second spear into the soil. He approached as the crown tried to stand and drove the blade right into the eye. Dead. He turned around and dodged a sword. A witness stood before him, eyes narrow. His swing was sloppy, though, and Soren took a challenging step forward. The witness nearly tripped on the crown's body, and Soren lashed out with his spear. The man barely deflected the swing, but his arm shook. The witness hardly had a proper hold on his sword. He'd probably never fought in his life. Without hesitation, Soren lunged and snatched the sword right from the man's hands. He gave in easily, and Soren turned the blade around. The witnesses, startled, held up his hands. as if that would change the outcome. Pathetic. They were all pathetic. He scoffed at his own observation and drove the blade right into the man's neck. Metal slid far easier into this kind of flesh than crowns. He felt the tip strike bone, the spine, and kept shoving. When he felt the crack radiate up his arms, the witness collapsed, taking the sword with him. And that was how it went. Soren fought with everything he had. Every emotion was channeled into his actions. He fought hard, fast, and brutally. He found the most horrific methods to end the lives of his enemies, and he didn't care how he looked. It didn't matter if it took extra time. He was going to make sure each enemy suffered by his hands. He would not be stopped until they were all dead. A new horizon. Days went by before Soren woke. His muscles hurt, his bones ached, and he found his body half bandaged along his legs and back. He went to move, but a hand quickly stilled him. It was Maggie. "Don't," she said. "You've done some pretty serious damage to yourself." He laid his head back down and looked at her fully. The room was familiar. Too familiar. He had been here after the last battle. Did we win? Maggie snorted and leaned over for a small bowl with a cloth. She dipped the cloth in and squeezed the excess water off it. She set the bowl down on a small table and leaned forward, carefully patting his brow. The touch was cold, and he shivered. "We did," she assured him. At that, his muscles relaxed. "Nobody died either." "Really?" That was the best news he could ever receive. "Really?" she confirmed and pressed the cloth along his temples. "Injuries are expected, and we have quite a few of those right now, but nothing we can't manage." "Helen?" he asked. "A small gash on her arm, all fine." "John?" "Covered in crown blood, but that was it." "Warwick?" He needed to know that man was okay. Maggie gave him an amused look. "Goodness, yes, he's fine. He got hit with some rust, but we intervened pretty quickly, and it wasn't anything like what Barkus got hit with. He's doing well, too, before you ask. They all are." He was grateful. A lot of people had died because of the crowns and witnesses, and to know that this last battle they had been spared from losing a life meant more to him than he could ever place into words. There had been an immense sacrifice by the clans, but it felt like, for once, it was all worth it. "Have there been any reports?" he asked. "Of the crowns, anything?" She shook her head and pulled the cloth away. "No, it's been extremely peaceful. It is like they've all disappeared. Strange, right?" He nodded, although barely. It was strange, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this was not the end. It couldn't be. Gamosis was still alive, which meant there would be a battle one day. The elders were right about that. They'd save the clans and hindered any more progress made by Gamosis. They could rebuild and strengthen their army, so that when the day came and they would meet him face to face, they would be ready. Another figure entered, and Soren's breath caught. Anna. When she caught sight of him awake, she rushed over to the edge of the cot and sat down. She cupped his head in her small hands the best she could. "You're awake." "I am." He held her wrist and smiled. Her eyes never left his, and he couldn't be more grateful to have her here. He had so much to say, prove to her and do for her. But instead, all he could manage was, "Thank you." "For what?" "For being you," he answered. "For being by my side. For putting up with me, all of it." She was his anchor, the only thing that kept him tethered to any sense of normalcy. Without her, he was terrified of what he would become. She smiled. "You don't have to thank me, Soren. You are alive, and that is all I could ask for." She leaned forward and placed her lips against his forehead. They were warm, soft, inviting. He gave her wrist a squeeze as she pulled away. He couldn't wait to go home with her. A knock at the door. It was Barkus. The Nova was bandaged along his shoulder and head, but he looked far better than when he'd last seen him. He was about to say something when Warwick followed close behind. The ex-witness smiled sheepishly, as if he knew what Soren was thinking. "We heard the commotion," Barkis told him. "Wanted to see if you'd really waken up." "Yeah," Soren eyed the two men. "Warwick, you're still around." The man nodded. He was heavily bandaged, and clearly had what would become a scar on his left cheek. "I can't seem to stay away, I guess." He liked that. Soren mustered a warm smile. "I'm glad you're alive, Warwick. You did the right thing back there." Barkis rolled his eyes. "Don't let him talk to you like that, Warwick. He gets it in his head that he's some sort of great guy. If you listen, his ego will get bigger. We don't want that." He nudged the injured Nova, who flinched. Soren shook his head. "Glad you're up, Barkis. Not sure who I can punch when you're not around." Barkis waved him off. "I don't want to hear it. You punched some witness in the Great Hall. I'm utterly betrayed." Laughter erupted across the room. Barkis fell into a fit of coughing that had Maggie up and by his side in a heartbeat. She scolded him for doing too much, and then wagged her finger at Warwick. The two shared a look that lasted longer than necessary, and Soren watched. When she ushered the two out, it was Warwick who looked back, a soft smile on his lips. His heart warmed. Maybe Maggie had found someone after all. That night, they hosted supper in Soren's room. They set up tables and brought in enough food to feed twice as many. They passed drinks, shared stew, and laughed well into the night. It was Gregory, Warwick, Maggie, Anna, Barkis, and Prose. They spoke of the battle, of travels, teased each other, and simply enjoyed each other's company. Maggie indulged, though her eyes never wandered too far from Warwick, or everyone's bandages. Twice she had to make sure Warwick didn't die from laughter. The wound had done immense damage to his insides. Soren couldn't be more grateful for this evening. It was unprompted, but it was one of the best he had ever had, and one he would never forget. In time, they would have to face Gamosis again, but for now, they could relax. Soren returns in the 5 clans of Tresibra, Bloodshed. Also check out the video game based on the series from Guardian Games Studio, The 5 Clans of Tresibra, Bloodshed. GuardianGameStudio.com. This has been The 5 Clans of Tresibra, Soren Rising. Written by Spencer Walters, narrated by David Renato. Copyright 2024 by Spencer Walters. Production copyright by Spencer Walters.